That event didn't happen. That is the rarest.
Chat, what's up? Hello, hello. How are you all doing?
That event happened.
But online.
Online. Yeah, I got hired. That was my first gig. This is really good.
Hey, and actually,
How are you
I do
doing?
want to give a special shout out real fast to Sentinels because they're also doing some cards. So if you're in the arena,
King Cabe, thanks so much for the prime, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
And how much
How are you all feeling, chat? We all good?
You want to riff it? Go for it. Yeah.
Okay.
So I saw Rob Moore outside, and they were like, "Hey, you want to take one of these cards?" and talk about it?" Hey, I know that guy, the 89 from the thing. You're from the card.
But we were not being told we were pulled up. I'm like mid-sip.
Oh my God.
We're probably at mid-sip here.
Mimi's
And we're
opening
talking about this.
Okay, chat. Today for G2 we are gonna have a call with Heretics Boo as well.
They could use a player like me on their team.
I will call him in about a minute. Vinter with the prime. Thank you the 32 months. And Vindem as well with the prime. Thank you for the 7 months.
Baby Bay later on, but we got some new cards here, Mimi, from our friends at Sentinels.
We got the Zekin.
Oh,
Pretty good.
Oh, we got Hubert and his
Hubert and
friend.
his friend. What's his friend's name?
I don't know. Little guy, little bro.
Oh,
Wild as well. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you.
Indeed.
Participate in the poll. What's the poll?
That's a bang, yeah.
Okay.
Sen City shirt, yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Are you a
Very nice.
band then song or a song then band?
All right, that's pretty.
You should wear the gloves.
You're gonna bend it.
Bro, I don't know. I've never even put that much thought into this.
You can't,
I'm selling this. If you're in the venue,
destroyed.
come find me.
can't take these animals anywhere. Yeah, I swear. All right, let's take a look at talent predictions. What do we all think is going to pick up some dubs
Hey, I
here
think I'm
today?
song then
And
band,
No
but-
surprise on the first game, but on the
But
second
honestly,
one,
I don't know,
we
dude.
got a little bit of
You lot put that
a
much
little
thought
bit
into this
clash
stuff? It's
there.
crazy.
An honest prediction. 100% G2. Love that.
You guys are wasting
And
your
then
time thinking about pointless stuff.
majority MIBR, but a good. I'd like to see a little
That's
more
5
of the
seconds that we could have
content.
thought
Hey,
about
look,
something
me and
else.
Wyatt,
Yeah, we really are on the
They
same
could have been
page.
productive.
LEV, they're going to be them. I don't know what to say. I've been arguing
No,
for
we're
this
not
for 2 minutes
min-maxing
straight. It's good. This is where
life
it's
right
proven.
now.
Look,
That's all I'm saying.
They gave Rossi an 84, I think, but if this is off-season Rossi, that guy's 99.
99.
Off-season Rossi was
Off-season, he
crazy.
was in the 90s for sure.
And then Cloud9 dropped him, but he's back.
He's back. All that matters is that he's here and he's playing now. And
Might as well
great,
just
right?
enjoy the
Of course,
ride.
we'll see
Actually,
him
that's
later
true,
on
man.
today, but folks,
You're not
I think,
wrong. That is
it's
very,
time
very
to
true.
Get this show started, shall we? Because we got some great matches on the
okay,
docket,
let's
right? We have
go Boo.
G2
Let's go Boo.
Esports taking on Furia. G2, of course, being
Oops,
the
he's
runners
already
up
ready.
from Bangkok. How are they going to perform? And then on the other side of that, you got MIBR versus Leviathan. It's going to be a clash, and VCT America
See if we
starts
can
ahora.
get the levels right.
Hello.
Hello, Boo. How you doing?
Oh, good. You live?
Yeah, I'm live. You gonna stream?
No.
Okay. Are you okay if I do voice activation then?
Yeah, of course.
Bom,
You can do
jogar
whatever you
contra o G2 vai ser jogo que eles vêm muito hypado, né? Eles foram top 1 do kickoff e top 2 agora do Masters, então vai ser jogo muito difícil.
Okay, perfect.
Me and
Voice
Rafa
activation.
definitely have some history in the IGL matchup.
How's things? How's practice?
We played against each other in Ascension when he was on Union.
That's
I ended up
pretty
taking
great.
a 2-1 victory over him.
Damn,
but It
okay.
was a really close match to send us
Yeah.
into the grand final.
I think our win rate is a bit crazy.
Okay, that's a good sign.
I'm excited to get another match with
Maybe.
him. I know he probably is as well.
Maybe.
Sometimes the losses are good.
But I'm much better than the Ascension version
Yeah,
of
of course.
myself. So
Yeah.
Nah, we had
For a
losses as well. We had some
I don't
Okay.
think he can handle me. again.
reality checks as well, so it's good.
Okay, yeah. That's what I want to hear.
Saudável, do jeito que a gente prefere jogar, por conta que eu já jogava com o Rafão na Deone, o Peu
This is
também,
going to
que é
be a
time
quick
que eu
2-0
tenho
for
mais
Furia, right?
Sinergia
Mm,
e a
I
sensação que eu tenho é que vai ser
like the
tudo de
optimism.
boa
I don't
e a
think
gente
so.
vai conseguir performar.
They should maybe be able to get a map again with like the whole pick a Ascent or Icebox kind of vibe.
Shall we? Riot Games Arena, put your hands together for G2 Esports.
I'm kind of fanboying G2 at this point.
Yeah, it's nice to
And
watch
of
them, right?
course,
They got some cool
G2
stuff.
coming out here with a lot of
Yeah.
hype. That second place
They're
finish in
very
Bangkok, but also
drilled
being the
very early
America's
on.
Winners, America's kickoff winners as well. They're looking though to add an
They
America's
can't have a
trophy
bad year
to
with
that
how
list.
Absolutely.
drilled they are,
We've
to
had
be honest.
this narrative, and rightly so in Valorant, where teams that come back from deep
They can
runs
have a
in
lot of
international
second places.
events
Yeah.
oftentimes have a little bit of a
They're on for the
downturn period.
they're on for your
I
year.
don't expect that for G2.
this year,
This
basically.
is a nice match for them to just.
I mean, they already won, right? So
Green Earth is that jogger.
they won the kickoff.
What is that?
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, so they're already more than us.
Yeah, that is true.
Gold 2 bundle,
We'll give
they're
them that.
calling crazy.
Oh man! All right, well let's
Numi Mayo, thank you so much with the tier 1. Appreciate the 26 months. And Shinobi as well with the 4 months. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you, thank you. Cooper. Dude, Cooper was messaging me today on Discord asking to take away his mod and to ban him for 2 weeks because he has no self-control and he can't stop watching the stream instead of playing the game. I told him I'm not going to do that and to get some self-control.
Going on to ascend, becoming G2 now here in the Americas League. And for Furia, this is a tough task, having to fill someone into the shoes of MW.
Rip Master Doom with the Prime. Thank you with the 22 months. Thank you, thank you.
On your stage one day.
Yeah, they've been dealt the worst cards possible. Like, it's one thing to have like a late in the moment sub come into the team. It's a whole other one to have this level of competition coming up.
I watched a few fractures.
Okay.
I think yesterday the energy one.
The energy one.
His competitive career.
Oh, I like the Fury pick ascent here. That's good. That's a good sign. But what did you think of the energy fracture?
Something interesting to know.
I mean, it was kind of bad, but that's not even what I want to say. I think fracture is in shambles as a map. Like this Teo
ruins B, right?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I think it ruins the map.
Yeah.
It's like strat roulette everywhere.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Like, that's not how I pictured it like a month ago. Not how
Yeah, it's very hard. Dude, I look at teams playing B on defense and I'm just like, I don't really know how you're meant to play sites that much. Like, you can play sites for a little bit and you can have okay reactions, but at the same time, I feel like you always go equal on trades and you can never really do more.
I was thinking about it, if they send arcades, you just send them back as 4 people. And like just have 4v4 somewhere.
Yeah.
Instead of playing side. There's no point playing side, like I don't know.
No, I agree. I think you just play aggro. Or you just heavy push either side.
Maybe. If there was a map to play it, I think Waylay is viable on a
sense. Frau Val, thank you so much for the Prime, bro. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you.
Kill everyone. It's still a tough sell.
He said on his stream as well, the only map that he doesn't like it on right now is Haven, but everything else he's cool with it.
Well, then that certainly does.
What's the map?
That'd be cool.
Lotus,
they gave him a little chance to do it. And when you're being honest,
yeah, Lotus Ascent, and then I can't remember the last
one.
one.
To kind of experiment with those things, but I also think though,
will we even get to the last
one?
one?
To a greater extent, and the point that we were saying here earlier, G2 wants to make a statement.
Wait, when you said it's not easy to zero because of a standard icebox, do you mean like why? That you lose standard icebox?
No, I just think the time-wise, right? So if you look at Furia, they probably had 2.5 weeks to focus and prep on an Ascent or an icebox, and then G2 obviously long run at Bangkok, got to travel back, and then you're behind by like 3 weeks. You take like maybe a couple of days off.
Yeah, but at the same time it's just a stunt, you know?
Yeah, it's like the only advantage I can kind of give them. Yoru, Teo, Omen, Breach, Viper, standard stuff. Keeping the same stuff as Bangkok.
Practicing some stuff behind the scenes.
So many people are running distance scrims now.
The G2.
Yeah. I mean, it's good.
Oh, it is good, yeah. The Omen's got to do it a little bit.
Oh,
Clove? They're going for the... Who was running this? EDG, I guess, back in the day? Say back in the day, like half a year ago.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is a weird one to see a clove pick.
I don't know. Sentinel is tough. They make up for it though. They just go aggro somewhere. Like, you just got to be fighting all the time. And the fade maybe has to do a lot of info. That's about it. It does work though.
Wait, was there no Teo on Furia?
No.
Yeah.
No Teo. You calling it Teo diff?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll show you some pictures later.
Maybe,
you know,
unless Clove like goes crazy, I don't know, like 25 bombs, then I guess it compensated. I don't know, this meta is so... I'm not a fan. I think majority of the players are actually not a fan of this.
Of Lotus?
Just the Breach there.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah. I don't think it's a great meta. I mean, Teo needs to get... I've been talking about this on stream a lot bit. Just like, how long do we have to wait until Teo gets nerfed.
Yeah,
'Cause it's coming.
And if
It's
you're
just
Fury, I mean,
when.
everything's working against you right now. You lost a phenomenal mechanical talent in MW, and now you're here left to your devices against.
At least before Toronto.
Difficult.
Hopefully.
But we are going
Surely.
to Lotus here.
It's time for that Samsung
You never
match
know.
start.
They might do it
A lot of
between
fires
the
for the
groups and
Samsung
players.
SSDs, and we are starting on Lotus, like you
Yeah.
said.
Yes.
Hell of a record for G2.
Yeah, honestly, they
They
might.
haven't dropped
They've
this
done that
since
before.
America's Stage 2 finals last
Okay, we got
year.
G2 on defense,
And
we
they
got
also
Fury
played
on
against
attack.
EG, who ran
A
this
nice
competition
fade
in
eye to
Thailand.
start us off,
So, I mean,
doesn't
maybe
hit
Fury
anyone.
saw something I do
And
like
teams
where
at the
they're leaning
moment, I
towards
don't know
when
if you
he's
noticed this,
roll
teams at the
swaps
moment are
and
smoking off,
he's so good on that dual
I don't know
stroke.
if you call it
He's talking in
Hobbit
interviews how
or
that's his most
Baby
comfortable
Door,
role.
or I don't know what
He's
you
kinda
call
like
it.
a pseudo
But
duelist.
teams are now always smoking this off.
Second one in, playing off the
Like
space the
DRX
team
started
creates
doing
on
it,
the
and
low.
obviously like
Yeah.
majority
As
of
you already
teams in
said
their
as well,
attacks
you know,
just smoke it off.
Bangkok, you get given that blueprint, many ways to play the game. A lot
Yeah,
of
because it's
compositions that were
annoying.
tested, fleshed out.
Yeah,
EG
and
playing
I guess
this
they
one.
clear info
Online.
fast
Why
from
not
it.
copy it? Save some
Yeah.
time, and they're going to go for it straight into C.
And it's one of the advantages of
Both
having
sides
double
G2 willing to
smokes,
give
I
this
guess,
one
that
up.
you can for sure create that
Yeah,
pressure
this is
over
the
towards
benefit
A.
of G2's
And then you have the
compositions,
Clove
the chemistry that they
smokes
have
to
on
hit
these
site.
retakes. They have so much utility to flood in. They're so comfortable giving all this space, and with no one dropping early, Furia, they're
Also
not
the way
trying to finish.
C-side changed into a 5v5 side,
Going to face a Jonah P.
like so much.
Seaside's a
Also
nightmare.
flash up.
Yeah.
G2
But it's
are
kind it's
comfortable here into this
I don't want to
spot,
say it's
trying to play
easy
this
to retake,
now.
but it feels like
No missteps. 5v5,
one
and then
it's not too bad
fight
to retake
occurring off
the
onto the
site.
flank here. Khalil needs to win that
It's
fight
easy
out.
if
He does
attackers
just
don't
that,
do
okay.
anything extra.
Dominant positions
Yeah,
here
yeah.
from Fury.
But if they do something, then it
Claim
might
to the
get super
site.
hurt.
They claim to a couple of bodies as well. G2 love to see if Trent can pick up these pieces. He's making a
Yeah,
decent
very
go
nice
over
from
here.
Fury.
The
I like this though. They make good
That's a
use of the double
three-piece
smokes, to be
wrap
honest.
to seal up the
Heavy
pistol
A
round.
pressure,
And that's a
created a
strong
bit of
start for
pressure.
Fury
I
on
think
the
they left one an
attacking
open
side.
door, but I
I
didn't.
like the way
I
they
wasn't
approached
fully
the
watching it.
entire round, playing
Leave
a
away.
nice
Him in
contact
the C
style
was
on
weak, and then they could push
sniffing
him
out
towards C,
where
and then we
the
just had
retake was
5v5
being
retake.
played, but it was the post plant for MIBR that was so interesting because everybody was playing in.
Kinda easy.
Khalil was holding the flank
Felt
by
easy for
himself,
them.
but they're clearly here to try to disrupt. I wonder now for G2 if they identified that already, if Valen knows, okay, they're playing
Trent
on
a lot.
site,
Yeah,
let's
Trent,
just
Trent's
bombard
been
the entire site
insane
with
this
all
year
our
already.
utilities. That's what makes Teo and the Breach so powerful combined, but everyone is geared up towards A. It's going to be a brawl.
By the way, which one you're watching, YouTube or?
YouTube. You want me to give you a little counter?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
You can like times 2 YouTube, and you end up being like 10 seconds ahead of Twitch.
They don't opt into these all-in rubble fights too often. They usually go
Okay,
for
so
the clears a
you
little
can
bit
count it
later.
down.
but
Sure,
Tanika
120,
throws something new into the mix.
119, 118,
Oh, fuck.
117.
Guard right
Yeah,
now.
give that a little 2
A
times.
pause to the round, something very common that teams like to do.
Desco,
go
thank
down.
you so much for the
They don't
prime.
wanna let this one slip away.
109,
But proactivity now in
18,
front B, it's a
17,
wrap around. No one is
16.
looking here
Okay,
quite
very
yet.
good.
No Sentinels
Lovely.
Fury comp. Couple of eyes on it. Khalil is watching, but he's the one on 3 HP. Smoke's dropped down as well. Weak as anything. Just waiting for the time to strike here. Beautiful precision by Khalil.
Has there been any wheelies other than like Kang?
Nah, just in China. The only time it looked good, and I'm not even sure I would say good, the only time it looked like not bad was Icebox Gecko KO combo. Just double flash every corner.
All the way back here, rotated from that C site. And if they could
Okay.
get this Bulldog out of the hands of Heat,
I expected more.
maybe trying to isolate
You think it's
him
good?
here.
Not a bad day.
He's too
I mean,
sharp though.
Yeah.
okay, for me, Jet is like the lowest tier duelist, and I think Whaley is better than Jet.
Around here, so all
Yeah,
navigated
I
quite
can see that.
nicely, as we were saying. I
So,
mean, there could have been danger there when Fury
you wanna
just
play
went into the
Jet,
A rubble fight, but
Then you
Force
might play
alive.
Whaley. But if you want to play
Selecting that
Razor
first
Neon,
fight,
then you would
maybe
never
this is what
choose
we're gonna
Whaley.
see in future rounds, the power of the
Because
Neon, you can
Neon or
kinda
Razor,
breeze past
Yoro are
some of that
like
utility.
infinitely
But
better.
like you did say
Okay.
earlier, G2 play that more reactive,
I
re-clear
feel like
type of,
the only reason you would
style
play a
with the Breach
Jet
and Taylor.
over
I'd be
Waylay
very
is
interested in this
if
bonus round to see what
you
Fury can cook up.
maybe
If they
double
can
duel,
catch
like
G2 off
solo
guard, 'cause they
duelist.
did
I think
save four
the
of
Jet
those
maybe is a
rifles
little
in the
bit
round.
safer,
A
but
stinger
I also
and
feel
a
like op on
prize.
defense is a big
Here
thing.
down towards B.
Like I think if you're more of an
Exactly.
opper than a rifler, I can understand why you'd want to use Jet
Potentially
more.
ordered up here. It's a nice little fault line, sets him up early.
You mean Whaley?
Valor on top of it. Havoc
Nah,
straight
Jet
in
more
there.
instead of Waylay.
Stones ricocheting
Like if
this
you're
way
an
and that.
opper,
It's a bit of a
I think it's more of a
handshake.
rifle
These
agent.
G2 players straight back in for an attempt. Potentially to flood straight back
So you
in.
think
That's
op is
Prize
better
steps
on
up to that
Whaley?
challenge.
Or
Nah, I think op is better on Jet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Nice. And
Yeah.
so Fury winning this out.
Yeah, of course.
The feed filled up with red entirely. And they're drenching the
Damn,
Sentinel
dude.
on top of it.
Fury
Leaf
on the
slips along now
bonus
in a
hit
1v2.
over towards B, it's
Players
looking
are
alright.
single
They can
shot
both
with
get
the
one
Outlaw.
shot.
Can make someone of this one. A rapid pivot here from these
Dude,
Fury
imagine
players.
Fury
Get that
beat
open
G2.
sight. Access to the A.
That would be a shocker.
Getting upgraded into this as well,
Yeah.
so we can slowly creep in. I mean, he has been clutch in the past for this G2
How was
squad.
Furious kickoff?
The star player in stage 1
Like,
for him. We saw the work
not
he could do
great
on
to be
Chamber.
honest.
I mean, any character doesn't matter.
The problem
But they
is
didn't change players, right?
no, but they have now. They have MW0 has I think health
true.
issues. I can't remember exactly what it is, so he's had to stand down. The problem with Furia, right, is they had an off-season event. They actually looked really good on it, but I think it might have been more everyone else was looking a little bit rough. And so I think people's expectations were a little bit higher than what was realistic.
Overwhelming everybody. The retake is something normally G2 are very good at, but a little bit of a slow start here from some of the lads on that squad.
And so far they look like
there was a lot of interviews going around.
they have a clear game plan.
Into stage 1, Furia struggling to find their identity.
Like in the bonus round.
Yeah, bonus round head
So
over
we're like-
towards B.
There's a translated interview, so maybe some
I
pieces.
think they were
get missed
prepared
in
from
it.
before, not
But,
mid
talking
round
about
cover
how,
or
like,
anything.
he was kind of thinking that their issue was focusing more, they needed to be focusing on their FPS fundamentals, less so like utility combos. And that was
The big thing
receiving
that
ire
they
from
had a lot of
decent
footage
chunk
on
of the
Lotus.
community for good
I mean,
reasons.
on G2.
But I'm not seeing that
They have a
here.
lot of what,
It's
sorry?
good util to clear
A lot of
through.
footage. Like
Okay,
what's
yeah,
to
that's true,
manage
yeah.
with.
Make the right
Dude,
motion
going to
so
these
far
events
onto Lotus, a map where G2
can be
have been
rough.
dominant at.
Yeah, like I said, haven't dropped.
I
it
think
since
going
last
to these
year.
events when there's like a 2-map change,
You're
maybe
totally
every
right
season's
about the way
really
that
rough
Fury
as
are
well.
approaching this.
That's a
It's
lot.
not really this
The 2-map
full
change
force
is
forward. We're peaking
crazy,
everything.
I'm
They're
not
actually
gonna lie.
playing as a more cohesive unit than what we've seen in the
Do
past.
you know my theory?
And good ideas. I mean, even
The
freezing rounds
Sunset
when they're
Breeze
up
are
numbers.
next to come in. Because
Yeah, I
they,
heard. He said that
they
yesterday
did
there's
bug
some.
changes, yeah.
On that
Which means the
BX,
map will
everybody is
be
gearing up here
pretty
towards that
horrendous.
A heat.
But they're both
Took
so
all that
shit
free
at the
space
moment.
after the CB fault.
Yeah, but dude, name me a
Full
map that you
shares
like
to
in
the
this
name.
game.
Jaw is gonna have to hit some ridiculous shots here.
Let's catch that contact.
Ascent. When they fixed the B wall, it became a peaceful map. I'm not gonna lie.
That's
No
true.
more Odin.
That's true, I give you that.
All the way up as Decay down to just double digits.
And then I mean Haven is always there, right?
Yeah, that's my answer. I like Haven, I like Ascent.
Here, trying to double up against that high-low trend. That's a
Blitz?
nasty little
There's no
two-piece.
problem with split.
Just offloading those shots while he's had it,
Yeah.
buying a bit of time and space for his team. And this is questionable.
It's
by
a bit
Fury.
hard to
Time is
play,
running short and
but
running
it's
out
good to
entirely.
watch.
Moving over to
The
B side.
big
There's
1v1 on
access
site.
leaks
Dude,
here,
he's
but
got
it's
kind of no
slowing
cover for
entirely.
this.
7 seconds left. That was going for the plant. Coverage
Ooh.
from on high. It was
Dude, this was
necessary
close.
from Heat.
This is close, but Fury is still kind of owning this.
Scrappy. But it's
Yeah,
around
it wasn't
nevertheless.
convincing, but it's
Down to
still
the wire, planting the spike with 8
You're
seconds
actually
left.
beating
I mean,
G2. Let's relax. It's
smart. He
we've only
had
seen
a
one
read on
by
that.
me
He
by.
understands already that
But look,
Fury
now
have
it's
been
ult.
pivoting
Clove is gonna
nicely
go
to
die, ult.
trying to out-manipulate the rotations of
The big
G2.
Clove ult
So,
impact.
I think at this
I feel like
point we
the-
should see a timeout, surely, Brent,
I kind of
for
like the
G2.
Clove ult, to be
Calm
honest.
things
I
down a
think it's
little
kind of
bit,
strong.
Get back into the swing of things.
In certain
Doesn't
situations.
look like we're
I'll
gonna
see.
get that yet. Oh, we are.
Yeah.
There it is.
Good call.
I mean, I never had to think about it in terms of like,
Not wanting to let
Playing
things
it.
you
slip
know,
away.
pro
I mean,
play
this is
advantage.
the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
match
I have no
back
idea.
after that
In ranked,
grueling loss
sure.
that everyone's been
We'll see.
talking about. I mean, that's rent
of course you
free
can just send
in
it.
G2's
Like
head
why
here.
not? It's always good if you
would
can
think
just
as
send
well,
it
you know, you're
with full
defending
confidence.
Bangkok, there shouldn't be a lot of nerves coming into this opening matchup when it's
Suddenly become prime Aspas or whatever.
Everybody's expecting
Because you
Furious
think
to be
that
doing too
it
hot,
doesn't matter
G2
that
should
you
be
die.
top of their group entirely, so
That's
I think
actually
confidence
true.
would be sky high, but
Yeah, if you got a beast.
when you have that
and
upset
Clove,
of
it's nice.
expectations, where Fury are
Primi
coming into this
style.
with almost nothing to lose because everyone's expecting them to lose,
Yes.
it makes things a little bit different, honestly. The pressure is
Ren
completely
Baby
off
Bay
their
casting.
shoulders,
Yeah,
at
I
least
don't know
it
why
should be if you're one of those players playing up on the
Sideshows and
stage, but
casting.
G2,
Everyone
everyone's
must have
really
asked him on the
expecting that
stream.
perfection from them, and sometimes that
Last
can
time
cause
is
these
he had
issues, these weaknesses.
like a
So
wedding,
early
right?
correction called for with the timeout.
And how do you stop Heat, who's just been having a heater of a game so far? He's
I wonder how
6-1
common
on the
it is for
Clove.
G2
This is
to,
why
like,
they
pause on
adapted
zero
to
for
this
first
composition.
map.
This is why they're playing it now. Havoc, he's had some great entries creating
I mean,
a lot of
last year
space,
they probably
but the
had
push and
slow
pull
start,
from the
but
side of
I think
Yeah.
this year they were
It's
so
looked
dominant.
phenomenal.
No, that's true.
We haven't seen
They
a
actually
level
had
this
like a
out of
really
them
good pistol
yet, and
record
yeah,
as well.
Still very early on.
For a
We
good
have to
amount of
keep in mind
kickoff.
Lotus is tend to be favored on
It's
the
the next
attacking
Coach
side,
Potatoes
but the
playbook.
way that they've been
I'm
maneuvering
pretty
around this
sure
utility,
I'm
I mean, it's
doing
forcing G2 to have to
Ascent,
take these early
my own
engagements, and they're
comp
stuck
that I
behind
think
this
is like broken.
Yeah, big rubble engagement.
Yoru,
That push and pull though, like you were
Teo,
talking about, 'cause
Deadlock,
Fury have
Vice,
given easy
Omen.
access towards C Mount, Khalil.
Saint's helping me. Saint actually has a lot of good stuff.
See if you can get access towards front B just in case.
I mean,
Looks like another round
do not care at
to
all.
Korea.
Just
I'm
full
not gonna lie.
sending on that
Yeah.
C site, using that breaching neon.
Dude, we got a Omen luck as well. at one point, we'll see if G2 change up their C hard.
Just watching to the one side of it as well.
Oh, if he fell asleep.
Into the CT point. Heat off to the sides of the corner. Not expecting that. And the dodge and a juke off the flash away. Not quite there with the movement, but not dead yet.
Not sure about this all, but maybe. Oh, okay, it's kind of nice.
The corner, stun, good connection. Jonah P trying to square up, trying to posture.
I mean, it's enough to buy time.
It's all in control for the rest
Yeah,
of
and
the
I had the teammates there as well to this help.
Down to Valen and Jonah P, side by side, but opposite sides
Damn.
of the map, and lovely.
Timeouts.
They're looking kind of nice. I feel at one point G2 need to change up their C. The retakes aren't working. Also, I like the Furia taking space with this. Like as soon as they saw the push behind in numbers, like they were already in a position ready to react and take a lot of space on Heaven. G2 playing too passive? Yeah, they'll change it up though, I think.
The proactivity and just awareness overall from Furia has been the deciding factor of why they're up 5-0 in this matchup.
Wait, and G2 picked this map, right?
They do look like a whole new team.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Prize was the key all along that they needed.
Oh god, wait, this
we
is...
spoke about it earlier, the outside voice that comes in and just
Nah, it's chill, it's chill.
on the same page.
Yeah?
All good.
He's still good?
MW0 in terms of that mechanical ability, but
It's a long game, I got
I agree, but
doing well to clear.
it's not a great start, of course.
yeah, it's rough. Because I'm looking at their ults thinking, well, that's at least another round. I feel like Breach ult, Neon ult combo is so strong. Like so strong.
Yeah, it's actually, I don't know, almost unbeatable unless you get lucky.
Yeah. You gotta just not play a Saint.
A cheeky peek maybe as well, but Util's going to be pushing them back and away. Forcing the respect out of them. Time to become an issue.
And so far, whatever Furia do, they don't get disrupted. They just decide to take something, they take it successfully.
Yeah.
Looks like they'll decide to go in, they'll just go in, you know?
I think as well, like they're using the double smokes well. Like it looks nice. There's never... Damn, bro. Oh my god. Okay, a bit of a mess up, but they only got one kill from it.
2v4 and just crosshair placement not on point.
Oh.
Take that engagement.
Jesus, I mean Trent's still looking sick.
In the moment from Trent,
okay,
he almost makes magic out
G2 6-0 down, but a lot of ults. Furia doing a really good job of being super methodical. They're making sure they get the most out of the Fade util, because every single time they're like smoking off areas, and then the eye's getting like pure value. And they have two good ults that combo well, so they honestly could win this round even though there's a lot of ults for G2.
The way that they've been maneuvering around the map. That aim is on point. I'm just not quite sure what G2 can really do. They've tried everything, it seems like. I feel like it has to be the start Lewis here. And straight away, I mean, they put the...
Yeah, they get the up out on defense here as well. I'm not sure it's the best move when they get the Yori ult, but you can always have the short team.
Of course.
Yeah.
Saw nothing.
Yeah.
That's part of the combo as well, to be honest. I mean, it's a huge pick.
You have to be aware of a potential pivot from this A mount default, but G2 looks like they just want to play retake on that A site. They have the advantage.
Oh, damn, dude. Is this gonna go for it? Does Valen open the door?
No way.
Dude, look at Heat is confident with it as well.
And he is a human drone in this moment. Oh my goodness.
I love that.
I mean, he could realize after smoke fades that there is nothing and just call the team back. Oh, that was almost a kill.
Like you said, G2 are just being locked out.
They have to go C.
They have to go C. This is nice from Valen though, knowing that they should pivot through. Ah, dude.
TV with a spike in hand. This is Khalil getting
It's
himself
a shame.
I mean, he knows that they know, so he's afraid of holding.
Yeah.
Oh, but Fade decides to look? That's pretty cool.
Damn, bro. And they're using the Yoro ult into it. Stun goes in, they don't get too much again because he can't really commit because he's got an AWP. Tail ult looks incredible, and it was comboed with the Breach ult. Is it double? Oh my god, it was double. They both got tanked by the Breach ult.
Util combos, ults on ults. The Nightfall's going to be
still winnable for Furia.
Yeah, it is.
Attempt to upend this site control.
It's a great plan, no smokes.
In through the positions.
Where is close?
Slow siege from them.
Dude, Breach damage reaches from here as well.
Rattled off Few misses inside. Trent's on for a 4-piece.
They're both down. Someone needs to go up.
Oh, God.
It's just taking out Jorgamo. No surprises, and Trent's left.
I mean, he wins this for sure.
Holy, bro, they used 3 ults. G2 used 3 ults.
This newcomer into this Furia roster.
But this was a better round by G2, like way better. They still lost, but it was way better.
The combo was really nice as well. I like the, I mean, just the breach in general was good. The fact that it like pushes them away from where they're trying to run out as well. So like for sure will stall them. Like it's not boosting them out of it, it's pushing them the opposite way.
Valen's gonna win that for sure. And it looked like Valen was aware, but it just doesn't matter. The mechanical talent.
By the way, the way LEV died, that's like one of the worst angles to juggle.
Yeah.
Or like to hold in general. But you have to.
You have to try to get the early info, right?
Yeah.
And if you jump spot, he hears it, so he can also like, he knows you're jump spotting, so it's also dangerous. It's like such a hard roll. Like,
if you want to bring this one back. This is your map pick.
Benji is always like crying about it.
Yeah, because it's like, I know that I have to do this, but you also just cost it.
You know that no matter what, attack has advantage.
Yeah.
On the peak.
I mean, it needs to be the case. 7 rounds in a row here.
Simple Val again, thank you so much for the 9 months, bro. Thank you, thank you.
When the expectations could not be more
okay, double timeout for G2. They're in a rare position that we haven't really seen them in this year. Again, for people, yeah. The people that were wondering, like the breach ult was like this, which means that it pushes you this direction, which means that when you're trying to escape from the tail ult, that was like this. From right to left, you just have no momentum. Like that's why that combo is so nice.
Okay, fight.
But even with that combo, they just can't get anything. And dude, Omen Flash, dude, there was so much util here, by the way. Oh my goodness, but essentially it was Omen Flash into Neon Send It.
This is pure confidence on display now.
It is an equal for G2, so don't want to worry too much, but it's 8-0.
But the utility behind these fights.
That is, in my opinion, the weakness of Yoru. A fight with Yoru is not strong.
Yeah.
Especially on defense, it's like almost nothing. I mean, a flash somewhere.
They've done their due diligence.
You can TP Rebel, sure, but
then Breach Teo should be strong though. But isn't that why most teams will start like the Omen tree?
Neon is a huge. Yeah, Omen tree is good, but I would say Fury, right? Neon is such a big part of a fight. This wall just allows. Look, they both run away. I mean, both Omen and Neon can get out to here just because of one Neon wall.
Yeah.
And they just keep the breach there, you know.
Kind of been a little bit more cautious, kind of been seeing if
this Neon wall is like
aggression this time, just taking the fight straight against those.
Very important on A.
And let's see if
because this, in my opinion, should work from G2 though. No? The aggro door double swing. Yeah. Whoa, that stun though. That stun from Rafa kind of messed that up because I thought they were both going to go aggro from door, but the stun hit Omen, and then Valen was getting out of there, and Jonah P was running forwards.
Yeah.
Kind of on a different page there, I feel like. Or maybe the stun came in and he just thought he couldn't, but...
Looked a bit not coordinated.
Yeah.
LEV taking all the C-mount space, no reason for the G2 members not to double up here. I think if they
a Requiem Veil, thank you so much for the gifted, dude. I appreciate you doing that. Dude, Furia disciplined as well. I'm liking this. How does sound? Wait for them to just do anything. Wait for them to push.
Yeah, you spot 2,
wait for the recharge of Fade Eye.
Time is of the essence. Util all goes up though as they're trying to take the refight there. It's a bit of mis-coordination, communication there.
Yeah, use the Fade Eye to clear. Wait, okay, yeah. Fade Eye to clear door as well. Now you got the stun to head over towards site. They got no Prowler to get through the smoke.
It's fine. Leaf is gonna die, I think.
Utility still on the play.
Oh, he's not pushing.
And this fault line's gonna come out. You have the breach key as well. And he can be the
look at how patient he is holding Cliff.
Yeah. Impressive.
Here with Khalil being dropped as well. A bit of spam straight into the smoke. This is good from G2. It's what they needed in the moment here. It's uncomfortable.
Okay, that's the one, right?
Seconds remaining. An attempt to clear this guy. Pesky problem. The Valen is. This is it. It's desperation.
Hey, what though? He's doing good damage.
To play his life, and it's a round.
Like the damage at the end here is giant.
But finally, under the belt.
And it's
Yeah, to imagine Furia win this and fully reset them. There's 4 people that have to rebuy, 4 people that can't buy next with the 1-9 loss bonus if they do lose.
So much time on that clock.
That might be out though around.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be against it.
Maybe now confidence getting back into their hands. I mean, he's even shocked that they won around, which is craziness.
1-2.
The IGL stepping up huge for G2.
I mean, they were scared of it as well. They opt for a Guardian Judge to make sure that we can have a couple more heavies. But there's still 2 people that could get one shot, and that's what you were talking about earlier over towards C. Just feeling rough. Just trying to get info.
That's very interesting too, because now
Thank God he went for the Judge heavy armor.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people there that would buy just rifle, light armor, and they're done.
It's not going to be the case. It's going to be a fight towards this A side of the map. A lot of util being exchanged. The tangle out towards it. It's a good flash as well, though. Valen set up nicely. Nearsighted, stun at your feet.
Yeah, Clove might just walk into B here.
It's getting a bit awkward, but still G2 maintaining
big
control and watchful positions and a watchful eye of Jorg.
Can't even blame Heat for this.
He's been slipping into all sorts of gaps, and they double hold this one all the way up. One left to stand. It's just Prize up against it. Rattling off these shots, but yeah, making a nice and awkward. Trent is not far behind.
Sure, let's see how many they can end it with.
Second one up, building it up, and if they get 4,
LEV is stuck with the Judge.
There's potential here for G2. You think it might be enough? Yeah, it's doable. Attack side, Lotus. You know, you have the double controller. You can, you know, manipulate rotations like Valen likes to do. But this time, again, ready for everything. Yeah, the Heat's not
the thing is, if you do get 4, nothing bad.
Yeah. Especially considering the start, yeah. You got a bit of momentum as well.
Like, this map is so attack-sided at the moment.
Wait, how's Ascent been playing out? Is it really defense-sided now? Just because of the tail stuff?
It's less. No, it's less defense-sided. Because of B lobby.
Yeah, because people are B spamming?
A lot more of these fights that are occurring.
No, but from my perspective, B main became a regular map area, like on any map, right? You can take it, you can retake it, you can go fast, you can go slow.
That's the
You
reason
can reclear it, whatever.
Yeah.
Before it was just I don't know. On attack it was so hard because every time there is a node, every single time.
Yeah.
And you just get random damage or whatever. Now you can just take it, slow down. It's hard to retake without proper util. You can't just bump, so I think that's why it's more attack-sided now.
I mean, I'm remembering casting in Shanghai a 10-2 comeback.
Like it's not like kind of before was like either rush B
win it out,
or like you kind of don't touch it too much.
Yeah.
You wouldn't like to sit behind a wooden box and like hold
no,
B main push.
You can't feel comfy just sitting around
there.
Yeah,
exactly.
Furia.
And for Thea, I mean, not that many people play Thea on Ascent, at least in Europe.
Really?
And some do, of course. We also tried. It's cool. Like, it's as an any map, it's cool.
The feeder Trent, he's under a lot of pressure. Can't quite win that fight out as well. Dodging and juking most of the util, that is just instinctual.
But what I can say, there is so much more like different comps. Like no, not just meta comp.
No, I agree.
People try Deadlock, people try Yoru.
I was speaking about this a little bit on stream. It's like, first you got Waylay that people might try. Then you got like 4. I feel like there's like 4 broken agents at the moment. And then maybe you could put Yoru in there also, and be 5, which means that there's loads of comps that you could use at the moment. And then you have like meta comp anyway. Great timing from Heat here.
I mean, they'll still win the round.
He wants to try and take this fight out.
Yeah, the pressure's just too much, right? Still got stun, no moon flash.
You guys with 1 HP.
Whoa.
Okay,
Dude, do you know what? I see this so much. I'm gonna talk about it in a little bit. I see like people in tree opening the door and it like really messing them up.
Just the numbers game at that point for Furia.
It's really annoying.
I mean,
like I feel like when I feel like sometimes you don't want to open that door when you're just like holding it.
I mean, you could just shoot it anywhere in that smoke. You know you're gonna connect on somebody.
It's like my pet peeve at the moment, like teams that are just holding tree but then they open the door. I know it creates a lot of pressure, but it just takes so long that you're just full focusing for so long that you lose your crossfire.
is
in
the
again.
focus.
Yeah. This is the focus. Salvo's fault line committed as util though, saved up into
Dude,
the back pockets of
it's
these G2
9-2.
players.
Okay, this is what
Spy drone off and around to the
I
side.
think G2 should have done more, like, retaking rubble instead of fighting game. But, okay, looks like they will not.
Forget about a util, guns in hand, just try and make the most of it.
Damn, dude, that's lovely from Valen. Lovely, lovely.
To step up.
It's a strong hold with that Viper
I
Wars
love
on.
the reactive utility as well from Jonah P right there.
They have a
That fault line coming
flashback.
through. Yeah, Valen didn't need it.
From
But
champs,
this is what
was
we know
Smoggy.
G2 to be.
Yeah, yeah.
Multiple
against
steps
us.
I think that's
in their
right.
protocols. I think he actually caught a
The
glimpse
Smoggy was a Chichu.
of Trent there.
Oh,
on
maybe
fallback.
Chichu.
Yeah,
Maybe
I think it was Chichu.
I mean, a 2v5 would be ridiculous to close out the half.
Ginger Joe with the tier 1, thank you
Such a
so much,
tough
bro.
ask.
Appreciate you. Thank you for that.
See if anybody gives him a 1v1.
Yeah, it's looking unlikely though.
The spike's so far away now. I mean, I think Jaw also saw him on a jiggle as well.
Okay, 2 is not
Yeah,
enough.
Valen,
Oh no,
IGL,
it's gonna
he's
be
been
3.
stepping up huge.
Yeah, it's gonna be
in these
free. It's
rounds.
free
I mean,
enough.
He was negative, I think, 6 or 7 at one point. Now he's 11 and 11 on the scoreboard.
Potential ace on the cards as well if you can
I
find
don't
this
know.
one. Hunting.
Oh, he's got it.
Sniffing out
You're playing it
heat.
safe.
Caught the timing as well. Back to the wall. There it is.
The thing is,
High by power ace
Lotus
here.
double smoke is actually very
Give
strong.
away $100 in right.
Yeah,
50
no,
gift
I agree,
cards
dude. And it was
$100
one of
back
those
roll
where
to
I was
every
like,
single ace. Make sure you follow
no
High by
Sentinel,
Power
like
on
info
socials.
Sentinel, this shouldn't work.
Lock your
Then I
ace.
see EDG play and I'm like, okay, like kinda
Valen, he
actually
stepped up, he
makes
stopped
a
the
lot of
bleeding.
sense.
Who other
I
than
do
the
think that
IGL who wants it the most?
I think
Now,
that the
GT, they
C
still have a
player
chance,
has
but
to
a
be a
lot is gonna be
beast.
riding on that
But I
pistol
think it
round.
is
And
good.
Fury, with the way that they've been looking mechanically in this series so far,
Like
I
you
think
have
it
to
pose some
put
big
so much
problems.
trust in them.
If they come into
I
this
think
one
people
well prepped as
don't
well.
play it
Round 13
because
that all eyes are
it's
on,
so
and
easy
you'll be
to break
finding out just
util.
how they handle it.
Like on B, it's so easy to break any cipher trap, killjoy to ret or bait the wall. On C, it's so easy to bait the wall with the lurk smoke that you put on top of the ledge.
Yeah.
I mean, any torrents can be missile.
Will pay off your
I don't know, like, it feels like when you play Sentinel,
that's a value of up to $1,600
half of attacks focus
only
is
on Verizon.
just on your util.
Yeah.
And then you're, at the end of the round, you're stuck like with one wise flash, you know?
I still think Vice is strong though.
Yeah, of course.
I would not like
No,
to
that's
be
just bullshit, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Vice.
I mean,
Super
the
strong.
wine specifically. Everything else is okay,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
but wines are.
You need it needs to be like a. You need to be able to disrespect it, and you just can't.
Yeah, that's what I thought in the beginning. I was like, just run through the wine flow. But you
No,
can't.
yeah, bro. You're like 100 HP later. You're like, well, that wasn't worth it. You end up just being one shot every single time you like disrespect it. I think they need to just change that. They even need to change it or change the time of it.
But your Omen is a good counter for it. I mean, like TPing through is a big thing because usually the way teams play, they value the wine so much that, you know, it's not like they play with the wine and like 2 people on site usually. They're like, you know, okay, while the wine is still up, like it's quite safe, like we leave one guy or something, and then suddenly 2 people TP through, and the rotations that are supposed to just hold the wine, they actually need to worry about 2 people on site.
Yeah, I get you. You can actually just like use it against teams.
Yeah,
They're so used to having the stopping power.
And it feels safe. I mean, of course, like, after you abuse it a bit and they adapt.
This pistol round win is
it's
so
always that
massive
game,
for
but,
them
yeah.
to close out their first map.
You could definitely do like a
this
couple
year's VCT.
like comps that work
Right
well
now,
against the
with this
Vice,
composition of
like kind of what
G2,
you're saying. We have
they're
like a
gonna play
double
this slow
dive,
approach a lot,
a
try to
double
understand
dive with
where
Omen, so
Fury
you
are
always have
likely
like
to
3
use that
people
breach
in front of
utility,
it.
Where that neon might be. LEV.
I don't know if it would be worth, but
The sole person holding all this
Wimmler with the
space
Prime,
side A,
thank you for the
there's
13
3
months, and
that are looking to get active from the side of
Milanista
Furia.
as well with the Prime, thank you for the 2
if
months.
G2 even make an inkling of sound towards the C mound, I think you're going to see a fast speed up from the side of Fury to get a quick flank. Fault line does come out to take all that C mount control, but look, it looks like G2 are so scared of a trap play.
If G2 win the pistol, they win the map.
As you mentioned,
Okay, I like the confidence. It feels like it will be close if they win the pistol. I don't have as much confidence as you. I just feel like Fury are playing well together as well, which makes me...
They're also shooting.
Yeah, that's true.
Now an explosion of util to make sure they can clear up a rubble, take control of it. Had a 40-second
Like, I
mark.
just liked how well they were playing together.
Furia have done
Dude,
their
I've
homework.
never seen
They
a
out so much of that
team use
utility.
this Viper smoke.
And now they get to go second.
Same.
Delaying even further. I mean, that time is running down
Yeah.
low. 30 seconds. It will be a pivot towards this B
I mean, they're gonna get 5
for the
retake.
side of G2. A good call,
G2
but is
and pistol.
Rafa going to use his utility here to delay for long enough to
Slows it
flood
down.
in?
Yeah, definitely slows it down. It catches a bullet into the
Okay,
head.
so in my opinion, this
the
is a
process,
lot
but
down
they're gonna be
to
able to get a plant
Clove and a
There's
lot
enough
down
time
to
onto the
Leaf.
clock for this one, and Cole has made a step forwards as well. Take control of a bit of these avenues out towards B, make it a bit less uncomfortable here for G2. Paranoia is primed. Valiant is holding this one ready. And
The
as soon as they see
great
it,
flashes
fly
they
forwards
wanted
and
to go
Jordan,
in.
He bites, pounces straight onto his prey, and this guy is
So me here
now
personally,
unleashed.
Clove misplayed.
Every position accounted for.
That was like my main
So
thing
just
there.
tossing
I
it
feel
back
like
in.
there had to be pressure here.
Hold on. Main needs to be accounted for. Being cleaned up ever so slightly, but Price has got a hell of a task still yet to do. It's a 1v2. And he doesn't know where these players are at all. Joey wants to take
Okay,
that point,
dude, this
take
is
that
game on.
contact, and a pistol round win now.
For sure, game
for
on.
G2.
1-1 for the Pistols.
I got a little bit scared for G2 in this moment. I think that the
Yeah,
way that
I just
Furia
think the Clove
approached it,
needs to
basically
create
just
pressure
not
on
biting into all that C
They're
mount
going all
utility
the
used
way
by G2
around
to
for the
take that
latest
space
lap.
He just
and
takes
stay
too
on
long.
this A stack.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought they painted the picture perfectly in their head, but the proactivity
The funny
and
thing
the
is,
post-plant
with
is
this
what the
Lotus,
difference
what
maker
G2 did,
was. Jogamo
they
getting
waited,
really active
took
in
C
this round
control,
with
then
that
they
utility.
pushed the
Once
A
they
back
take
and went to
control
the
of
B
all that
split.
water
Yep.
space,
You
saw
can play
Valen
12
primed
rounds
and ready
like
with that
Yeah.
paranoia to set up Jogamo.
And it
if
would
he starts
work
getting
most
on
of
a
the
heater
time.
right now,
I mean, depends on the
I mean,
retake after
he's
plants.
one of the best duelists in the world.
But they will probably get on site like most of the
Will
rounds.
be
Yeah, for
a
sure.
default here. Another
the stack.
4-1.
Yeah.
Blub,
Four players of Fury,
7-9.
so some level of
795
danger.
with the prime. Thank you for the 5 months, dude. Thank you,
G2
thank
are
you.
gonna hope to sniff out
9 is
some,
all
but
they
they're not making
get.
any noise. They're worried, of
Let's
course,
see how
about
clean they can keep
potential
this,
trap
because
plays. There's a lot of
they buy
utility
maybe
here now
one
with this
gun more
composition.
than most teams do,
This is the cool
so
thing about the Euro,
they're allowed
right?
one
Like, so you
death.
can bait out stacks like this with your clone, with the fact that you can use your TP.
No stingers.
Statecrash fades.
No stingers. They wanted to try and have that good buy for the next.
Is that paranoia?
Yeah, pulls it all the way
Oof.
out, and there it is, straight onto the ankle.
Bro.
And that's how you
Yeah. Making it look easy. Throw the... Oh, don't even need to throw it over. There's just an orb to pick up. Your orb for the next big buy round. It might snowball them back.
You cannot count a team like G2 out. You already know they're going to be cooking up all sorts of ideas for their bonus round on how to use the dimensional drift. Get the most out of it for the next.
Oh yeah, which strat are they going to pick out of the big playbook that they have? I mean, it could be any single one of them. That's how.
So
deep
when
their
you do your
strat
coach
book runs.
potatoes, you cook some ultimate rounds, right?
And
Yeah, of course.
what a good default from
Do you like to
G2.
do stuff
I
with
mean,
Omen
we,
ult?
we set it up perfectly.
Yeah,
They
me
needed to
personally,
sniff
yeah.
out if there was
So,
a stack. I mean, and there was.
Maybe not for Coach Potatoes.
just
I'm not
holding
sure
his
we've
ground,
ever
holding
had.
his angle with
Normally
that
we'll like
Guardian.
still stuff. But
Hitting
when I was
every
in a
single
team, I
shot.
would always have eco,
Now it
like
just
low
feels
buy
almost
strat,
like
or like actual
Furia
set
on the back
buy
foot.
round
It
strat.
feels like there's been
for
complete
Verminal.
control over the entire map.
Not
for
always
Sentinels
on
in these last
defense,
two
like I
rounds.
won't
Yeah,
have
it's
two,
still
but
early
we'll
in
normally
this
have like
half.
something on defense. Like recently we did
Furia
we
starts
did
to
a
get
Haven and
active,
we'll do like, you know,
and
the
G2 win
4-person push over
based
towards
off
A
of
on
that. I
defense
mean,
Haven,
you're
then
running
you
dry
like have the
when you
option
do
of
this
fast
map out.
rotate over towards C
Yeah.
with TP.
And it feels
I
a
think
little
Omen ult
bit
is a bit
We're talking
underrated.
about this as a concept when it's 9
Dude,
to 5.
crazy
I
underrated.
think we would be talking about, you know, Fury.
And I'm
okay,
telling you,
well,
an
G2's in
Omen,
trouble, but the
an
trouble
Omen
is the caliber of
attack
G2.
judge
We're
round
glazing
is
sesh, aren't
crazy
we? Because
underrated.
We've seen what this team can do in
Like
the
where
past.
you commit, you have a smoke and they have to like go hunt you, or you have a free sight. Like you trade so much. Like even just like top C here, like they have to hunt for you if you have an Omen ult, and then you have a judge, and then you can flash for your team if they don't go for you, or you literally just win the 1v1 if they go for you.
And there is a downside of these rounds because you are taking away smokes from your team.
Sure.
And they need to figure out the round.
Yeah.
I do like the close smoke.
But that's, I mean, you kind of committed all in.
To delay that C mount control, but there's that dimensional drift that you were speaking about. I mean, this is getting so much info.
It is. It's cleared the way all the way out through C mount. He's gonna look to see if he can avoid
Okay,
it.
here comes the
Another
snowballs.
5v5
Free sight, 5v5 retakes, and G2 won none of these.
He flashed
So,
on top of it. Here's the plan
let's
from
see if
Joe.
Fury
Oh,
can
even
win.
a good plant.
He's got it onto the corner, so the spam's not hitting. But Fury
Good
do have
plant
five
with a
alive, ready to
Teo
set
and a
up now.
Breach.
I don't know how you win
Devastating. Yeah, I know it's devastating.
You just don't.
I mean, now we get to see.
Like they clear this, they go
Fury good in the
slow,
retake.
but honestly,
Do they have
they need to be in
correct set
sight within the
protocol,
next 5
correct set
seconds.
utility to flush all these players out that are in mount.
It's good that they're opening the door.
Yeah, knowing that it's a good plant and there'll be heavy mount.
Target practice.
Yeah, but
Wide here, but a double face.
the thing is,
Into the back of the site. Still, time is ticking.
G2 have 4 people to buy time, and Trent just wins the round by himself.
Winners gunplay.
Look, like they all die, but it doesn't matter.
Ripping him a new one, but still he just can't quite do it, man. He did manage to get half.
Oh, smoke.
Win con prize with the tap. But Trent.
That was way too close by
I
the
know, I was going to say that actually ended up being pretty impressive. Dude, and he went down at the end.
Just too much utility. I mean, this is the benefit of running the
It's
Yoru.
pretty
When
unreal.
you use his ultimate, you get the site for free.
Yeah, if they
didn't have
weren't
to
so
invest
ready for
anything else
door
into that,
being
put
open and
everything
having
for
like
the
2 people
post
there,
one. And at
honestly,
the pace
they
that
had this
Fury were doing
retake.
that retake,
It was kind of nice. Clear close B into the open of the door. Like I liked, I still liked it.
Okay, the shots were crazy.
How long they took to actually get into that
Mr.
retake.
Havoc.
No, it was way too slow.
Nice, boys.
If you're Furia, you're gonna have to do a fast flood.
What are they doing opening the door on me?
The confidence is back in
That's
the hands
so
of
good.
Leaf and the rest of G2 as they take a little bit more space here at that A site. That Viper wall can cut off so much to safely want you to.
Kexi Val, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you.
I'm into the box. Wait up. Okay, I'm into
And
late
gets out of there
retire.
as well.
That's what you were talking about earlier when you played a Yoru. You're afforded the ability to play forwards, straight back to safety.
Big Jewel on B at the
Even those
moment.
tail missiles
Priest is
like
on
that
it.
right there.
Oh my
Oh, that's a nasty
god,
one.
bro.
Okay.
I don't know how he did that.
No, I started
Are
learning
you
to
kidding
camp.
me?
Don't
I was
worry.
literally
It's the
gonna
best gun in
ask
the
you how
game.
your stinger is.
Apparently.
I'm
With the
playing
evening
DMs
of
with it.
numbers right
It's
there,
so
it kinda
fun.
feels
Yeah,
like
no,
you're
I
smothered
respect
for
that, man.
G2.
I
You
used to
kinda
make
have
like
send it in.
Yumpy
That's
do
why
this
you see
with
rotations
guns.
on the minimap right now from Furia.
It helps so
It's gonna be a
much though,
stack
right?
here.
Yeah, for sure. Like
A lot is gonna ride on Leaf in this moment.
before, I would buy it occasionally, and it would feel like, I don't know, like alien gun for me. But now, after you play it a lot, it's so OP, honestly.
It's so strong. Yeah, no, it melts people.
Trent still needs to get this plan down. Squared up to the fight. Heat. He's got to do it all with
It's
just a
a
bucket and a
rough one for
classic
Heat.
in the hand.
Gotta wait for the plants. There's only one jewel in you.
Potentially doable. Takes the swing, takes
You
the
know it's
fight. They know
done.
exactly where he is though, and Leaf. That is pure composure.
Yeah, once we jump down,
Rifle in hand. Swatting
no
away
way back.
Furia players.
Bira, thank you
And
for the
if
prime
Leaf
as well,
gets
bro.
taken
Thank
down
you for
there
the
early
11
on by
months.
somebody
Thank you,
in that
thank
broken
you.
door area or somebody flanking, I mean, that
Leaf?
is
Yeah,
not
there's a
able to
lovely run
happen.
from Leaf.
The fact that he's the sole guy running through main,
I wanna
while
see
everybody else
some
is going
push
through
from
door, is what
Furia
gets him
and
these free kills to get the
Like
trades
some
on
neon
site
push.
that were necessary to close out this round.
Yeah.
I mean, just protecting the spike planner as well in this moment. A huge step
So
up.
push out C maybe with
Back-to-back
Omen TP then
impactful
flash.
rounds for Leaf.
Back into the corner.
Yeah.
And it's the last time out now from the side of Furia. Nothing really working for them. Yeah, they found Valen in that moment.
I have Claw on
That's
A
kind of
on
like a
some
one-off kill, I
stupid
feel
off
like. I feel
angle,
like most of the time,
playing
G2
into
would have been
reaction,
favored. Valen would have been favored in that exchange.
getting a
so
kill, dying.
This is the
something like that. I don't know.
comeback. It is. I mean, this is tough now for Furia.
The thing is,
All
like,
of a sudden,
Lotus defense is such a
you were up,
hard
what,
thing.
8-0 at one point or 8-8?
Yeah.
The score is now 9-7, Bren.
No, it really is.
now in your
Especially,
brain,
do you know what really
you just feel
sucks
like you
on
can't do anything
Lotus?
right.
It's like
String of rounds.
if
This is the
you
most important one
lose
here for
your
Furia.
aggro A, or like you
Investment
can't
with the
hold
buy.
their
What
aggro
can you
A,
really do, though? Are
it
you
just
gonna,
feels
you know, try to change the
horrible.
pace, try to just full run it down against G2? You can't
Yeah.
really do that because they
Like,
have
it just feels
protocols in
And
awful.
place
if
for
you're
that.
losing
We've already
aggro
seen
A,
that.
you have
That was
a
the tail
option
missiles
of
that I was
retaking
talking
A.
about
Depends on
earlier
your
the
comp.
top of the door.
But I mean,
Trent
Neon
had a
Breach is
protocol for the tap of the
okay.
door. I mean, might. I mean, come on.
I mean,
Like,
not
ridiculous.
what are we
that strong,
talking
I
about
guess.
here?
I mean,
But yeah, like, if you can't hold A and you can't retake A, then it's, I don't know what you do.
Yeah, yeah. I
It's
feel
very
like
good
the
shots.
late
Potentially
rubble
looks
fight with
like in
double
terms of the
smokes
stack of
must be
bodies.
okay.
Doubled up out towards C mount.
If it was Astra, yeah.
One way in their face,
But
Okay, yeah. But I think the
Flashes.
smoke on the end
Straight up
of this
G2
is like
for
really
disrespect.
strong on the end of rubble.
Strong he's straight back to safety.
Yeah,
It does mean that you
Like,
just
can cook.
get rid of one
Full
angle.
of util,
Yeah, you can cook for sure.
forcing Furia to reveal their hands in a defensive setup.
Yeah,
But
big
guess
changer
what?
from
We're gonna get
Furia.
another
Aggro over towards C.
And now all you really
What's their
have
money like?
to
I mean,
use
their
on
loss
that
bonus is so
retake
high that they can buy next.
that Fade ultimate, like you said. So a great bait out of utility from the side of G2. The Yoru and the Omen,
Re-clear
there's
over
so much value
towards
there in that
A. So, I
scenario.
mean, this
They
is still
wanna
nice from
double dip back
G2,
into
right? They
this.
realize they're fighting over towards C. They weren't in
Havoc, he has a
position with
buff.
too much map control, so decide to get over
Now
towards
they will
A.
retake C and whatever is back to 0 map control.
Here from Havoc
Yeah.
would really do them wonders.
At least they have me.
So much to account for though, and there it is.
They're
Clone over the top as well. He's
like
getting a
a
bit
clone
flustered.
jump scare.
Has to respect that space and give it up here with 45 seconds left.
But now G2 just open door and there is no
Off
B
the
left.
side.
But doesn't look like they will open door.
Go back over towards
Okay,
A.
they leave 2 over towards C to
think it
C
was
fake,
hurt.
and then they're gonna walk over towards A.
He for sure heard some running back, but I mean, everyone's still here stacked at C.
Dude, 4 pass and stack, it's gonna work well. Time's gonna be crazy low. Let's see what Khalil can do. It's gonna get to like 15 seconds when they actually push the side itself. A really good Omen flash, hit free. Yeah, 15 seconds hitting
So
sight.
close.
Fade or hits 1, 2, 3, 4.
They can put a stop to this here and now, but it comes down to the shots, comes down to that firepower. G2 though, still
Wait, what a kill from Leaf. Might have saved him. He's gotta do more. Guy, he's so good, bro.
In and out into that 1v1. Him versus Heat. Steps himself in. Decay kicking in. And he's got to try and
He also
set this
has-
guy out
oh, he
entirely.
has no
but
money,
Leaf is already
okay.
back to safety. Drops his way back. So
Right, can't win
much
this
to
if you
clear.
hate.
It's a game of timings and Heat is not favoured.
Dude, it's also just an incredible ult, by the way.
Time's still ticking.
Like,
Yeah.
he's gone to ult in the moment, and it's just.
Oh my.
But maintains that composure.
Damn, he has so much time.
More than enough time to get
Respect,
it done.
dudes. Respect.
1 HP the entire way
But this was
through
a
that
very good
Viper
round by
sprint.
Furia.
But this might be
Yeah,
the
yeah,
power
yeah.
He
glove that
almost
Fury
rotated in
needed.
time,
This
like
is why they're
1 more
putting heat on
second,
this
2
character.
more
It's
seconds.
because he
and-
can play like a duelist. He can
And if
clutch
they had
rounds out
breach
like
after
this
shot,
for you.
they
And,
just
I
win the
mean,
round.
Leaf,
Because
he's had
Yeah,
so
yeah.
much impact in the last 3 rounds. But what
Do you
more
think
can he do? It
Leaf
has
should
to more
be
players stepping up to the plate
spamming
for him in
here
this
instead
moment.
of how he played it?
The time ran
The
down
time being
way
this
too
low.
for G2 to get comfortable on this site. And Prize, the
Like, I
newcomer
feel
to
like he
Fury
should
roster,
never
I
push
guess.
that smoke.
He's looked great
Like, I would
so far.
always,
That transfer,
you would always wait.
I didn't know he was this mechanically
Like, you would
talented
always
when
wait
I was
5
watching
seconds
him
and just spam,
play on
I feel
2G.
like.
No.
I don't
He
know.
only needs 1 bullet.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Viper ult, you know he's gonna be 1
Everyone talking
HP.
about it. Big shoes to fill, but so far
But I can say,
stepping up.
since the pinks were removed,
Heroics at G2.
It's a lot
you have
harder.
like 0
Yeah,
confidence.
yeah. No, it's
Maybe
true,
like-
it's
the
true.
G2 were just accruing up.
And he did
Like,
so
you're
well to get
questioning
into this
yourself
position.
so much, like,
Playing so,
are you hitting
so on
it?
the
I
edge
don't
here
know.
at this mid
Yeah.
door. I mean, look at how aggressive
Yeah, I
he's
hate to
playing.
like criticize
Another
people that
big
like do
utility
so
from
good to
G2.
get into that position in the
This
first
time,
place
nobody
as
taking any
well.
chip damage whatsoever. But already look at the mini
I do
map.
think he spammed that.
Players on Fury are moving towards that
Yeah,
A
another
side.
really good
Everything that
round by
G2 has
Furia.
shown
Like,
so far has been
G2
like the
used
previous
the
round.
util on C, they
Are they
retook
going to
it,
use that to their advantage?
and now they have all the
Going
info.
straight in there, man.
You missed him.
Oh, he missed
Wait,
the
they
corner
didn't see
there.
him.
He's gonna be spotting
Wait,
this at least.
he thinks he saw him.
From the UI,
I mean, he doesn't know, right? He just
Yeah,
sees
yeah,
the,
yeah, yeah.
the blue thing.
Because you just get told that he's around you. Man, Leaf is playing great.
That's a full access. Open side, open plant now on towards A for G2. With player advantage.
Okay,
it just
definitely got to
keeps
start
building up.
writing the loss bonus here because I think they
So
have to
sharp
save
on this
this.
site. And the post
Yeah,
plan just
100%.
feels like it's just going to be too clean.
It's taken over.
Yeah, I think you just go for a save
Don't
right
do
now
it.
if you're Fury.
Don't
If
do
you
it.
want to try to get some exits, maybe, but if you look at the money, I mean, you don't have any at
No.
this point. The rounds have been very
Guys,
close.
please.
I mean, if he saved that gun, maybe he could have bought for somebody, but he takes the fight anyway.
Yeah, feeling a little bit too antsy there. I know he won that 1v1. He
Valorant
feels
has
hot,
so
he
much to
wants
learn
it,
from CS in terms of saving.
But he's gonna
Oh
wish he would've had
yeah,
that future
yeah.
round, maybe.
Discipline in
Would've had
general
something going
levels.
for him.
It's a little bit weird, but
And
it's
G2,
a little
I
bit
mean,
different because of economy.
yeah,
I think
they're
sometimes you
willing to
should
hunt for this.
maybe going
Got that
for
spike
it
planted with
in
so
more
much
than CS
time
just
left in the
because of
round.
like
Yeah,
the
of
harsh
course.
reset,
Doesn't look like
not
they're
like
actually
the
gonna be any
one
players
down,
here
etc.
from the
But
side of Fury,
I
but
agree. It's a,
good
like
answer
a
back. Another
it's like
I mean, like,
a
more
20% of where it should be.
Like the discipline part, like,
Yes. Yeah.
like, you know, when you're saving, you're saving. You're not like, oh, I'm holding an exit, like,
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
saving.
15 and 12 for him.
You're saving, and then you're
Getting
just
so
straight
many
up
back
in
for 1v1
positions to
kills to
punish if
open
anyone
up.
even
Not just
wants
that,
to dare kind of.
Leafs lurks as
punchy.
well. He's
Yep.
constantly getting control of deep
Hello,
A
Yampy.
main
How we doing?
with no reclick
The
from
Soka, thank you so
Furia,
much for the
and
tier
Furia
1.
don't
Thank you
have
for the 5
timeouts
months.
to
Thank you,
identify
thank
this
you.
to try and reflect and think about it.
Imagine
But it's
playing
been the number one
CS,
thing
Yampy
causing them
says.
issues. And here's a turn of events though. Going for the A rubble fight.
That's the game that
It's
made
because
you,
of what you said,
Yampy.
he's getting too much value. They have to deny it now. But now G2 have the option to speed up C if they wish.
Spotting it. Not a huge amount of util thrown out, but he sees
No,
Havoc taking
playing
the
CS back
contact
then is all good. Playing
forward,
CS
so
now
G2
is XD.
They don't call for a fast pivot to try and
It's
take control over towards
I
C.
played a bit of CS
That
too.
close smoke
It's
delayed that.
They're taking a lot from Valorant, man.
But
You can
again,
run and gun a
players to
lot,
the
and the
approach of
guns aren't
G2's attack,
balanced,
I
in my
mean,
opinion.
utility being held out. No one's up close that they saw jump.
No idea. I haven't played them.
Yeah, I'm playing. The guns, the running gun's crazy in that game.
I saw some Twitter clips. And it looked, I don't know. I saw like Deagle running.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy. I tell you what, though, I'm jealous of their maps.
For sure. Like, the afterplan positions, you just sit in corners and it works. Like, you have positions, like real positions to do.
Yeah.
Like, the afterplan and the defending side as well. Here, I don't know, you cannot play sides. Like, at least 70% of sides you would rather play offside.
Fake A with the ult, dude, that is the one kill. We definitely gotta keep an eye on Heat at the moment, because Heat is here really early, and the Euro takes the TP. Oh my goodness, by the way. Ended up being a 50-50. Jorgamo took the TP and caught out Heat, and I feel like that whole round is down to this duel, really. I mean, this duel or this duel, depending how you look at it.
That was the play from the start, the double lurk B. Valen walking in for free after.
This is a nice round from G2. Considering they lost one here, still had control of B, fake over towards A.
I mean, Prize is just going to hold on to this one for the next round. And even a Paradoia still in play. I mean, just
I'm feeling bad for Fury. It's not like they're doing anything wrong.
No, they're not playing bad at all. And like they've been changing up a good amount. It's still super winnable. It's just all that momentum's gone.
Even 10 to 10 on this map, a scenario that we really didn't expect. To be honest.
Okay, if you think about it, right? If it just was not Clove, but anyone else, literally anyone, Astra, Brim,
yeah,
wouldn't it be better?
If you don't have the confidence,
anyone. No, but that's, I mean, that's real, yeah. Confidence is the real thing, for sure.
I do think
macro-wise.
I do think the dead smokes are kind of legit as well. Like, especially in a world with no pings these days.
Will just disrespect it. Smoke drop down.
But I agree with you.
Still worried about the potential of a trap play.
It's hard to warrant.
This time though, Havoc is
like when you want side by side it. It's hard to warrant.
Take it one step further. It's a risky gambit to try and overfight.
So could utility use the reclear that close angle as well? And last time around when util was used like this from G2 Fury,
I don't know why I want Furia to win so much. I said I'm G2 fanboy now, but
this is underdogs, man. It's hard to not cheer for underdogs.
Especially when they started so well.
So well, yeah, and when they're playing actually so good. Like even this, man, like they lose B control, they late walk over towards C.
They're not giving up.
Yeah, it's good stun. They're super proactive, and like you have to be with this comp, but it's still good to see.
Full rotation, Trent has been lurking all the while.
Feels like this round is coming down to good breach ult from Rafa.
Blue room with the door open wide though.
This is a ball play from Khalil.
Try and make the most of it. Jorgamo just disrespected him. Running him down, shorty in hand. It's an Armageddon in through the back of the site. That will give them that peace of mind.
Oh, there's nothing to get off of that.
It doesn't deny the plan at all. G2 still into the post at this one. It's up to Fury to see if they can put the squeeze on. They've got a lot of positions.
Now with the good capitalize on the ult.
Stun or hit though.
Rafa's alone up through heaven. His flanking players got to do the work here. Layers down the full right to try and help them out. Catching these players, but still not catching it close to the corner.
I mean, surely you just stand it hit, like you have ult. Just
locking it down. It's a beautiful angle. Crosshair placements there. Bit of spam in order. Not dead yet. Right back into it, but dominating the angles into these smokes.
It's rough though, because Khalil's playing like Khalil's going for a hero playing a 5v4 and
definitely in control.
When you're the man, I just want them to play together there.
That ridiculous shot with the shorty in the smoke. I mean, how does
these rounds are so rough to watch where like you do all the hard work and then one person like will kind of just want to try and win the round on their own.
He's just him. Busting open the site. And now, it's an
like if they just survive.
Yeah.
A fight towards
their breach or
money.
Like it's like I don't think the play is that criminal, but it's criminal because you have breach or.
Like, go second.
It didn't look bad at all. But
Second wave of it. Go with a refire.
In hindsight,
it
was bad.
As well. Happy to plug Khalil straight out the picture.
Maybe some eco win?
His own hands, but he's being swung right from the side there. G2 not giving up this space so easily. The difficulty with it, as you mentioned at the beginning, just scraps to work with on the side of Furia.
And even the little things, right? Like Jonah P grabbing that orb, getting one step closer to that breach ultimate for the next gun round. No tides left unchecked. So patient with it. There's not much.
I mean, the Bucky can get some space.
Yeah, these smokes help you get closer. Maybe that Bucky and Stinger can
Yeah,
get a little
dude.
bit more value.
Honestly, the Bucky here, I'm like, maybe.
Firepower from the side of G2, they could just spray through these smokes if they wish.
They got salvos, they got a stun. Rafa's gonna be able to get half at least, but he's slow to a crawl and obliterated. Trying to make it
You
just
might
that
as well
much
go
more
for
winnable
that, I
heats.
feel like.
Left to do it all again with just nothing to work with. Just straight shots fired off. This is G2 taking the lead.
It's such a demoralizer after having such an incredible start.
They finally did it, huh?
Yeah.
And the way they went about it, just full composure.
What would you do if you were
away, still playing that reactive style.
With all the minimap knowledge?
I feel like they're playing so fine when they just have C control. I just think they need to just play together on A. Like I would love to kind of just see them do the full retake on A with everyone. Haven't seen it.
Yeah,
that's true.
Slow and steady, that cautious.
Every time somebody's dead.
Yeah.
Opt into flash again. It's dodged in time. I have a bit crosshair placement when he's trying to dodge and
Rough,
all those
man.
flashes coming his way.
Akileo has. Oh, okay.
Still containing Leaf. This guy has been a bit of a menace. So it evens it up. Nice 4v4.
Okay, at least
now a little bit smaller.
Love.
Side of G2.
I hate
Love,
but
trying to compensate,
at least the way he plays it is good. Like he's just fully holding B alone.
Yeah.
And giving smokes to teammates, so that is useful for sure. You could still do the same with Astra.
That's a lot of pressure. I mean, Prize just whiffs the seas as a result of it. Door open wide. That's Heat seeking to relieve that pressure. But it's been turned straight
Now
back
he's in a
at
position to
him.
smoke everywhere. Can't do that with Astra. It's still kind of doable because they might pivot into C and they won't expect him here.
Yeah, I don't think they will.
No way, how Jonah P won this duel.
He's moving like that.
That's a ridiculous one.
No man, I feel bad for Furia, dude.
And there was
I feel bad, but there's just too many little mistakes, like real small
idea where
ones.
these members are. There was a guy that just got taken out at C.
Do you know what? Do you know what this reeked of a little bit? You know when
complete
just wait.
control. Rafa's got to do a lot.
You maybe win this.
First obstacle removed. 2 more remaining. Clone in your face as well, blinds it up.
Yeah,
He's got
speed
no
up.
positioning, but Jogamo could be anywhere.
I mean, Jogamo is never gonna take
Well,
it.
spotted out, just baiting these shots out, and guess what? Shorty in hand.
You know, still no time. You know when you like want to win so bad that people end up just like making plays that maybe they shouldn't be doing, or just because they want to like close it out. Dude, it feels. I can just smell it in this game.
Just amazing play from Valid.
It feels like there's so many players where like people they really want to win, so the individuals are maybe just taking risks. Where I just feel like if they actually just fully played as a team, they probably win this.
And for example, that door opening, right? Like he opens it, he doesn't get the kill, and then gets stunned.
Yeah. Like especially if we look at both of those rounds, like Khalil, it's a play that's kind of fine, but at the same time, it's like, in my opinion, we have a breach ult too much. And then same thing with the door here. It's like everyone's trying their own little individual play just because they want to win so bad. But I just feel, this is what you wanted to see.
Yeah, exactly. I really wanted it way earlier, not gonna lie. Look, it's like the best they've been in. 2v2.
2v2, damage advantage.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no, Khalil. Oh, sorry, Heat even. Okay. I tell you what, you can't do that with Astra. Fast smoke down for cover. What I'm saying is with an Astra there, you were dead anyway.
Yeah, it's up
Ah,
to
it's so
Flow
devastating.
is better
We've seen
confirmed.
him do it before. He used to be Furia's shining star, getting tons of clutches on this.
A lot of
control
rounds
role.
were actually close. I'm not gonna lie. I don't
It's
know.
just gonna be
Oh,
so
for sure.
difficult
I'm feeling
with this
bad.
doubled up approach from the side of G2. Their post plants.
Look now,
have been
Clove
something
can
that they have
smoke. Let's see.
Been drilling for years.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Time
This round's the example that we needed. Rough, dude. Rough. Shout out to G2 for being able to do it. Leaf had a bit of a banger, to be fair. Valen was pretty pivotal in the defense rounds that they won as well. There was many of them. Hey, shout out to Fury though. I wasn't expecting it to be this
on the
close.
defensive side, they just got completely out macroed, and we're going to be going into Ascent, but after losing like that,
I'm wondering what's like this year's VCT Lotus win rates, like round win rates.
In what side?
Like, yeah.
The stats are out there somewhere.
We do have to highlight, I mean, some very
Popcorn Addict with the Prime, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you. Honestly, someone in chat will probably be able to find it.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what they cook.
Wait, running back is still alive.
Yeah, someone bought them.
Really?
Yeah.
We're going to be stepping away. When we come back, Ascent is going to be on the cards.
That's nice.
This is so close, and at least we get to see Ascent, chat. We haven't seen Ascent for a little bit. We saw it in China. Do you think Fury is the most improved team since kickoff? Let's wait a little bit. We watched like 10% of teams, man. What do you want me to say? We're one map in and we've seen 10% of teams. And they snowballed attack. Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit, right?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Cleans up in the end, G2.
O Havoc ainda tentou fazer o seu, puxou o míssil, arremessou, mas não acertou. No tiro ele buscou!
A 9-3 curse that turns into that G2 win of map 1. Joshua T, all good, all good. We got worried for a second, it was an 8-0, and we've seen G2 come back from disadvantages like this one in the past and international events and here in Americas. What are some of the things that you tell your team to make sure that you're able to recover this way?
Well, I mean, I didn't expect them to come out punching like that, and I'm glad we got tested this early in the series. It's just about keeping poise, confidence, and just relying on the fundamentals. We were making a lot of mental errors, I would say, in the first 8 rounds. And it's just making sure like we're sharp, and so it's nothing like without some pressure that like brings the boys into focus and start like really playing the game. So that was fun to watch. Hopefully we bring it to map 2.
Yeah, and that is a second map of Ascent that we haven't seen in a long time, and everybody's talking Waylay on Ascent. Is there any chance that we're gonna see that?
You're gonna see Waylay.
Actually, okay, that's a promise.
Yeah.
I hope it's real. Okay, we'll figure it out. Let's see.
Okay, the Waylay is hype, but we're going to talk about that in a second. I want to talk about the first 8 rounds that Josh was mentioning there, because it kind of is crazy how quickly a half can slip away when you're losing critical buy rounds, critical swing rounds. And I'm going to look at 3 here, starting with round number 3. Now, the first thing for G2 is I was really surprised with how they were playing, because usually this team, how they play around Jonah P is they hold on to his utility. Like that stun, he'll hold on to that reactively, use that a minute into a round. Instead, in these early rounds, G2 were using that very early on. You can see sort of up here on your mini-map, he's set up for a fault line going into the corner. That ability is already gone at the start of the round. And because Furia are seizing this space onto the B site so quickly, what it means is that G2 are without that critical ability for the retake. And they're going to come in flooding very heavily through Baby Door. Now, the rest of their team pretty far back, so it's all up to those 3 players to win this fight. And the first fight they take is going to be with some Jonah P utility, right? He's got the Breach Blast, he tosses a flash on up there, but a great counter flash on the opposite side means that this fight just ends up being a 1-for-1 for G2. And then we're at a situation where just a minute and 24 seconds into the round, Jonah P has 0 pieces of utility. From here on out, it is all gunplay, and this is where Furia, with a quad swing into this corner, absolutely rinsed G2. It falls apart in just a blink of an eye for them. So then we skip ahead to round 5. You know, they lose round 4. Now they've got another buy round here with the rifles, but again, they're using this fault line right off the rip. And look at the positioning on the minimap from Furia, right? They read this instantly and are adjusting by sprinting over, sprinting over into the seaside, right? Get a little bit fun there. But this is where I'm a little bit confused with what G2 was actually doing, right? Because they thrive in very controlled round states. They thrive when they can sort of set the pace, play planned retakes, and instead here, they go for 3 players moving in on the flank. And what this means is that the rest of their team is very weak, right? The map is getting flipped into them over towards their own spawn, and this 3 players going up on the flank here, well, they're not ready to clear away the Clove. Heat is lying in wait right here, gets the first kill, and even though he's eventually going to be traded out, he comes back on the res. And again, if you just look at how crazy the situation is on the minimap, you've got 3 isolated players of G2s. And again, G2 thrive when they're playing together. So, okay, they end up losing that round, it drips away from them, whatever. But that means it's now a 5-0. They're going to be forced onto an eco in the next. It's now a 6-0. Not so good. So we come into round 7, again a buy round for them, and again they actually won early on. So it's a 3v2 situation. They're geared up, primed for a retake once the smoke goes down, but their spacing is just ever so slightly off, right? Jonah P is out here on this initial angle with Giacomo holding with the operator to hit a player on mound. The problem is Trent is holding with the op, and now on paper, that's not a terrible idea, but the op is a one-shot, right? Jonah P is not. Trent needs to be out on this wide angle to deal with Rafa on the off angle to be able to trade out and win this fight, which he just isn't instantly able to do. This adds to time winding down. Jogmo's still got the operator going for the slow peek again against the off angle, and it also slips away due to time. It goes to show that how quickly it can rack up an 8-0 scoreline when these close rounds, when these swing rounds, when these buy rounds slip away at the end. We'll hear what Furia's coach has to say now.
Here with Coach Peo ahead of map 2, and that first one, you had a strong lead, you're not able to close it out, but going into map pick of Ascend, what are you going to do to make sure that the team takes the lead but also closes it out?
A gente escolheu o Ascent porque é mapa bem confortável nosso, desde sempre a gente é muito confortável, no Brasil a gente aplicava bastante eles. A gente está fazendo plano de jogo, executando bem, a gente saiu na frente no último mapa, a gente não conseguiu fechar infelizmente. Acho que é mapa que a gente tem bastante experiência para conseguir contornar as coisas e saírem do controle. Então eu tô confiante para esse segundo mapa.
Yeah, we picked Accent because it's a map we are very comfortable to play in. We got the leadership in the first map, but we let it slip. So for this map, we are way more prepared for take the leadership and take to the end.
All right, best of luck.
Thank
Thank you so much for that, Dryad. And we'll see if Furia can manage to pull off that map to win, because they got close. They got close. But before we talk about that real fast, so I want to take a little trip back down memory lane to, like, I don't know, 5 minutes ago. And when Josh RT talked about Waylay, hello, Waylay. Do you think we're being trolled, Mimi?
I really hope not. And I'm inclined to believe him and be a trusting person, but that also could go wrong.
I want to establish, if you lie to me, Josh, our relationship, tarnished forever. Just want to be very clear here.
I was looking at the tracker for Jojimo. He has had like 2 weeks since coming home from Masters Bangkok. Guess how many Waylay matches he's played?
Way too much.
Yeah, just a guess.
140. It gets 200.
Okay, 70. Not that. That's like 200 hours. There's not that many hours in 2 weeks.
No, he's got to have that winner's mindset.
I'm grinding this agent,
If that was me, it would have been 30.
Hello, Sliggy.
He's the best race player in terms of movement in VCT Americas. There's a new movement agent. There's no guy would be more excited to watch debut Waylay for Americas than
I thought I'm gonna hate this stunt again, but I don't know, the beat changes.
The changed a lot, right?
2 is going to be coming up right after this while these two continue to bicker. We'll see you on the other side.
I think it's also because I was never good on Odin on that map. So even in ranked, I would play Sova but not play Odin because, I don't know, I didn't feel it.
Yeah. It must be nice to play though. Like, just actually be able to chill and be main and not worry. Like in that little choke.
Yeah. It's not just that, because the good Odin players, they would farm you like in so many ways. Like,
oh no, yeah.
Not just that one thing, but like there is like more angles, and then even when you exit, like they would spam on good angles, or like play backside with pixel angles with Odin.
Yeah. You're going through stages of, I managed to get here without taking too much damage. Now I've managed to get this without taking too much damage. You get like 3 stages of trying to actually survive an Odin spam, essentially.
Yeah. String around. I mean, that has got to crumple your confidence if you're Furia coming into it.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you only won 1 round on your defensive side.
Yeah.
And it kind of feels like you.
I mean, I was abusing it myself on Lotus for
G2,
short time.
I mean,
the pixel angles with Odin, so.
I mean, it's strong.
I know how
dumb
it is.
It's
strong, but
it's so defensive
I don't know.
Even with the map change, it hasn't really done that
see
much
Yoru.
Experience in ranked. You still know what you're gonna get on this map of Ascent.
Is that a Viper?
Yeah.
It can't be a Viper.
Most people know how to play it as well. If you've got an acute eye as well, you might be able to spot some spoilers in terms of that agent select.
I think I saw Vice in G2.
And I'm so excited.
Yeah, G2 is.
The agent
oh, yeah, maybe it's a Vice.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, it's really.
Waylay, Teo, Omen, KO, Vice. Waylay, Teo, Omen.
50 hours upon release. I mean, he was just non-stop grinding it on his streams. He still is.
It's like
as a matter of fact.
Waylay instead of Jet, Teo instead of Sova, Vice instead of like Killjoy.
And this is like normal comp, and then you switch the Vice for the Killjoy and the Yoru for the Jet.
This can actually be played. So I'm very excited to see him on this character.
Double flash.
This is what makes G2 such a powerhouse.
Still the meta comp idea, just
is the fact that they
different
have really good
iterations, I guess.
Very creative.
Yeah.
I mean, the no Sova is
creating their own metas.
big
so, I mean,
change.
let's see how things are going to get here on this map of Ascent.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see
I agree.
Jogamo cook up.
I do think the Teo is very strong on this map.
Yeah. And something else to talk about
But
as well is
they maybe don't have the best of combo at LEV. But also, like, I do think Teo damage into a KO flash into a Waylay send might be pretty strong. Like, especially on defense strats. Like, you force them out into the open so you know they're gonna eat the flash. Then you're sending it. I'm expecting some nice strats from G2, to be honest. Or at least just like, maybe when you get onto defense, some iterations of Vision Striker stuff, yeah. Straight up B hit. Oh my goodness. Oh god, man, Jogamo has some good stuff. He can get out of there if he wants to. Yep, there we go. Gets the info, gets out of there. Team hasn't committed. No way, that's kind of nuts from Heat.
There was a succession there for Heat. Evens it out, 4v4, and this is a rapid play. No time to breathe, no time to even
What is going on? Every kill is a jumping classic.
Now we're setting up for the post plant right now. 4 members alive. That door
oh, there's so much damage done. 8, 20. Well, there goes the 20. 8 and 50 left. We've got 26 and 38 for Furia.
The G2 at least going to be able to set themselves up into the post now. doubled up into hell. Valen holding in through main, a lot of damage done to a multitude of them. Trent's they got 8 HP to work with.
Valen still has home on flash.
Players jump in, right click and see that they can get lucky with a stray shot on Khalil. One more bullet will do it. Fury need to hit some shots and they need it now. In through and wide. Rapper just not accounting for it. He with the peak. Khalil from the side leaves it down.
Valen's having to do so much.
With the damage done, you got to think Valen's favor.
Very nice from Valen. Man, Valen's having good back-to-back maps.
And granted here for G2. But my God, man.
2-1, right, for pistols?
If this is the type of ascent we're in for today, I'm all for it.
Yep.
I mean, the old meta is so dull, so boring. You already know what's going to be happening. The explosiveness that we just saw from both sides, honestly, even the retake
was a very nice
was
pistol.
looking pretty nice.
Yeah.
It's going to be an absolute bloodbath today on this map of Ascent.
But 5 classic armors was
some
crazy.
Creative things from the side of G2, that waylay going all the way to the market, recalling backwards while an A fake was, or while an A hit was
The jumping
through.
right click isn't the same mechanic,
very cool stuff
it's just so, it just, when you, like, you have that close duel and someone's got a ghost and you're just jumping, it's so hard to hit that headshot. And that, oh, okay, I don't know about forcing through that smoke here, but here we go.
Just trying to jump past and disrespect that one way. It's one way to do it.
With the jumping thing, the thing is, even if you hit the headshot, he still doesn't die. Because of armor, right?
From heat as well. I mean,
yeah, it depends on the depends on the distance.
Is he gonna play now that he's on?
No, I mean, like, if classic armor 125.
Oh, I see. You're talking about that. Yeah, that's true.
How is he gonna play this spice here? It looks like he's still playing
No, yeah, you gotta double him.
So he's gonna be disrespecting, taking
It's so strong.
positions.
I think he heard something. Yeah, he's got to get out of here. Wait for his team to rotate.
Luckily
On
for
the
G2,
drone,
they
he
did
has a
You
thorn
can-
in can.
Dude, did he get phones off in time? No.
On the side. Pete's going to be spotted out. You can follow the sound cues if you are Fury, but how do you disrespect the util? The answer is you don't really.
Can do it now, but it's too late.
One through the back of the side of T trying to take
That was such a good bait from him.
Oh my god,
my
what
God.
a round, dude. Get to the first kill on ATPs over towards B. Yeah, and the bait back aside. Tanking the stun, but at least just like the jump peak to take the distraction. Take the focus away.
Look at this.
This was troll, by the way, from...
To commit through the smoke, because, yeah.
He was the forefront
Yeah,
there,
it's
all the way back, buying enough time for his team to make
costly.
it there. That's a big
They got
round
3 gun upgrades, by the way. Their money's incredible. Dude, every single time Fury having a 6 start into the map.
So hard to do against a team like G2 who are so methodical in their approach.
Wait, did they buy 5?
all the way up, hasn't it?
Yeah.
No, Leaf didn't buy.
No, they did the 4.
Flash out towards A main Jogomo. Vacuums up
Oh, where is he walking? Howard?
Just spotting it, round to the side.
My guys are crazy confident against the ecos.
Oh no,
Dude, what are they doing?
1v1?
Oh my goodness.
No.
Honestly, I don't like it, but at least they did it in 2s. Like everyone had a buddy here.
They do not care that
But the spacing between the bodies was actually
worrying.
like, really
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, it's fine.
Still good.
I mean,
2 guns.
it's good for the confidence.
Yeah.
It's not stopping.
It's fighting everywhere.
Pangolin, thank you so much for the 5 months. Thank you for the prime. How are the games yesterday? The games weren't too bad. There was a lot of like one-sided maps, to be honest. The games weren't too bad. We learned a good amount about some of the teams for sure.
You will get punished, but the benefit of winning eco rounds like this is the fact that your economy can be so great. Look at Havoc already having an
Instantly
operator.
operator.
Dude, op already. 1 kill away from an ult as well.
Op is important.
Yeah, I guess that's the most common Vice Flash. Or he's pre-aiming.
A third member.
Dude, I mean, I love his confidence. His confidence is insane.
Already here in the jump spot prior, Khalil. Going for a bite of the apple there. Leaf with the clean up onto Rapper on top of it. So equalize
What was that?
ever so slightly, but not
B
quite.
lobby.
Fury is still with the
Yeah, I'm just like, sure.
And
Yeah, he got a lot of damage
I
off.
think G2 are a little bit like in shock. I'm not gonna lie.
Confused of what the hell is going on.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Right? Like, I wonder at what point you're gonna see
Like
G2 and just
120,
clump up
there
and
is
be
a
like,
guy
KO knife
full
up
pushing
close
mid and
and
another
just
guy
full
solo
W.
peeking below me.
Another guy's
This is
walk
Red Pin
pushing
right
B
here,
on
though,
his
and
own.
G2 are calling the right
Dude, they're
side
so
very
aggro on B
fast.
main.
Right swing. Leaf.
You can see the IQ of Leaf how he just tried to kill.
Yeah,
I mean, it didn't work.
But he knew that he was droning from there, tried to spam.
Yeah.
G2 looking to pave away. Map for success, but his shots are hitting, rattling wide. Jonah P.
Okay. Now it's
show me
time.
some discipline. Nice, dude. Havoc's looking sick.
No slowing down.
He was also really good on.
Not at all. We had questions that
Lotus.
needed to be
Like the
answered.
shot was
Are they
hitting
going to
was
start
crazy.
off kind of shaky because of how they lost the last map? So far, it's just been aggression on aggression.
He wanted to repeat that so
You know
bad.
what
Yeah,
might
but he
have
didn't.
happened?
Really
That's the
have nothing in
thing.
his hands at all on the last map.
You know what might have happened?
Go on.
That on Lotus defense, they were like, they were just losing rounds
Because they were telling.
They decided
and dropping what, like one kill?
just like let's fight more, and whatever happens, happens, kinda. Maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
Like if we lose, then let's lose fighting instead of like getting, you know, baited by rotations here and there, and you know, something like that.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Maybe that's the full game plan. I don't know.
Dude, look at how they're approaching B main. Have you even played people in Prac that have played B main like this? Does Parma fight deep B main with a smoke all the time? Like they're throwing forms at the beginning. I've never seen a team fight B main this much.
Proactivity in mid now.
I mean, I guess because you don't have to in the past.
They
But
catch out Jogamo here.
Yeah,
Still
could be.
Garden. It's going to overlay on top. Catches all the corners here. Prize is trying to play on
He's alone on site.
yeah, he's a little racked. But he's going to get his gun back.
Exploring in through the side as well, but not accounting for Jorg. Slipped his way in through market.
He's going to do a lot backside here. Oh, that is a team flash, no?
The Sheriff bullet straight to the dome of Prize.
I'm pretty sure that was Havoc's flash.
Paranoia sweeping wide. Jorgamo is a menace at this point.
Yeah, this round was not pretty.
That they just cannot remove.
Rafa. Slowly clearing out
Okay.
Leaf. He's the only win condition now for this retake.
He's one more. Jorg back to
No,
multiple players.
no, man. It's a lovely round from Jogamo. Picks up the op, chooses to not use it. No one wanted
One
it.
of the only players that have a rifle in his hands.
I like that little fast thing over towards middle though. Oh wait, he did pick up the up in the end.
In Furia's defense, there was a little bit of sound made on a reclear that gives Jaw the cue to all of a sudden wrap all the way around.
Yes.
I mean, the B players fucked up. Like,
although it was a
they just
round by,
separated fully.
the utility, the Vice ultimate,
Gaps everywhere.
smothered the B players.
Misplay.
And momentum now shifts back into the hands of
Do
G2.
you remember the FPX double controller comp?
Jogamo.
That's true. Yeah, they fought that heavy. But I mean, their comp can
It's
do
actually
that.
a perfect gun to use with
I'm
the
not sure this
playstyle
comp's
Furious
made for
Blue.
fighting B main, but they're doing it every time.
I mean, that might just be random spam. Not sure if it was
Yeah,
ahead of the
I think he was
smoke
ahead
there,
of the
but
smoke, to be
there's
honest.
that coverage and a flash forwards. Yeah, spotted it. Just the shoulder, TP back.
I think Yor was watching top mid,
Yeah.
and then he stopped watching at the same time when while in
peaked.
I think they were trying to catch out Havoc.
That's true, and Jogamo is still accounted for these possible repositions.
Dude, he's everywhere at the
Same time
moment.
as that, Khalil. Deep push and disrespect in through A main. Trent's been dropped, but still.
Would you reckon timeout and they reel in the aggro
Trying to get a
stuff?
bit of a control on the tempo of this game because.
I mean,
so fast
maybe.
Hasn't it?
The thing is, the aggro is so uncoordinated, I'm not gonna lie. Like, look at this. They just peek the same angle
yeah.
one by one in 2
About
seconds.
this operator to close it out. It's actually so smart with the way that Fury are approaching these
I don't know.
rounds. You can
Maybe.
completely hold angles now, get the first kill, dip out. I mean, Havoc has no chance in that moment. And that KO ultimate, it was used to try to catch out Havoc.
I like how G2 adapted so fast and like
I mean, he's stuck in that corner.
do something and then hold.
Yeah.
Like just do whatever on the map, it doesn't even matter what, and hold for the reactions.
Yeah, they like take a little bit of mid control and then they just wait.
That operator, it just puts the advantage totally in your hands. And now, Furia have to take a timeout, understand, okay, the aggression has stopped working.
They gotta
Let's
stop
chill
this
out a little
aggro stuff.
and
Because
maybe
that
play
round,
sight
even
setup.
Khalil pushed solo I mean, he got the kill.
Because so far,
But
G2,
he still just
they've dealt with that
solo
storm.
pushed I mean.
Yeah, it's been
Of getting
caution.
thrifty.
Exactly, caution to the wind by Furia. They've been taking risks. I mean, a lot of solo peaks by Heat, Khalil out through main.
Or another thing that could be,
They've been winning the fights out, and they made it.
they might think that, okay, we're playing Wise. Wise cannot like obviously have the same control as
In terms of info?
Like, yeah, in terms of info, so they try to compensate it by like fights, slash, you know, having lines with the gun instead of like turret or camp.
Yeah, I can see that.
But that doesn't justify it.
It doesn't like, justify the level the level of aggression, and I guess it's like all over the map. It's all over the map like at the same time solo.
Yeah.
Where it's like you should just be picking your fights, and then like I'm fine with the aggro B main, but then I don't think you need it everywhere else. Like they're actually fighting on every part of the map.
Look, G2 just left Spike in this one. They're like, we're gonna win the round without going.
Yeah, they're gonna push us. We don't have to do anything.
This is crazy. And now it's just very, very slow play from G2, waiting for more aggression.
Fake out with a TP. Havoc's got his aim trained on a potential site. Needs to clear it.
Yeah, contact, walk up here.
I mean, yeah, they for sure talked about this in the post.
Ice flash. Perfectly timed to not only get out, but deny some of that B main space. It still hasn't all been covered.
I do like that they kind of go in aggro and getting hit by the Vice Flash for them to get info B main as well. Make them use the Teo.
No eyes on that whatsoever.
Satchels, I mean,
this is the interesting
salvos.
part about the shift in meta, not running that Cypher, not running that Killjoy. You don't have guaranteed information.
Okay, get to the 50-second mark. And the call is for a waylay fake over towards A and a B here. But the Yoru ult just clears all the A main, so they ain't gonna do anything, dude. They know they're going B. You should see a rotate from KO coming in. Let's see what the flashes are like this time. Rafa has one. Pops all. Wait.
Just slip past the gap and see if he can find an opening, but they're just being torn asunder, aren't they? What is that by LEV? Flips it around a quick one.
Wait, what? How did that melt so badly over towards B? Rafa got spammed through smoke.
No right winning that aim duel.
But anyway, let's say he wouldn't
jump.
They wouldn't defend anyway.
No, he's probably flashing for his teammate and they get one on the site.
Confident in his talent.
Yeah.
With an op walking up to re-clear all that space. It's like they
and then you
just
got no flashes for the retake.
I mean, everyone from the
and a retake him over Bucky.
Pressure is looking there. Completely.
Like second B hits where B is one player and another one is like in rotation position, like market.
Dude, I respect Havoc completely ignoring Jorgamo.
See what he can do, but G2 now taking this lead. It feels like we just started.
He shot 4 bullets and they were all headshots.
It's nuts, right?
8 itself.
What a complete swing of just momentum and a shift in play. Furia.
It's actually different apparently.
After an eco round win, just completely taking.
I mean, look at this.
Look
okay,
at that.
This was lucky, sure, but
running them down in spawn. Let's just keep it honest. And now
would like to see more. Let's play together, guys. You know.
Getting a little confident
let's try to at least get some trade.
I agree.
So people who need to retake have chance, you know, at least a 3v3, whatever.
There's not even like the chance for trades at the moment. It's just this person has to get to.
See it now on the minimap. I mean, everyone's
or this person has to win the first duel.
And yes, there's a little bit more aggression from the side of Fury in mid. They understand that is a huge gap that has been
and what I like that
used time and time
Yoru is playing close mid against no Sova, like it's.
But it's just not going to be
so
good
strong.
enough. I mean, he's going to get overwhelmed. There's too much.
Nobody can really clear him until they use the drone.
I mean, it makes it kind of obvious that there might be players in mid now.
Cannot get suppressed in this spot.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Gonna think of all the spots again. It's been so long the teams haven't used like a Sova that I kind of forget about all the spots that like become kind of strong. Like the right side of A is so strong against this comp.
Yeah.
To hold on defense.
Again, one on side.
Yeah, every single time I look at Heat and I just feel like, well, yeah.
That's mincemeat in through the back of the site with Heat dropped. It's the site cracks wide open. You have to choose to take that refract back here. Hunter's Fury from Prize has to be offloaded. Anything to try and slow them down and get Furia in a win con. Anything inside. LEV is dominating the position. Perched up just outside market. He wants a little bit more.
Look at LEV go, man.
What a warrior. Just swinging everybody alone.
I mean, at this point, I would put a
cool was that execute?
passive twice wall.
Goodness, all the utility.
Like, even in to spawn, you know, like this, where Leaf is right now.
On lane. Oh, okay. Okay. Middle?
Like, yeah, middle, yeah.
Oh, for info. Okay.
Just play Wise on A. Play the regular 2-2, one rotation.
Yeah.
And just try to defend the side.
Yeah.
Because right now they're not trying to defend the side.
Actually, enable Eat to get more than one at best.
The space that this attack side
Because
operator has been given.
I also think they're misplaying a bit by playing Wise B. I think Wise A is.
No, the wall on A is legit.
And the turns as well. I mean, the way choke points work, like, you don't really defend the B choke point usually, but you do defend the A choke point.
Yeah.
And like having a Vine on A choke point and on short, I think they both are like super good.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And then either have Yor or KO rotate. I mean, Yor makes sense because of TPs and flashes, KO makes sense because of flashes.
And I think you look at the comp as well, and it's like you have the Sova anyway. Like the Sova's legit proven to be.
Anytime you want, so he's always
like it doesn't even without the Odin, it's still good.
Yeah, of course.
Gaps as well where you can find them.
Yeah, and oftentimes it's a setup like this from the side of G2 where he's on an island.
I mean, look, they just got B-Lob control.
How many times have you seen him get punished? I feel like barely.
Why not rotate?
And now G2, Valen calling another great read. Nobody here. I mean, yeah, there's Vice utility to delay, but look at.
Yeah, straight in, up and over the top.
It's a nice exec though.
Big clearance. Leaf was tested there.
Yeah, they pick up a gun. They kind of lock them in, and it's going to take a long time for them to plant because of the wall.
Did Leaf have a lineup from outside B to that heaven? You see? The turn heaven.
Wait, that was it.
I mean, Leaf died out.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, they might win the round.
Off onto the side. It's a 3v5 now. It's the best chance in a long while. The Fury have had to get around.
This is the time to go together.
Okay. I mean, that was a chance for Trent there as well. Dude, wait, Stinger can do that?
Oh, what?
Got to back away at this point. It's a 1v4. You're getting overwhelmed.
Stinger is the light penetration, right? Like a classic.
Yeah, wait, that shouldn't work, right?
We saw that next 3K that he had to close out one of the rounds.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe they will throw that replay.
Taking advantage of Leaf being on an island. Yeah, he kind of got overwhelmed. He got swarmed there. But then taking it a step further, Rafa taking that flank against Valen.
I'm not sure the Stinger should be doing that.
G2 to kind of even the numbers in that moment.
Oh no, they're not showing replays.
Cool execute from the
I mean, NA replay team is not as strong, right?
Nah, yeah. Do the EMEA unreal at replays. On EMEA in China are like insane at replays.
When he's just been playing out towards B. Slow them down.
Okay, this is what I like more. Just like some regular essence. Let's play some regular essence. You want to have one rotation.
I really think that if you run a KO these days anyway, I think playing the KO over towards B is like probably what I'd be doing way more.
Yeah, because it's a natural space for KO for sure. Knife is good, the flashes make sense. Molly stops the choke because it's small enough.
And honestly, people just aren't as used to it as well.
Paranoia up in your face, Khalil not favored into that spot. Balance easily finding it. Hold on,
I tell you what, Jogomo's got this agent down, or the amount of times I'm seeing like, I have no idea what the molly is called, but his actual molly util is pretty good.
Got the operator, got the ult. Stray shots fired.
Yeah, I don't know how it's called.
Play this one a bit more passively. Buy time for the rest of his team to get into the fight. Buy time for this late lurk that's occurring. Rafa.
But that round would have been fine if
Omen
didn't push A, no?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know, but probably at least would be better than this.
Easy shot for Leaf to clean up Havoc in the 1v1. I mean, he's already primed on that
they're just gonna save this up.
And it's just done. I mean, you're not breaking through this.
Fall in for the mini agenda, the KO hatred. Dude, I like KO. The KO's good.
People exiting here, but
I'm just saying that I think KO is better at B these days because you can't spam the wall. Like I just think it makes more sense to go B. Because I'd be so scared of teams just running fast Bs these days once they have B main control, or like the exec over towards Bs. Just because of the windows, man. The windows mean that you can have insane execs.
Alarm bot in mid, Sova's gonna dart, and the drone to clear out an opera in mid. The comp change-ups, it allows gaps, but it is different things to account for, and I'm not sure if that's the reason we're seeing it being this scrappy.
I didn't really see Wise value so far.
G2 definitely made decent efforts to try and slow down
Like
the pace
the
at times, but
defense-wise.
even still feels back and forth.
Yeah.
That round
Yeah,
was a
I mean, that's fair.
cat split. I mean, with Valen being the only person in A main, had Khalil not whiffed his first bullet, he doesn't get paranoid there, and he gets the kill.
Okay.
Well,
still
not conceding into this round as well.
I think that's just a jump spot that he was spotting up towards Cat.
I'm pretty sure there's a smoke there, by the way.
That must have been so quick.
Yeah.
Probably.
And now they just freeze because they know every single time Fury are down numbers.
But you know how? You probably had it as well when you were coaching. Like Heat would say, oh, it was unlucky, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't need to happen.
And I would say, like, why are you there?
Yeah.
It's so impressive.
Why are you putting yourself in a situation where it could happen?
Put the squeeze down, apply that pressure with an early pick-off. They just wait it out. Fury are the ones that have to make the moves.
That dagger being used.
Why is Khalil playing like this? But honestly, they're all playing like it. Like Fury's game plan is to just try and give them no space. And I wonder if it's just because they just think they have a comp that is insane at execing. So they don't want to give them space to be able to exec, but
Prize was back to the wall.
I think if they play together on the sites, they might have a chance.
30 seconds left into
But
the round here.
honestly, we might not even get to see them show us if they can do it.
Like this feels like they're fixing the problem before it even happens.
Before they know it's a problem, yeah.
Sour at his feet, but that's just his teammates.
And he's entering with an off.
Well, that's wild that he
Nice
wins
shot. But a perfect call from Valen. Like let's just say it how it is. I mean, the knife that Rafa threw in A main was false information.
If he would play like this, Neil would.
Valen understands they're probably going to rotate towards
like
that.
He would
as soon as Leaf gets that
do
entry,
bad things to us.
Yeah, he would go
you have a free A
crazy.
site. It was a masterclass of a round, honestly. What a great call.
How much did how like on a scale of 1 to 10, how brutal was Neil about kickoff?
This, like, Tejo,
You guys.
Waylay utility combos on this hit. Yeah. I just want to see what's going to happen. I mean, I want to see John no-scope somebody because that's what he's going for at this point. I mean, he cleared out all of hell and off. Like,
okay, that's not too bad.
He's happy to take point with it.
Yeah, he's on a different level right now.
Like he wasn't brutal.
I think the threat
He
of
was
this util as well.
Like the dad thing where it's like
very,
more disappointed.
Util combos as well. It's almost the threat
Yeah,
of it means you can't
disappointed and
maybe
very
that's why
committed to
Fury-
fixing
but
things.
Most likely that's why Fury were approaching the early game with all that aggressive fighting. They
Because
didn't
it-
want to get executed on. Here's that shot.
Like it
You can
was
watch over it, see how quick this
kinda
was.
everyone's fault. Like
Yeah.
everyone's.
No, it's just a bit of spam. Stop.
Dan's
Smoke's
in
dropping
this
down and
skill.
he's like, okay,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
I'm
no, I
anticipating
think
a
that's fair.
peek. That's insanity.
But it's also
you
like,
handled that a lot better than I would
I
in that
agree.
moment.
Yeah.
Like when you watch that
I would've
replay
been
there,
ready
it's
for
like,
maybe a death slam.
what are you trying to
Looks like
achieve
we just
there?
got started, like I
Really?
said, we're already last round of the first half.
I mean, you're hoping for a lucky shot and then you get lucky shot at.
Yeah.
Towards the goal for
So, I
It's
mean,
like it's like the
Because of how the
50-50
previous
really.
rounds have
but-
went, I mean, the string of rounds you two have accumulated, you are able to use a double op in the beginning
Look
of
where
this
KO
round.
is.
I'm sure there's a rifle drop somewhere in the back of spawn that Leaf can pick
No,
up.
this is what I mean,
Like-
man. They're playing like lunatics.
Cool. Out in the open.
Like when do you see a player there just holding top mid?
No, I legit,
Oh my God.
in this whole half, I've seen about 4 rounds that I think I've never seen on Ascent before in terms of where people are playing with agents, in terms of aggro.
Yeah, a lot rides
It's
on Havoc right now to try to
it's
find a
kinda
pick, try
wild.
to even the numbers here.
like the
Fury
game
side of
plan's
Fury
really
does have an
backfired, I feel
operator,
like.
and
But it was working well at the beginning.
swings from
But then I
G2,
thought,
it's
you know
like
when
they
that
just nowhere
timeout came
and
in, I
also
thought they were
yeah,
gonna chill.
so quick.
They did chill for one round.
Go to the corner, shorty in hands, wide with the face, shotgun.
No way.
Knives in action.
There's no way.
And Havoc does his best to
Nice
find
shot.
his way out of that
Whoa,
position.
whoa, whoa.
Chocobo's right there with
I
you,
thought they won this
1
round by that
HP.
knife kill, but
Teammate at his back
Okay.
potentially, but Leaf as rapidly as you can come into the fight. Tap from. See if he can pick up the pieces into this one.
Ooh, calm.
But he's isolated it so damn nicely. Leaf,
Whoa.
surely.
oh my God.
Whoa. That's nuts, bro. Look how calm he was during that. That was sick.
Unreal.
Ah, dude. Fury can't catch a break though. I thought they were. I thought they were winning.
Good. I mean, just tracking him.
Okay,
the
this
entire
half
way
felt
through,
like
even through the wall.
Furia like started with a strong
different
punch,
type of flow state,
G2
the
got
dunk
shocked,
from Havoc,
and
it
then they
just
like
not enough.
refreshed, and that's it.
Yeah.
There was no more like,
They were like, this is how they're playing, sure.
Belief is too sharp.
yeah.
Oh my gosh, look at that smile. It's timeless.
Gabri, thank you so much for the 21 months. Thank you, thank you.
G2 right at the very end.
I appreciate that, Gabri. Thank you so much.
Unreal stuff overall as well. We're going to set it down to the floor as well. We got
somebody had 1 kill.
With Hammy, G2 co-streaming it, seeing his team doing work.
That's right, I'm here with G2 Hammy, and this match has been insane. Hammy, we saw this back and forth on the first map as well. It was a crazy comeback for G2. Were you worried for a second, or was it all chill?
I was not worried.
How was T1 today?
Actually, we've seen G2 play Lotus plenty of times. Nothing new. I was not surprised.
Good on the double duelist maps. It kind of similar to how they were at Bangkok.
Yeah.
Double duelist maps looking good.
Something that you talked about, because we heard some hot takes from you.
Fracture looks a bit rough.
Hot takes, because you were talking about Giacomo being one of the best duelists, or actually the best duelist. Now you're seeing him on Waylay. What are your thoughts?
Meech's just incredible, man.
He's just the GOAT. You know what I mean? I'm not surprised in the slightest.
I mean, ever since Shanghai, I felt like he's one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, he is.
And also, once you're co-streaming, where are the moments where you're kind of stressing out the most when you're seeing these overtimes? I mean, we think about what we saw internationally from them. When you're seeing these advantages, what's going through your head?
Well, honestly, I mean, I'm always just like, I always see G2, like when they're playing, they're just like, they're always putting on a show regardless, like nonetheless. Like, yeah, I'm stressing sometimes, but they also like always manage to pull through. It was pretty hard at, you know, as we've seen at Bangkok and stuff like that, but hey, we'll win Toronto. It don't matter.
You know, they stress us out just a little bit once in a while, but they always win at the end. So
Maple with the Prime, thank you for the 29 months. Thank you, thank you. And cheese and pie. Cheese and pie, right? Yeah. And,
G2
4 months. Thank you so much for the Prime as well.
Control really, 8-4 finish with how rapid it was at the beginning of the.
I just realized what's the next game. Holy shit!
Highlighting Jorgs, you're putting
what is the next game?
It's Aspas against Leviathan.
Oh, okay, yeah. Dude, he's gonna be so pumped up for this game. It's gonna be crazy.
Gets to finally bait his team, and he's been talking
about. I mean,
he's sticking for it, or you gotta sleep.
I mean, we get to see what happens when.
I mean, it depends. If this is 3 maps,
it must feel nice
like it's 2 maps.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2 maps.
Yeah, if it's 2 maps, I'll watch one map for sure.
Calvin with the Prime, thank you. Lev or MIBR? I think MIBR got a big upgrade with Vano. I'm kind of on board with MIBR. I also do think the Lev got an upgrade as well, though.
Oh, so we're just blaming Nathan.
I didn't understand the pickup, man.
I
mean, that's fair. Okay, that's fair.
Back to safety for Havoc.
It was a bit random.
Yeah.
We're not leaving though, and backs are open wide here, but it's an instant trade-off as LEV is dropped.
A great flash, man. Oh my god, this flash.
Perfect setup and play by Jonah P. Up overhead, calls the flash, and Jonah P tears them asunder.
Rafa on this flank though. He's gonna see 4 members.
It's been watched for. It's a double up as well. These players are counting for it. Rafa, not long for this world, is he?
This is...
He dropped down just to 20 health.
It's a shame about the 20 HP.
Where he is.
I'm looking at this thinking like, that's actually
exactly what to watch for.
Yeah, it's going to be a fast one.
The different layers that we just saw in this pistol round from G2. I mean, Giacomo playing
I was really
getting the info if anybody are running up.
Surprised by Furious Lotus.
But I mean, LEV in that moment to get proactive on lane and actually go for that.
Here is like more of what I thought was going to happen.
The pop flash from Jonah P. I mean, Giacomo stays for that extra kill.
Liquidus, thank you so much, dude. 46 months. Thank you for all of the support, dude. Thank you.
Already, all that time he's been putting
in. Are you even streaming for 46 months?
Yeah, apparently so.
What an insane performance from him.
Dude, that's what I find crazy as well. I did do a couple of co-streams when I was coaching. Do you know when it was like
oftentimes,
you know, Berlin, where we didn't qualify? I think I did something. It was like when I first did streams.
Berlin Masters?
Yeah, Berlin Masters.
We checked today because we were talking with Neil. It was switched to the right, so it was 2021. Like
2021, yeah.
Rafa accounted for.
Like
propped up.
March, February? It was first Masters, right? Of that year.
That was the second Masters. That was after Rex.
Noya is going to get a lot of value. Oh, goes blow for blow though. I mean, Spike is down here.
Yeah. Reykjavik was May 2021.
Wait, so it was September of 2021.
That might have been champs, right?
But at this point, put in the slow squeeze onto these players. The post-plant positioning just not quite ideal.
No.
Still doing well, still double dash up and over. That's just for the info as well.
No, champs was super late. Remember the first champ?
Oh no, yeah,
like
you're right. It
December.
was like December. Yeah, that is right.
To the confines of hell, yet still Jorgamo. This guy's the warden.
Just dashing
Comeback,
around,
FPS. Hello,
recalling,
bro.
getting a
Hello,
spam
Comeback. How you
kill and
doing?
then holding. You look so
EBL
comfortable on this
Pacific.
character.
Hello, mate.
This is
Good to see you
such
here,
a
dude.
cool thing to watch so far. Furia, they almost did it. You thought for a
The
second
demons
if they got
in the
that
chat.
spike planted,
Yeah,
if the
guy is a demon.
salvos weren't in play,
yeah,
maybe they would have had a chance on this retake. But as soon as those salvos come out and the plant is denied, yeah, G2 are already in good positions to get that retake going. Heat, although he landed some really, really nice shots into that round, it's just not enough. Let's see, it will be the first gun round here, and if you look at the economy of G2...
How am I? I'm great. Comeback. How you doing, dude? Congrats on the win, by the way. I'm excited to see you in franchising, dude. When the time is there, when the time is right.
That's how you do aggression, by the way.
Yeah, together on the
With you,
bonus,
And even in re-exploration, Heat
instead of
is
like this
punished for his hubris.
one pass and
Two
stuff.
players drop down. These are weapons now that you've handed over to the opposition.
Into a vice that has an outlaw, and that's an incredible shot, though.
They work magic across
That
the
is an
battlefield.
incredible shot.
It
though.
wasn't even needed.
No, yeah.
We were talking about how
Just
Furia was
unnecessary.
fighting
They just
to
completely
G2.
destroyed them
to
with
see it
2 guns.
the other way around, it's
They had Phantom,
just
Outlaw, and
insanity.
okay, Stinger,
and now it's a
and 2 pistols.
5v2 retake.
It's
It's heroics.
like you said, show them how it's done. Oh, whoa,
Oh! Prize is giving you a lifeline, but can you do anything else with it? Khalil left into that 1v1.
Oh.
The potential is there. Jorgamo
can't get there in
already
time.
sticking this one all the way through.
Close.
Paranoia
Ooh.
has to get off of it. But Wing Hunter be bored, earned out, swinging wide and out.
No way. Wait, how did they win that? Broke a 3 passes spray down on shot.
Just in terms of the spacing, and Prize strikes back.
Beast, dude.
Absolute heroics from the side of Furia. A 2v5
All they need to
round
do
one
is
against
do it.
G2.
Do the spray down 8 more times.
Okay.
I mean, a Phantom
It's
player's
as easy as
dream
that.
in that moment. Just controlling the spray.
Oh, bro's calm though.
And yeah, you're going to be smiling like that.
I mean, it was
after
a
something
stick.
that happens for sure.
I mean, it was
spray.
fast as well,
But
and
it's
they
not
melted.
done yet. G2, they have the grit. That's not going to affect them in any way.
That's just one small obstacle. And a long timeline has rolled out for G2.
This is like the
Phoenix
punish, yeah.
Dropped, toppled. Skate crash going straight past
I
him.
mean,
Salvo
I'm
is
thinking
two
maybe it was you.
That's just to get the gun.
Was it you?
But guess what? Havoc's right there.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
In through the fight.
Was it
Even
yours?
needs to potentially take a refund
Yeah.
on top of it. Needs to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
done.
yeah. Do you know what? Scream came up with one lineup, and that was it.
Applying that pressure, squeeze
And
onto it,
honestly,
leaps
probably the best lineup, so
left
fair play.
alone, 1v4. There's no chance for him to really play himself in
Like, you
here.
mean this one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
best
yeah,
case
the A main
scenario
one.
Here, if
Yeah.
you can catch out
Yeah. I
these
mean,
players, get an upgrade, get a rifle and play
that
and save
lineup
it.
lived for like at least 4
That'd be
years
great.
already.
I mean, I
So
know he's comfortable with the
Yeah,
outlaw.
yeah.
There you go.
That's
No,
a great
There's the
lineup.
rifle.
It's unreal.
What a change of pace from Furia, though. I mean, that was very, very decisive in that A main fight. That
Guy
exchange
retired
went
on top,
completely their
man.
way.
Just
Start
made
of
the
the
best
round as well,
lineup and
talking
then bailed. Did no more.
Work here for G2, saying, wow, it takes a bit more than that. Just one round, of course, disrupted the momentum.
Of course,
and then
of course, right?
Furia just keep that confidence going, trailing into round 16, earn themselves another one. You've got to take it one step at a time if you're going to try and equalize, at least in terms of these rounds.
How long can they keep it up for, though? How long can they ride that momentum of that 2v5 that happened?
if Korea wins this map,
It's another good opportunity to
I have
convert
no
another round,
idea
'cause the
about
economy of
Valorant.
G2 is not going to be looking too good. We saw that Yoru teleport getting some good value. He's so fast. I mean, his reactions
Let's see.
are insane. I mean, Havoc is having a phenomenal game as well. Let's see what Furia can cook up with this ultimate. Maybe they don't want to invest it into this round, but
They're up against the weaker buy of G2, which might be the reason why. But honestly, you do want to show them a little bit of respect, I think.
yeah,
The ult's going to get you. Yeah, okay.
yeah, any round you can get, but he's not even clearing corners. Okay, there it
He's
is.
cleared the two of them, but as this has happened, I mean, flashed himself in the process, got the info. His team need help, though. It's a rapid play by G2. They just took it straight to them. That's a kill.
Dude, crazy round right now. Look at the minimap.
I think they've dropped a rifle for them.
We traded a 2 for 2. We got 2 in spawn and we got 2 in their spawn, basically.
The main control given up. Spy drone, Trent forward.
I mean, I hate that feeling like in Furious mode situations. They had a plan and G2 forced them to go
I mean, his Fury players on a
random.
bloody island now. Up the gut through mid.
Mate, what is going on? No, that what the hell is going on?
Play like that. I mean, you got to think a couple of layers ahead. It's mad. Mechanical ability surely can't bail you out. And yes, Valen, he's hot on it, man.
I was like, when he put the TP, he's like, okay, he's gonna go to A side, right? It would like
all the way.
Go to actual A side, yeah.
Can he pull off another miracle?
Dude,
it's so funny.
I thought they're gonna connect on A.
Yeah,
with the aiming guys.
yeah. I thought that as well. But that is that's probably the boldest TP I think I've maybe ever seen in Valorant.
It's been so much
Look at it. You're in the middle of the crossfire that they're holding.
On this defensive side, which is so uncharacteristic.
That's so funny. Oh man.
Oh my God. Just vibing with it too, huh? But what's that round? I mean, players in spawn.
So, and I mean, that's
the time
position to be in if you're Fury. You're up against the weaker
Also, I
player
would
G2.
say,
You're getting,
I mean, they called a B fake with your ult against Tico. Like that's probably one of the worst things you can call.
Yeah.
For Fury,
I agree. You don't have to like overthink it.
I think they were hoping
like
to
just
find
use the
something.
gun
It
advantage,
was the
play
way
together,
that
right?
G2 bunkered down. It didn't actually give
Yeah.
those picks.
No
I mean, you
wrong.
saw Trent there.
There's been
just using
there's
that
been a
recon
lot
drone,
of
getting
questionable
the
things
info,
from
and
Fury in this one.
They couldn't make a plan. They were so indecisive.
It's exciting to watch though. Thank you, I guess.
It was really chaotic. G2 thrived in the chaos.
You gonna take anything you've seen here
really
for your own game?
What he had said in an interview.
Yeah, the KO close to tiles holding
like
top mid.
Fury needs to focus on having success.
I mean, in theory, right? Like, if he would hear something in tiles or on the content, he would right click and like kill free.
Right click, yeah.
I mean, with what we just saw, they were just they didn't even know.
Dude, try it. Try it one prac, see what happens.
I mean, that is a super
I know what happened. The thing is, like that's even worse, right? Because you try it in practice, it works.
No, yeah, that's a
Imagine it works, and then you.
I would love to have seen the clip of what actually happened in prac for him to want to do it in an official.
Overall in this series now, 2 more rounds will do it for G2.
And that's your strategy, right? Like make them think that it's good.
Yeah.
So they use it as a
Yeah. It's a classic.
Why are we not giving this man
Foss, thank you so much for the 19 months, dude. Appreciate the prime. Thank you. John Scott with the tier 1 as well. Thank you for the 8 months, dude.
Confident with that gun. But a little bit of an oversight, I feel like, as the pace has been slowed down.
Like what G2 are doing right now, that's how I imagine like a regular Ascent round, right? Like you're just kind of floating around, playing on some info, some rotations.
Looking to fake some A pressure.
And then your problem fixes when you face a problem.
Yeah. I tell you what, I'm a big fan of like fawns, one on each instead of just like
yeah, for sure.
Especially because they're so big. Like you literally only need one for each side.
Yeah, 100% is good.
It's for sure the best thing to do.
Spike into the hands of Khalil. He just wants to get open access to the A side to try and help his team out. And well,
LEV can own this.
Oh my god.
Whoa. My god, when he kind of went for the other guy there, I thought he was going to insta-get it. He still did great, but...
So, Fury.
Okay, I mean, economy-wise...
I was going to say, there's 2 that can't buy.
That was a great round from Fury. That was great calling. I mean,
they have Hellman to sponsor.
Blazing Art with the prime. Thank you so much for the 14 months. Thank you.
The decision to go A in this moment is perfect.
Yeah.
And then setting up Heat to cut off the last remaining member. I mean, it was set up really nicely from the side of Fury.
Damn, the fist bump with the mouse.
Kind of weather that storm against G2, not get picked
times.
First from some weird aggression that people aren't accustomed to from the side of G2.
You need to be careful that your teammate is not too hyped.
For success in the future.
So far, G2 have not won a gun run, actually. Just a pistol follow-up and a thrifty of their own.
Hey.
On this half, at least.
Okay, this all got a good buy.
Yeah, this one's a good change of
Yeah,
pace
just
for
tanked
G2.
the judge. So one had enough to drop, and then one took the hit for the judge. See the tech.
Control still, bullet to the dome. There's no follow-up. The rest of his team there, he's just trying to contain aggro control.
The greatest.
Peek out wide. LEV has already claimed it, and this is a Fury team that is being picked to pieces. The tapestry
LEV back-to-back double kills in heaven.
Down into main, and G2 inevitable at this point, isn't it? It's going to be that 12th round unless there is that.
The thing is, that position shouldn't work like that. It shouldn't work that well. Just chilling in heaven and just peeking killing.
And you can't really save either. Like, it's just too much time.
But he makes it look so easy.
It's a good moment right now for the IGL of Furia to...
Gliaze, thank you so much for the tier 1, mate. Appreciate you doing that. Thank you for the 4 months. Thank you, thank you.
You have to cook something special.
That's also what I liked. I think so far to use the wall either short or mid. Like just the regular info.
It looks like he will be trying to save. I wonder if G2
I really like how they use in the Vice. Like most people use a Vice like a Cypher, like a Killjoy, right? Where they just all do it in like one area. Like their stuff is so spread. Like it kind of looks like, you know when people play anti-KO setups, it looks like that like every round.
Hold on to the rifle for now,
but people have been doing that more with all of the Sentinels. I think like people improve a lot. Because it is,
that this team struggled with in their first year of
it
VCT
is better.
Closing out games.
For sure, because it's not like even once you get that info, you still have pressure around the map as well. Like people start calling against seeing like your Sentinel and thinking all the utils there.
And that's what you're seeing.
Yeah, there's like so many things because first of all, you're not feeling useless because you can impact all the map. That's one thing. Second thing, like if enemy play heavy to like what we call fishing, right? Like to fish for your util. It's super hard to do because your util is so spread. They can't do it on the whole map.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's also good to have whole setup on one side, right? Like if they just run into it, you don't need to change it. But most teams will not just run into it.
Yeah.
Utility all at A, but you're actually playing on B with it.
The game's evolving.
Already manipulating
for sure.
the attacking side to want to lean heavy towards that A.
Like people do it with Killjoy as well. Like I mean, of course you have range restrictions, but you could still throw a molly on the A choke and go play B, you know?
Yeah.
But like you can still with Cypher put a trip on short and go play B. Even strip short, cam mid, play B with 2K, just strip. And people do that.
Got the util, he's going to be set up, primed and ready for it. I'm seeing it. Yep, it's going through. Suppression out wide.
And also the wall that they use in A short, I think it's you can jump up on it once it activates.
Oh, to duel it out? Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Scrambling for these options, G2.
But this right here was like I felt like this right here was the actual anti-KO setup, to be fair. With the Vice short and then you play over towards B.
Yeah, could be.
Lines it up to anything here, straight and around to Jenny. 20 seconds left.
Even guard and heaven with the spike follow.
This is done.
He knows what the players are.
And didn't use his skill.
Everyone's ready for it. G2.
Yeah, very nice for G2. A little bit questionable from Fury on this map, but honestly, I was more impressed with the first map and they actually show some improvements. That's good.
From the mid to B, and I mean it was stalwart.
This for Fury here was just like a bad, well, not even a bad game plan because it worked at the beginning. I think they were just stubborn with it.
All that prep working.
I would love them
to. It felt like they were. They thought that by playing normal they will lose because G2 is better, so they need to do something else.
Yeah. But I think sometimes you gotta try it. like they've done the shock factor, and then I think you just see, man. You just see if you can actually just hold them normal. Speedy Steezy, thank you, the Prime.
Like it's a normal thing to think because I mean G2 is very good, but at the same time, you also have to trust yourself a little bit more, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. Dude, you gotta back yourself.
About having to play 2 new maps, new agents. Valen doesn't care. He's
nice try.
He's so professional, and it's all because of that mentor there.
It could have been
Josh, the coach.
Like
that
way different,
that they have together. I mean, it's really.
Especially with Lotus.
Valen turned into such a superstar on this roster, and I mean, Valen, that's exactly his face the entire match on that Waylay. I mean, he was getting it. He was really going in on those entries.
It's one of the first wins for Waylay, right? I think it's only had 2 wins so far.
Mechanical talent this man has. Furia, they put up a great fight on that first map, though. I mean, I think all things considered, I think it's a step forward in the right direction for Furia, having to play like one of the best teams.
Yeah, if you're going to look for any silver line whatsoever, of course, no one's expecting Furia, this team that's been just having so many troubles over the course so far of this year, to be, you know, holding a candle to a team like G2, who just come off the back of making it all the way deep at the recent Masters event. Of course, the expectations aren't going to be there, but the fact that they were able to make them bleed is good signs for Furia. They're making the right moves. Prize in particular.
Oh, he looked great.
He's pulling off miracle moments. I think he really did look good.
What is that banner? That's
utility
funny.
was great too, honestly. And you could see the impact that had in a lot of these rounds. So, yeah, I mean, Furia, you had to play against the runners-up of Thailand, but you know, I could see it.
Yeah, there's a vision, there's a method towards the madness here that Furia going for so far as well. And yeah, I mean, what a series as well to open up our day here.
Any team in Pacific played Waylay yet? No, not yet.
At the beginning of the series, but as it got deeper,
only one day in
was
though.
just absolutely insane. We're going to send it down onto the stage as well. Dryad is standing by for a Horizon post-match interview. It's the GOAT himself. It's Jorgamo.
Is the math, the myth, the legend, and the Waylay player? Can we hear it for Jorgamo?
Hello.
Jorgamo, it's good to have you back in the Americas stage. We got to see Waylay for the first time, and I mean, we're insane on it. We've seen the streams. We know what you've been doing. What does it feel like? Tell me, why does the idea of playing Waylay on Ascent come from?
I mean, I think it's just a better jet. You have some more util to isolate yourself. You can always get one and get out. I mean, that's like a cheat code. I mean, the ult is massive. It's like a breach ult, so you can cover a lot of lanes. You can do a lot of work that Jet couldn't do, in my opinion.
But we gotta talk about
The ult is
beginning
interesting,
as well,
like an initiator ult and a duelist.
It started a little stressful. It was an 8-0 going the way of Furia.
A bit hard to
happens
use.
to make sure that the team is able to come back and act
But
like nothing happened?
good.
We kind of just brushed off the rounds that we knew that we should have won. They definitely were playing a really great default, but my IGL
You can
is
also
just
hit your
insane. So
teammates
like Valen just take care of
which
us
sucks.
throughout the rounds. He makes sure that we're playing together. If we're not playing together, you'll see the mistakes. They'll get the lead on us, but you can see Valen bringing us back in and win that map for us. So yeah.
It feels like you're also used to handling a lot of pressure. Everybody has their eyes on you, especially you as a duelist. Everybody's saying that you're the best. How are you handling that?
You know why I like G2 so much?
Do you take it step by step? Do you know that you're winning
because they
the
hate
stage?
Jet.
You're winning tournament? What is the mentality?
Like Icy was not playing Jet at all.
From my previous coach,
that's true.
Step by step.
And
So, I mean, I've taken
Jorgamo, I mean, of course he can, but
like game plan and ideas.
there is so much more you can do in the game.
They love the Euro pretty early on,
These
right?
guys are shooting today.
Yeah.
You know, we were a better team because we came back as a team and played together.
I mean,
so
even here, right?
as long
He
as
said
the
like
team is
Whale
playing
is
together,
just a better Jet.
we're unstoppable. Simple as that.
Like, I know Jet is good, of course,
Those
but
next matches are going to be MIBR, Energy, LEV, and
no,
T9.
that should drop 25 plus.
Sorry for Aspas again.
It's not worth
Always.
it.
That's my goat every time.
Yeah?
That's my goat. So yeah, I'm ready to see. I know he's gonna play.
It's good when you
Waylay
have
too,
boot on
obvious,
Jet, you know?
The best Jet players are playing Waylay
Oh,
right now. So
MIBR
I'm excited to see
can play
what,
Waylay.
Aspas on stage with that.
So everybody that you see with the Waylay, those are the best players in Americas, that's for sure. Thank you so
Would be.
much, Jorgamo.
That's what he
We'll send
just
it back
said.
to you guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, think about Aspas. He's so good on Jet.
It actually might be a perfect agent for him. But a lot of the time when you look at his pathing, he doesn't actually need the smoke that often. Because he never like deep sending it. Like, it might actually really suit him. We'll see. Okay, Charlie, let me spam some ads. Let me back a little bit. Got MIBR against LEV. And honestly, Aspas is going to be pumped up for this game.
But it did play already, right? In kickoff. Oh, you left. Okay. Oh.
No, right? I don't think
swear
Lev,
they did.
don't think Lev got that
I
far,
remember.
man.
I remember Aspas like. Yeah, they did. They won. He already played against Leviathan.
Oh, again.
You won?
Wait, this was the Haven game, right? Haven and...
No, Lotus Pearl split.
Oh, again, dude, I can't remember this game.
I mean, it was just a lower bracket in the middle of it.
Nitro, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Eu acho que vai ser uma partida muito divertida contra o Demon 1. Faz um tempinho que a gente não joga contra. A gente jogou contra no Kickoff e aí depois só no ano passado. Então vai ser bem legal jogar contra ele de novo.
I think you guys should expect insane things from Demon 1 this year. He has been playing absolutely insane on his new role.
Getting out Aspas again. No, he's on fire!
Cara, com certeza o Demon é uma peça fundamental, jogador muito bom, já se provou também. Mas a gente tem um Aspas, né? Então, tipo, acho que não tem muito com o que se preocupar.
I think the first time I played against Aspas was when I was on T1 and we played them in Shanghai. Obviously, everyone knows he's a very strong player, but he's just another player in the lobby. So I'm just gonna be doing what I normally do, and that's just all it is.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas, and we're at the halfway point of week 1 and our second match of the day, and it's going to be a banger. You got Aspas and MIBR taking on King and Leviathan. Golden Boy here alongside Mimi, Ender, and Wyatt once again to break it all down here, and this is going to be an exciting game, guys. I'm pumped because, I mean, Wyatt, you both actually are like on the Leviathan bandwagon right now.
I'm all for it, right?
Yeah.
I think this team with the addition of Rossi is going to be looking very strong, but going up against Aspas, who left him, is always a fun matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. The revenge arc. Also, that was the last match that LEV played back in kickoff as well. This MIBR team, they started slow, but really picked up the pace.
That they did, making it to top 3 in kickoff. I think that they played a pretty honest style of gameplay. They didn't lean into a lot of the new meta stuff. They were mostly playing old comps, but they were putting Aspas on Jet on almost every map, and he was having an incredible performance, culminating getting a series kill record in one of their matches, leading up to that top 3 finish.
Now, it was a massive performance from a guy who is considered by many to be the greatest player in the world. But Mimi, what's really fascinating about this is that despite all that success you had at kickoff, they still made some changes.
All the talk going into this roster was this is like Aspas' happy place. He got a couple rookies that Saucy recommended that he's happy with. He's finally playing with Nazwar, who got dropped on Christmas from the previous opportunity. He had to play with Aspas, and now
on LEV.
Yeah, and now Aspas' friend is dropped yet again, and they've picked up a guy who's not Brazilian.
Yeah, but I mean, this is interesting. Obviously, like bringing him into the team, but also when you think about what was happening during kickoff, right? Because originally Nazwar was supposed to be the IGL for this team. He was IGLing in their first stage game, and then after that loss, they switched it up. It became Artsin taking on the reins over there. So yeah, big change.
Yeah. And that's when they got good. It's when Artsin took over, is when they went on that sick lower bracket run. So assuming this is, from their point of view, a straight up upgrade for individual play and mechanics, which I would agree with when you're looking at Verno offseason stats on your screen right now, but Verno kickoff was sloppy. There was some messy play from him. If we get offseason Verno, though, maybe this can work out despite whatever communication issues will be coming up.
Yeah, it is odd, though, because his and Nazwar's performances were both kind of you know, they were underperformances in a similar way. Verno was definitely not lights out in kickoff, but the offseason promise of this guy was huge. I think all the questions, though, go back to comms. An all-Brazilian team picking up a dude who's only ever played on English-speaking teams. How the hell is that going to work out?
And look, guys, I've been on this earth for 37 years, and I still struggle with Spanish, so I don't know how this guy is going to pull it off.
His wife is a Spanish teacher. He still doesn't speak it.
Exactly. That shows you how challenging it is. But for more on MIBR's roster change, Dryad had an opportunity to catch up with the legend Coach Fraud earlier on.
MIBR has made some pretty significant changes since we last saw them here in Americas, and I'm here with Coach Fraud to talk about them. Fraud, we saw this trade between Nosra and Verno. Can you tell us a little bit of the inside of why this happened?
Well, a little bit of we kind of needed to make the change. We felt like it just wasn't working as maybe how we envisioned, but at the same time, we always had interest in someone like Verno. We've rated him very highly. So it also kind of helped that he became available, and he was someone that we've been really eyeing for a long time. So, you know, it's just a really, really good player becoming available, and he would, you know, fit in, especially with like the playstyle, agents, things like that we're really looking for.
And you talk about eyeing him for quite some time. What are some of the things that Verno brings to the table?
He's just uber talented. I mean, the kid is, for the last several years, he's been viewed as one of the best players in America, at least one of the up-and-coming players ever since he's 16, 17 years old. So now that he's finally 18, able to compete in the franchising, I think he proved himself early on, especially in NRG's offseason, playing really well against international competition. So for us, you know, having someone like that available kind of seems like a no-brainer to just go after him, especially if we can make it happen.
One thing that we need to address, though, is that he is American and he's not Brazilian. So how is the communication looking like? Is it English? Is it Portuguese? What is it?
Yeah. So he took a bunch of classes in Spanish when he was younger, like during school. So he's not a natural Spanish speaker, but at the same time, he does understand it a lot. So when it comes to stuff in the game, like when we talk about like 2 here, 3 here, numbers and stuff, this is exactly the same, the numbers in Portuguese as it is in Spanish. So he has a high level understanding of what we say, but also we speak English as well. Like all the players, Aspas, Art, even Cortesia, they have fantastic English. Shinam is learning it day by day, but basically we're just going to speak 2 or 3 languages all at once, and it's not going to be an issue because we all understand what each other is saying at the same time, and we don't foresee us having us lose rounds or matches based off of communication.
The full Americas stream, all 3 languages, we bring it all. I'm excited to see it. Good luck.
Always excellent insight there from Coach Fraud. And one thing I do want to say is that he's kind of the difference maker in this situation. Because when you turn to a lot of like, you know, Brazilian teams, Latin American teams, the coaches are typically like, you know, English is not their first language, you know, but yet Fraud can straddle that line between all these different languages, knows Spanish, knows Portuguese, knows English, and can actually connect the dots for these players. That being said, that's out of the game. In the game, that's a different story. I don't know how that's going to work.
I feel like I'm going to believe it when I see it,
yeah,
right?
Same.
He's talking about not expecting issues with having kind of 3 different languages going on at once. Like, there is always going to be minute things that are important in rounds that are lost when you're uncomfortable in a position like that. So I think no matter how confident they feel, the real test is when they're down in their first match and the pressure is really on of how well they can perform, especially considering that, you know, with NRG, Verno was critiqued for maybe not calming as much as he should, being as proactive as he should, at least in NRG's opinion. So big questions there still.
Yeah, those questions we're going to see answered. And we saw these 2 teams facing off against each other during kickoff, right?
Yeah.
This series went the absolute distance. It's absolute
great game.
Brawl, right? Demon 1 versus Aspas on the opposite side. I just...
Right.
That series
All
is so
right,
hyped.
chat.
Like today, even with the roster,
Dude, kind of excited for this
series
game.
is going to be so good.
Yeah,
big
it is
big
very,
Verno
very
fan, to be
awesome
honest.
to see what this team can do moving forward. But of course, no matter what language you're speaking, doesn't matter if you're speaking English, Portuguese, Spanish, or Klingon, don't matter, because at the end of the day, Aspas is going to pound you no matter what. He's going to beat you up because he's so damn good.
Dude, I want to see
Night VBN as well with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 5 months. Thank you, thank you. Watch the Fraud interview. They're always talking about.
Yeah, I got it. I know a little bit of Klingon and Pig Latin, but in any case, though,
Which team do I think takes
here in I mean, look,
Takes second in Americas? Wait, who are you saying takes first? G2? Dude, Americas is open, man.
Actually, no pig line,
Americas
no.
is for sure pretty open.
A little bit.
Can you toss the next thing in pig line?
Yeah.
Just practice.
Guys, Wyatt wants to talk. Shut up. Go, Wyatt, please.
Hello.
I mean, I suppose.
Hello.
I mean, what more can you say?
Rossi to
about
drop
this dude?
30.
He's the best in the game.
Dude, I
He
do think that
swapped
the
over from a
two...
compression white turtleneck to the
I do think that
compression black turtleneck,
Rossi
which
and
made
Verno
that's
are
controversial.
probably
And he
gonna
was wearing glasses. It's a
drag
new
real
him.
heavy.
But that being said,
You got a lot to prove.
much like the old him, he's still going to be one of the best players in the game. Like, this dude is just always the best. And I would like to see what Jajimo said in that interview reign true, that the best Jet players are playing way away. If we get
Build a
the random
roster with
Ospas
the best
Melee
players
debut in
of
match
each
one,
of these guns.
Now give me all that in Klingon.
Sheriff, Judge, Vandal, Operator, Odin, Death. What is this question?
Had a good showing at kickoff despite losing some key
What is this
players
question,
here as
man?
we switch over to their opponents on the other side of the field, Leviathan. And again, this is another one that it's like interesting, right, Andrew? Because this is similar-ish to MIBR in the situation they find themselves in, bringing in fresh blood, a little bit controversial.
Sheriff? Dude, Sheriff's hard.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of kickoff,
There's
it's
so
a
many
little
good
bit
Sheriff
different,
players.
right? Dropping to MIBR making it all the way to third. But yeah, in terms of bringing in the subs of probably two of the best players in the
Who's the
offseason,
best op
right,
player
like
these
Verno
days?
and Rossi, are the two
Because
guys
honestly,
that
I
were,
would
like,
probably
popping up and then
say,
finding themselves without
out of
a team
everyone, I'd
in
probably
Rossi's
say,
going into kickoff is
do you know what? I have three people in mind.
Absolutely. I'm glad this
Okay,
guy
and I'm
made
probably
it
missing
into the
someone.
league. Again, it's everyone
In my
was
head,
so
I say
high on this
Kang
guy,
Kang something and
rightfully so,
DG's in.
after
Is
his
that
off-season
nuts?
performance. I think he's
Texture?
going to fit onto
Yeah,
this
texture's pretty
LEV
good.
team like a glove. I
Who is
really
something?
do. Just getting right in here, replacing
As
the
in,
as a
did you
second
say who is
initiator.
something?
Both him and Khan together, they
That's
cover all of
crazy.
the initiator
Bro, I'm not sure you can
agents
be on the
that you
stream
want
and
to
say
be
stuff
playing
like that. That's
currently very well.
wild.
Rossi's played a ton of breach,
Dude, you're kicking them when they're
which kind
down?
of
That's
allows
outrageous.
King to focus in on controller, play a lot of Omen, and that's
Nah,
where he
nah, I'm
individually
joking,
gets
of
to go off.
Yeah, he
I
shines.
really think that this roster is going to be a
He is a beast with
well-oiled
an op, though.
machine.
Dude, I find it weird when I
And
watch
honestly,
something,
they
though,
were
because it feels
already
like
not that
he
bad.
never... I
people
think he's
really
one of the
looked
best
down
op
on
players
them
I've ever
after
seen, but it
how
feels
early
like
they dropped
his
out.
role
That's
never
kind of a
really suits it.
fraudulent,
Or like they
early
never
round
really like
exit. They lost to G2,
get to
second
enable
best
him
team in the
properly.
world, and to MIBR, who went on to top three.
Darker?
Like you were mentioning,
Darker's very
crazy close
consistent,
game
yeah.
there.
It's OT.
Yeah, this is already a competitive LEV, but I
I
think
think
now
for
they've
something, if you
already made
remove
it
the
clear
past
great
year,
bringing in Rossi.
then
Yeah.
for
I
sure.
tell you what,
Yeah.
at the start of the show, these two with their Leviathan pick,
But
they
yeah,
didn't
but like
have me.
past
I
12 months,
wasn't
because
sure.
they
I
were
didn't know
still
what to
good
do
in
here.
Madrid.
But now, I'm a believer.
sure.
I'm seeing it.
But since Madrid, since 1 year,
Yeah. Been a while.
it wasn't that
insane
well
in
anymore.
the offseason.
Yeah.
I think really impressed on his stint with Cloud9, and then Cloud9
Bryo has an underrated op. Yeah, there's a lot of good op
remove him
players
from
at the
the
moment.
team. He was slotting in as the IGL of the roster. It was
Buzz
all
is
kind
decent.
of shrouded in questions
Comeback.
even after the fact.
Comeback's
which
gonna be up
seems
there.
to have at least at the moment been
It's
a good
just a
decision
it's just a
from
matter of
Cloud9
getting
because
old
as
enough.
good as a player can be,
100% win rate this stage.
exactly, as good as someone is, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to work in your team, and it's not an indictment of
sometimes they
Rossi's
don't work
skill
out.
by any means.
Sometimes they don't work out.
Yeah, exactly. So, hey, maybe this will just be the best situation for both of them, and I could absolutely see that as the future we're wading into.
All lived happily ever after.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the only one who didn't live happily ever after was Natank, who came over to America for 3 matches.
Scream?
and then
I mean,
got
Scream's
shipped back
op
to
isn't
Europe.
bad,
It's a
man.
Really,
I know you're
really
saying it's
tough
a joke,
move
but I'm
for
telling you, Scream can op.
for him.
You brought us back to
They
reality.
played 3 matches. They lost to G2 MIBR. He's gone. But Rossi is a player that when you have the opportunity to take
Best
him,
weapon for Mini? I don't know, man. I try to avoid Mini's gameplay.
About Verno in a similar
He's just a
thing where it's
rifler,
like,
though.
hey, you have an opportunity to get this guy. Might as well just go for it and see what happens.
What's your best
right?
weapon?
But this was,
Mine,
you know,
dude,
pretty
I can only
controversial,
use an
right?
op.
Cloud9 dropped Rossi. The
Mine
community,
op judge only, man. Any other gun I'm not getting kills.
Because C9 were playing well with him, right? And C9 had like the crazy
My op's
offseason
good,
where a
though.
bunch of things
Play
were
with
going down,
Phantom.
but yeah, I don't know.
Nah, I
Like,
can't
with
use
Rossi's
Phantom, man.
individual
I can't use
performance
Phantom.
and IGLing a team
like,
that
did he
was
kick
winning.
it? Did he like, I don't know, like what
But
did he
I
do?
can
You know,
definitely
I'm
op it
really
like an
trying to
okay
figure
level.
that out.
It was crazy. I have never seen so so much attention.
Like I could stand him for a
from
team,
the
and if I was actually on the
community,
op role, I
social
think
media,
I'd do it
etc.
right.
on cloud
If I was on
nine.
any kind of
But
rifle
people
role,
were
I'm
outraged, as
I'm
you've
not
seen
looking.
from the
I'm not doing great.
C9 were rage baiting by dropping him.
I'm getting like two to 8 kills.
Content kings
They
looking for the rage
finally
bait.
cracked the code on how to get impressions in Valorant. They've done it.
Did you see Link is back on the team?
Yeah.
C9 for a while
How's
now.
that?
history.
They have a history of this.
I hope he does good.
That team is like one of those like, you know when you see a roster and it's like somebody from somewhere like gathered from random backgrounds.
Yeah, it's that team.
Yeah, they love signing.
It's actually a pretty nice lineup.
They always sign the Champions MVP of last year, so I'm so excited for 2026 Leviathan Kong.
I played ranked game with Column and he's so good. Like mechanically, that guy is so crazy.
Yeah.
Let's hear what Rossi had to say to Dryad.
I don't know anything about him, but
debut.
I mean he's 18 only, so.
Thank you guys. I'm here with
Maybe
LEV,
his
Rossi.
time is
And
like
Rossi, welcome to VCT Americas.
Yeah, I haven't watched.
You had to make it here.
It would be fun to watch them.
In the off season, everybody was talking about C9 Rossi and how good you were. So now they're in this LEV roster. What can we expect from you?
Hopefully more of what I did like towards the end with C9, just good things, and hopefully just more wins and just great things in general.
A lot of great wins. That's what we expect for sure for LEV. Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
A man of few words. A lot of great wins. We just want some great wins, guys. Hey, maybe it could happen. It's going to be a difficult game without a doubt. MIBR and Leviathan have met before, and well, we saw the results of that one in favor of MIBR. So King is going to be on
Wait,
the
are
other side,
Leviathan roles are fixed now? Because I remember the roles were so weird.
Yeah, the roles were weird.
You know what? We were
Like Nathan on Sentinel and stuff like that.
Kickoff, Wyatt.
Stacks on Duelist, right?
The one at Lock-in that got up and told the world
Yeah. Demon 1 Jones.
Absolutely, he was fantastic in kickoff.
But what was Tex playing then? If
when this guy gets
I'm gonna
to
open
play,
some
Tex is
that is when he pops off. Just lock it in, get him in the comfort role. He, despite having to do a lot of the calling for the team as well.
Walker with the prime. Thank you for the 5 months. Thank you.
That's the thing, right? I think King right next to Valen is like the other like high fragging IGL here in Americas.
And he's also the last remaining member of the original Leviathan.
Huge
that was
test for Rossi on this one.
Copian
I feel like both of these teams have a lot of firepower. Like I'm expecting people to get melted this game.
And playing really well back then. It's no longer the all LATAM team it once was, but he's still holding things down for this squad. He's developed into so much
Rod
more of a
says
leader
that they will
since he
speak
was
3
initially on
languages.
this roster and proven to be
Oh boy,
so
they're going
adept
for the
on a multitude
FPX.
of roles as well. It's
The
nice to see him
FPX
clean
vibe.
up these performances now, like 3-4 years on from when we first saw him doing the same damn thing.
Yeah, it really is impressive. And to see the players you had noted,
Why
Mimi,
free language?
that growth, not just as a leader, but as an individual in the server, has been really cool to see here. But he's got a lot of work ahead of him here. And he's
Wait,
going to need
let's
to bring
think.
in people like Rossi.
Yeah, why the
into
third
the
language,
lineup
chat?
here. And, well,
I mean, I saw that
Spanish.
Verna can speak Spanish.
Yeah.
So are they
So
gonna talk English, Spanish, and Portuguese?
And it's similar to Portuguese, I guess. So it's like they do a mix.
Or maybe Verna speaks Spanish and the Portuguese guys and Brazilian guys understand him, and then they speak in Portuguese and he understands them.
Happy with their performance.
You know,
and
because they're similar.
That's all I know, truthfully. So
yeah, I
they
think that is
contacted
right.
me. They're like, hey, we want you to come here. And I asked like, oh, do you want me to be like a player, IGL, anything like that? I said, I'm going to do it, whatever. They said, oh, they want me to be the IGL. So I said, all right, sounds good. And that was it. I tried out for the, not really, I tried out
Reminds
for the
me
team.
of the
They really
times
wanted me
where
because
when Guardian was first
everyone knows that. So
was it
they
Hell
just know
Racer?
that it's good, and they actually
Damn,
worked
dude.
out seamlessly, and it's
Like
great.
in
Congrats to
That's
everyone.
old school. Yeah,
13, 14, and he couldn't speak Russian. He would just like say some words in English, and they would just all four speak in Russian, and he would just play the game.
Did you hear that? I didn't hear anything.
There was a couple of them where like people would have a stand and they just wouldn't. Smoothie had a line where he just wouldn't speak the same language as well as like flip side.
Yeah.
We don't know for sure.
And sometimes it works.
Rossi
But,
IGL,
like,
yeah.
faster.
He said Rossi was IGL.
It's
And
quality facial hair. So the question that I gotta ask everyone
they
is,
said
does
they
a
asked him
muscle
to come and be
stash
IGL.
help you win? Because I think Cortezia is making a case. All right, he's making a case. Look at that stash; it's gorgeous. Look at those eyebrows, absolutely bushy.
I won 3 rank games in a
That's
row with Bren
interesting.
last night.
Because
so.
King was usually the IGL, right?
King's normally IGL,
Three
yeah.
games you ever won with Bren?
Yes, actually.
I've never won a ranked game with him.
Were you playing with Sideshow as he was in team with Waylay?
We weren't playing.
You know, there is such a big difference if King was like, yo guys, I don't want IGL, we need an IGL, or if the team said, yo King, we need an IGL.
That's true, yeah. Yeah.
as my
How did it go
predicted
down?
Rookie of the Year
The King's
by
been
the
in
end.
IGL for a while, so
At the beginning of kickoff, as did MIBR. But when they made that leadership
it's
change, putting
interesting.
Artsin in the role instead, I think
It
he really
is a big
found himself
difference.
in the lower bracket and was delivering on the promise that he made in the offseason of being one of the best up-and-comers in Americas.
And I think that was a very reasonable pick for the Rookie of the Year. And I think that after kickoff, he was good in kickoff, no doubt, but I think he has a lot more to show still. I think he can continue to really elevate his play from there.
What about you,
King Duelist. I mean, they might just do that thing where it's like King plays Raze on the Raze maps, and then Demon 1 plays Jet, or maybe even Waylay on the other maps. We'll see.
It's because we have a little bit of a delay on the stage here, and then once we get that all sorted, we'll be
Is
sending it
Demon
out
1
there, bring out the
not
players,
good on
do the
Raze
whole
and
shebang.
stuff?
You know the deal, folks. You've watched this show a few
The Raze and the
times, so we got you
Yoru
covered, and once we move forward,
is
we're gonna be doing
about
just that. But for now, though,
40% of
let's
his
actually go
Jet,
back to one of the greatest of all time. Here we got
in my
Aspas to hear
opinion.
what he has
And I
to
would say the
say
Yoru is
about
maybe
his
like
new
20%.
teammate, Verno.
My thoughts on Verno, for now, from what I saw, he's a really, really good player.
But that sounds kind of bad, you know?
He talks a lot
Oh,
in-game
yeah.
and out-game as well.
Like if all you can
the
do
guy
well
just
is
very
Jet.
good at the game, and he talks a lot.
I mean, he had a lot of time
communicates
to
everything.
improve, and yeah,
He
Waylay
do
maybe,
some
as you
good
say.
mid-rounds calls,
Maybe even Neon.
those stuff. And
Has
out-game,
Demon
he
1
talks
played
a lot
Neon?
as well,
He has
so
9
I'm
official
just
games
very
on
happy
it.
with him.
Dude, the same Verno talks a
just
lot.
ran a video yesterday that said the
Yeah,
opposite
I read it
of what
somewhere.
was just said right now. What is the truth, people?
I
I'm being
think,
gaslit.
isn't it like just a meme? Not
I
like
have no
actual
idea
reality.
anymore,
Like,
man. I feel like we're so many layers deep that I have no idea.
That's why if Finesse had been calling
like
in
surely it
Spanish
has been blown out of
Portuguese
proportion. Like
NRG, it could have been a
just
different
by
outcome, let's just say.
internet.
I will definitely say that whole thing was very interesting.
Dylan is chilling. Thank you for the
Sauce that we
46
just
months.
played
Thank you
have
so much. I
illuminated
appreciate
us
that.
to facts we did not previously know.
We really did.
And I appreciate that.
Ender, I'm just not even gonna.
I appreciate a good fact as well.
All right, guys, as we had mentioned before, a little bit of a delay, but do not sweat it. We're gonna be right back with the game in just a little bit, and we'll see you on the other side.
Chat, what is some of you typing, man?
Oh yeah, I see one guy in the chat said like in the energy comms videos you wouldn't hear Verno.
But I have watched
You
some of them.
inherit
You don't hear too much of them, but it's just like, it's situational.
The thing is, in Heretics voice comms, you almost never hear me.
Wait,
Because
that's it?
like, yeah, because
they
I
don't
mean,
want to show your calls, or just because it's like when actions
partly
going on
because
in
of that,
subbers?
and partly because I mean I talk the most in freeze time at the beginning of the rounds, but you know, they don't show like us slow defaulting, right? They show us in action, like in afterplans and shit, and like that's where players who are in situations talk. So like, it doesn't mean anything that.
Yeah, that's true.
Like there's also vocal and non-vocal players, and some talk and others have to be the listeners, because if everyone talks then it's just full chaos. Like people need to sacrifice their comms just for the sake of hearing others.
That is very true. Yoru, oh dude, we got someone looking at the rank. I like this. We got someone looking. Sims has gone and looked at some of the rank stats at the moment. King's most played agent in ranked this act is Yoru, and Demon 1's is ISO.
Going into this matchup here, and it's a little bit split. You know, you got a little bit more of a favor for MIBR,
Little double
but there's
duelist
still
vibes
some
going on.
Leviathan love there, notably from Wyatt.
Oh,
and
by the way,
Vander, but
ISO.
Mimi, you and
How?
MIBR,
I
why was
mean,
that?
I guess ISO is still fully played on Haven, right?
Yeah.
Any other ISOs? Because I think he got a huge buff.
Oh dude, he got an incredible buff. Like, I think the right click is insane on the wall.
Is it a number one in the group?
People, I mean, the only people that play him on other maps is T1. So.
where I'm at with it, and I think MIBR will continue to be very good.
I feel like he could be in some more maps.
This is the kind of game where they're going to lose 1-2.
I think I would be trying to run him on pretty much every map at the moment. I think this buff is wild. Dude, I'm telling you, this buff that they did to ISO is wild.
Okay, but you saying running him on every map means running double duelist on every map, because there is not a single chance you play him solo duelist.
Nah, that's true. The Yor is so good that you kind of get your flashes done.
But if you want to go double duelist, it means you're sacrificing breach there.
Yeah.
Which is just...
this is the thing. This is the thing
I know what you mean, of course.
Yeah. The thing about the meta is like you got the 4 busted agents, but they don't all work together because you got an ISO. You got
who's busted? Wise?
I think ISO, Teo, Vice, and who else did I think was busted at the moment? Deadlock.
You think Deadlock is busted?
I think Deadlock's busted.
I mean, the net thing is nice. Like, it's really nice. And it's annoying to play against.
Oh, yeah, but let's go ahead and bring out their
Yeah, I think with the Teo, that's strong. But yeah, you can't really run all of them, so you gotta sacrifice some of it. But I do think certain maps, I think the ISO is crazy good. I think the right click of the wall just opens up everything, man.
Of course, see how this play. Well, actually, I stand corrected. Aspas was first. The camera showed me Verno first. Of course, you got to make way for him. But the thing that excites me about this team, guys, is what we saw.
I mean, you'll see. We haven't
seen
like what 80% of the teams play yet.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, after their disappointing first match of kickoff, the rookies really stepped up, came into their own on the big stage. It felt
They're
like they were
fist
able
bumping
to
the
wipe off all those early nerves.
Yeah, they do that here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see.
They fist bump the front row.
At the end of playoffs, Shannon
You guys can fist bump the audience on Wednesday, right?
The intrigue is still around.
we don't have a single game on Wednesday.
Wait, you guys don't have a single game on Wednesdays?
Yes,
that's rigged, bro.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I was not the one who paid for it, but yeah.
Okay, split Icebox and last map Ascent. MIBR picking Icebox.
Well, the thing is, Leviathan were so good at Icebox last year.
They run a waylay on Icebox, don't
they wanted to go into all the time, so
unless they just go in for the jet, but like they might have something prepped.
Oh, by the way, Icebox in scrims, there has been so many interesting comps, honestly.
Oh, really?
Like Viper is still, obviously, didn't see a single non-Viper, but saw a couple of no Sova comps, like all kinds of duelists, smokers, like Wise, you know, like...
Yeah, it's very open as to what people want to play. Because even at the end there was like a couple of no duelist comps and people were just like running Gecko, KO.
Yeah.
Again, that's what Josh said that the best Jets are playing it. So
any jet map, you can sub in Wayla. You're giving up some of the offing for like a slightly better dive on attack.
All right, well, it gets locked in there. King
this is split, right?
Yeah, this is split. Viper, Teo, Breach, Omen, Yoru.
I don't like the split. I don't like the split Breach Teo. Not gonna lie.
I remember from kickoff was like the one map.
Yeah, I would run ISO Yoru on this map.
Like outperforming his duelist sometimes.
I'm so here for King not having the IGL.
Or
Picks it up and he can just
see, I kind of like the Vice on this map, but
down for it. And now we have MIBR.
I think
like Vice on split.
I think I like Vice on every map, to be honest. But
shakes out and head into our game. We're gonna send it over.
Yeah, you would probably take the Vice out because you gotta have a Viper anyway.
Of course,
you gotta have the passive pressure.
Like it has to be a Viper. Sorry, if it's
Viper
Wise,
Cypher.
it has to be with.
Oh, we got a great game coming
Viper.
up for our second one
Yeah,
of the
for
day
example,
here.
Viper. I don't know, like.
Leviathan, and there's a lot of history for all these
I
players
mean,
here, but
you
what's
need
in
to
front
do a
of us
pressure
now,
somehow.
all this new players, new squads,
No, you gotta
new
have it.
agents for who's in the squad is going to be awesome to see.
I don't really care about this rematch thing from kickoff between these two teams anymore. I just want to focus on the roles of Leviathan and also the head-to-heads, because now you don't have this Demon 1 versus Aspas anymore. King comes comes back
Yeah, the only breach tail stuff. To be honest, I really like the breach tail on defense on this map. I think it's really strong for just punishing B main. But then the only real default that I've liked is the Sentinels one for A heaven.
And we will very soon because the action's already in.
Raid boss?
That's already there.
Right out the gate. Just a few seconds into the round.
Still got a trade.
Oh yeah, that's nice as well.
That thing for you cannot play 1 second breach there. You just cannot.
Yeah, as in,
because you will always.
Yeah, committed to the side. Yeah.
Looking to play sight and sight to call each other over is MIBR. They can pretty much just walk in.
Like it is like it's the main combo. Standing vents and just double missile. Nobody can stay there. You get free map control.
To oppose from MIBR as well as it swings out. So now that MIBR comes out on top, though, you see how the defense is kind of thinned out from Leviathan. You have no choice but to play a 1-1 scenario on both sides, and one has to be risky. So thankfully,
looking for my streams during EU Ascension. Yeah, I haven't really had much time. Dude, all the tier 1 stuff just takes over. It's too much.
Paranoia, and maybe they could get something done.
I'm about to throw a smoke at least for a delay. And he's going to find out really
Demon1 had
fast.
a ghost here?
Yeah, you be feeling it?
I would believe, but Classic, I just have no idea how.
Okay. Hold up.
Okay, sorry.
Almost. Almost. Yeah, nearly a little 2v4 on this one. Okay, we'll keep an eye on the pistols. 1-0 for MIBR. I mean, they just won the trades at middle, so heavy.
Fighting each other again from the EG roster, so they do have that chemistry to almost pull this through. But towards the end, you know that this is going to be a very interesting game.
By the way, you might be right. I mean, D1 on smokes, King on Yodo.
Yeah.
Split that they've already played against each other during kickoff that went into this crazy overtime. I think like a 16-14 overall score towards the end. It was also very explosive, but it was also a different look. MIBR played this double duelist, but now they still want to leverage on utility.
What is that bug that every time a player plays his first official with a new team, he has the tag on him?
To fall back and just try to play delay if they
like
can.
you see LEV Rossi.
Yeah, it must be something with the accounts.
Towards A, see if they can take heaven here from the side of MIBR. A nice push in by Aspas, just kind of seeming fearless as they insert one.
That's nice.
Yes, what the hell are you typing in my chat?
They drop down.
Still gets it. So great retaliation, great understanding. Both sides needed to have a little bit of a protocol there
What
once
they
Vent was taken, but also
calling me a fraud, man.
Get out safely. MIBR turn their tide or turn their way over towards B heaven. This lurk still is huge from Cortezia. Lev's gonna have to worry about that now.
By the way, like there is one thing that always surprises me.
Damage at the end of the round.
MIBR did anti-eco.
Yeah.
They got vent control. Aspas went into vent alone with a Phantom.
Yeah.
With a breach flare.
Yeah.
Like, for me, that's like in our team, sometimes that's like unacceptable mistake.
Yeah, you get a red card for it.
Like, shit happens, right? I mean, shit does happen in this game. Just a random shorty.
No, I agree. And then in this game can like snowball out of control fast as well, so stuff like that is like honestly the discipline on anti-ecos is still pretty poor across the board, every region, most teams. I rarely find myself like complimenting it. There was one recently, I can't remember, some team on par was doing great.
Yeah, the last time you would do this was like the old FPX, no?
Yeah, yeah.
Because they had insane stats on, like they would never lose.
They were incredible. They're the best like bonus stats. They would win the third round like 5% of the time. Wait, 70% of the time? It was something mental. It's something like 75. 77, 70. I'm kind of 70%.
Picking up this orb for Artazine, waiting for the second wave here, the fault line to come back potentially to try to re-hit. But you need some.
I mean, that's how they won Copenhagen.
You have Cortezia that's inserted and trying to punish on an
it's a strong setup on B right now. Might be Artazine to do some damage. There's a little bit of damage. One more.
5 HP. A lot to ask here. Just going to be able to dodge out a few. So they know his location. A nice retaliation at B from Lev on this round. Should see Shenum going down
Okay,
soon.
dude, the damage is nice there.
A little bit
One
of
more?
trouble in that instance.
No.
And there's the 3 just staring up. Lev
So I feel like
strike
MIBR
back
will
here
take
on the
this.
bonus round, and they keep quite a few alive.
You already saw from Leviathan some great reactions. Again, Tex being the first
armor
contact,
rebates.
dodges all that util for the B Heaven right away. And as soon as he does that, look at the retaliation coming back from Leviathan. Easy for them to put the salvos down to prevent the flood, the aggression out of MIBR towards this B site. And they already had the fast stack up towards B. So a great call, a great read at the very beginning.
A great call indeed. You saw the patience here from Lev. There was a lot of
Okay,
action, and they were
money
like,
low on 2, money low on 4.
Here, Riv, we're looking to fight potentially
40.
towards A main.
Whoa, 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 Omen, wait.
That does force
Wait.
the hand of just Aspas. And forward
What
goes
the
Lev,
hell?
So they kind of trade spaces on that.
Demon
That's like
1,
my
they put
favorite
him on
play.
smokes and he's done the most
Demon
duelist
1,
roll I've ever
like
seen.
controller, but still like a duelist.
That TP is my
Unfortunately,
favorite play when you have
Didn't do
Bleach.
that much damage onto MIBR.
But I mean, not
That
running
said,
into
though, at least they
Bleach
have
one,
the
I'm not gonna
understanding
lie.
I mean,
that
yeah.
most of
But
the
that
team
TP I
on the
think is
attack was stacked
so
up on the side over
underrated.
A. So
Yeah,
there's an
TPing
opportunity to now
across,
push,
yeah.
gain a little bit more space.
With the
You already
breach
see
stun.
the insert
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
leg.
'cause if they
somebody
commit to like...
cycles or dashes,
Pretty much on
Yeah.
one
they're
and done,
stunned.
That's
unless
true,
he
that's true,
wants
that's
to say,
true.
okay, there's a minute left.
But the later part
salvos and the
was
full
a
line
bit weird.
should come back up.
The
Maybe
full
if they start
send?
falling back.
I mean,
But
obviously
it
we
doesn't
can
seem
see
to
the
be the case.
numbers, but
Oh, what a risky spot.
it was
One and done.
madness.
Almost gets a collide on that second, but they have a nice far swing. Inside sight already, however. Rossi and Tex want to take position right near each other on the bottom side of the site. They do not want to give up any ground here.
Cortesia lurk here on the 1v1.
Always
Big
lurking.
jewel
We
in
saw
heaven
it.
here,
Now
because
see
he
towards
should be
mid.
winning
How
it.
much of a kingpin is he gonna be? Takes out Khan from the top side. Rossi has to look
Yeah,
up,
very
and
nice
that's
from
when
MIBR.
Shenum peaks. The
Just a
teamwork
little
is
bit too
beautiful
much
from
for
MIBR
my
to take.
liking
Continues to be
from
very
Lev
nice, very
here.
calm for MIBR in these calls. The fact that they already took down Demon 1 and already met with so much
I'm fine with the
opposition in terms
peak,
of utility on the
but
A
he
side,
literally
they
ran
get the pick
into
onto
sewers.
King on
Yeah, if he
That's his stride,
should
though.
know that
if
it's
he
an
had
open
chilled
site,
here,
they
he
don't
kills the
tempo for rush,
jet.
but they still
The
wait.
dashed
They tried
across.
to delay long enough here to give that perfect timing for Cortesia to come in from top mid and get that backstab onto Calm. So very, very nicely ironed out.
Yeah.
On the scaling coming out from MIBR.
The speed at which we see Lev just feeling comfortable to get into. I'm
That's
sorry,
probably one
MIBR
of those
get
where
into
it
sight
works
and
so
say,
well
"No,
in scrims.
This is ours."
Yeah,
It is
yeah.
pretty incredible right
I
now.
mean, probably when they did in scrims, there wasn't 4 people here, I guess. Okay, force them down to an eco. Looking
King
like
using that gate crash to get a lot of early
they
info and
have
attack out
enough
this far
money next
rotation
round to
back
buy an
over
op
as
if they want to.
MIBR now has full control of the ramp.
We'll see.
Calm down for a bit, but we'll get free orbs now for MIBR. Quite easy to step away. A little bit of one-on-one.
Look at how much util there is.
Should be able to get picked up now for MIBR.
Aspas one away. Cosmic Divide is up if they want to get that top side of sight.
Man,
blocked off and
MIBR
run
just
in
kind of
pretty
death
clean.
balling though. Everyone
You see
together.
everybody towards screens here for Leviathan, taking more of a defensive position. As MIBR, it's the second time they've hit a site and really started to work the map again. We saw it on pistol round because of the chaos, but now we see it here on a gun round too.
In MIBR style, you can see that it's still rather explosive, just like it was when they were playing this Jet and Raze previously during kickoff, but this time it's just waiting off the refresh of util. A different approach, but still quite aggressive with the Tejo.
Is
and
Rossi
the breach.
IGLing again? Yeah.
This time the walk contact
He
makes
said in
sense.
the interview they asked
You
him
don't
to come
have neutral
IGL.
left for MIBR, and you're just going to play like a pack. And it's perfect. They read correctly into an open B site. It'll be a nice little plant, and now for Leviathan, you just try to rotate across, and seeing that a lot of these players are already up and very close to the ults, I wouldn't be opposed to Leviathan wanting to push in and look for some exit kills. Keep the economy low on the side of MIBR and try to fight back, but
What happened to Nozwa? I mean, he got
Leviathan will
replaced.
try to just survive for now.
We don't
and just
really
die to
know.
spike.
So Tex could get alt, they
But
see that.
if you just
Rossi
look at
gets
a
closer to
firepower
Demon, but you can
upgrade,
also get
like
Aspas one no
bringing
matter
Inferno
what,
is
depending
a
on that
huge
push.
firepower
Money's there
upgrade.
for Aspas to buy. Inferno
Does
still
come
got
with
a gun. They're
the
still gonna,
the
like you said, they're
language
still gonna
barrier,
hang
but
out, though. Kills would be nice to see, but they start to back off. Great mid-round calls by
But
Verno.
wasn't
Really
like
resetting the
before
team.
Leviathan?
If everything is
Like
true in the
Leviathan
video
started
that
last
we've
year
been
with
hearing, and now he does have the voice.
Nosfer, right? And
Yeah.
then
Repositioning for those
Aspas
who
got
just
tilted
really
because they
safe
kicked
plays.
him,
He's
right?
walking right around Lev
And
with
then
no
they
problem,
go
and they
to
come
new
out of that
team and
round.
exactly
Another
the
win.
same thing
4-1
happens.
now for MIBR on the attack
Yeah.
side
I
split.
mean, not the tilted part, I guess, but
the thing is as well, we're
No,
moving into
they
round
don't.
number 6,
This
and
time
we're still a little bit further
doesn't look
out
like it's
from
to end.
getting a good amount of ult cycles on the side
That's
of the
true.
defense, so they haven't been adding too much pressure or getting too many successful trades or fights
to prevent MIBR in this conditioning that they're doing in the very beginning. It's always very slow.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
You don't really see him trying to be fairly explosive. So I'd like to see King to be a little bit more active. Try to
Mo 130 with the tier 1. Thank you. Appreciate the 27 months.
Because so far for MIBR, if they don't notice where King is, they just kind of go
Okay, we get another buy round for Lev.
Crash towards B, checks A.
Aggro over towards A. Do a little stun, salvos, make sure they can take A. Pick up the orb, they get Yoru ult if they need to get info or retake. And MIBR walk contact into B with Astral.
But unfortunately, Demon 1 falls.
I mean, I like this from the white a lot,
Goes in, you still have all the
but
initiator utility to make sure the site hit
let
feels
the round
good.
finish
Armageddon's there for Verno. Well, they don't like how quiet it got so quick.
No, they get like aiming control, and then TP with Yoru. Like, I think it's all fine. But why is Viper on A instead of mid?
Yeah, that's true.
Splitting up the defense too. This might work now for MIBR.
Off position, they couldn't follow up quickly on the Armageddon.
Hey, very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, like, 2 rounds where they started for 1. I mean, okay, one of the rounds was even 0B, right? But like Viper and mid should be fine by himself for a while.
Yeah. Dude, there's quite a few teams doing...
As B rotation as well.
Yeah. There's quite a few teams doing the Yoru, like full 1 start, go aggro, and then Yoru TP early. Did you see the C9 and OG game yesterday? Look at that.
Not split.
If you get time, I would watch just how they play Pearl. They 4-1 like non-stop on defense the whole time. It's kind of nice. Oh, on defense. Yeah, C9. Was it C9? I think I'm thinking the right game.
The main way they try to open this round.
Chat, am I thinking the wrong game?
This is a key component to bring that off.
No, I think I'm thinking the right game.
That has to be the other big win condition for Leviathan because actually it's a positive.
It was,
I remember C9 with a lot of interesting cypher setups.
So this lurk might get punished by
like,
Shenum if he wants to overextend.
Not like interesting, but
so
like
far,
every time something different.
Yeah. It's good at changing it up.
1-2, a hit backside. You saw the concuss.
I'm in on this.
Why not kind of gambling?
We saw him just on the edge. King gets
like,
one. Gate
so much.
going to bring him
No,
back.
but I think it's just your ult, right? So that I think they wanted to.
No, retake. I mean, yeah, could be just retake.
Yeah, I think it's just protocol your ult.
I like that they're fighting back though.
Ooh. Bro, look at that guy's screen. He got hit by 50 bits of util.
That was just give up.
Can they continue to follow this up? The Rolling Thunder hits now from Rossi. He gets a 3K.
Damn.
Trying to hide blind.
Very nice, man. Fair play.
Finalizes the round for Leviathan.
Yeah, it's for sure what they do when they have your ult. No doubt.
And still land a shot. But
a lot of
set
rounds.
The reason why I said I like MIBR fighting back towards the A ramp. They've already identified that King.
I mean, it's their pick, right? So they
has the op, has the dimensional drift, but before they're able to give Leviathan the opportunity to get value out of that, you just don't want to give them a chance to set up. So again, punish.
That's what I'm a little bit sad about. This method that like set rounds are just better than playing from info. Especially with with these comps.
That's the hype you need.
For sure. Dude, that's why it doesn't make sense that Paper X weren't good. Because it's such a good meta for just loads of set rounds. Like it should be so perfect for them.
And that's that voice we hear.
No, but it's only perfect because of the Asians, right? Like are they? I don't know. I didn't see their games, but were they playing like Breach there?
No.
Or were they still playing like two duelists?
They're playing old school.
It's going to be a lower buy on the side.
Yeah, they were honestly trying to play more traditional.
Yeah. Both initiators working together. It looks like the
Stylo with the tier 1. Thank you.
I think the fault line went
if the Asians that you do set plays with are like Jet and Sky, then there is not much to set play.
Nah, for sure.
They could all meet up and go for that explosion.
Not enough util in the
without the fault line, as you need to tempo up with the lesser weapons that you have.
Oof. Dude, Rossi's having wild impact at the moment. Whether it's util or fragging.
Hop right in. So
when he plays, it feels like he's so
pushing with the team.
trusting in his whatever he does, like so confident.
Make this uncomfortable as possible since they know they're fighting against the advantage on left side.
This is nice from Cortezia, though. Double trip saves them from the attack.
So the read is actually not the best for MIBR.
Yeah, and they trade places, and it's not a good plan for Heaven, so I'm not sure they needed to do this heavy priority on Heaven.
And now Cortesia waiting with this Vandal. Money's not going to be there, so it looks like they'll try to keep this in hand.
Clean.
And Leviathan don't even lose anyone. This flawless round coming in. Beautiful.
What a retake. I mean, it was a really nice retake. But I also just think that MIBR just kind of reacted wrong for where their plant was. But
protecting the VIP, which is going to be calm, because the
spamming with the Vandal through the smoke.
Jesus.
Basically saying that's what happens if you try, because he just got a nice little shot through the smoke in the wall for the headshot as well. So nice little luck coming out of that, but we'll take it. Gives it the player advantage, but just getting back to the point. Making sure here that Calm is able to stay alive, use the Armageddon for the retake. That was going to be the first thing for them to flood back. But now at least a drone. You're seeing that pressure from King. In middle, that might force MIBR to move a little bit more quickly, where, again, it's another 4-1 setup. Big responsibility for Demon 1 to try to
look at it, man. Just heavy gamble over towards B. Reclear in terms of mid info.
Positions on to A. Lev, very good at having everybody ready for these site takes. Demon 1 wants to peek out. He almost finds the back of one, but Cortesia is able to capture that one before and get the first blood for the side of Lev.
That's really rough.
That's tough to do.
Or side of MIBR.
They're still trying to do that crossfire setup, but it's an op with a rifle. King comes out of it with
Like
2 HP.
two huge whiffs.
Kind of leaves Demon 1 out on an island. Not his fault, and this is going to make the retake even harder.
Yeah.
Trying to retake with a 2 HP op. Crossfire's already set up.
Screens pushing in now. They're kind of creating that ramp distraction, but it looks like MIBR has their eyes ready, set on the prize. 10 HP for Artson, though. This is a tough task to ask. Shenum now just out of position. The rest of the team on the ramp, like you said, it's going to be tough.
Com's doing a madness on this round. Com is doing a madness on this round.
No time.
Dude, that was so close. You see this kill that Com got on Aspas? Yeah. That's not a normal spam boss.
Re-wrap of MIBR on the top of the A ramp, so I love that Calm didn't drop down into the site with everybody else, so he can watch that play. Got 2 beautiful kills out of that, but Leviathan's still a little bit too slow on that retake.
I do, we didn't get to see it.
If maybe King got that first pick onto, I think it was Cortesia there, down towards the orb, maybe that would have changed the tempo.
He's responsible for everything, right?
Now you talk about good delays coming out from the side of MIBR.
Replays, player
everything bad.
Back and forth, just like when they played. In split the last time during kickoff.
Honestly, if you ever met him, you get it.
And now conditioning towards A.
It just has to be his fault.
Looks like MIBR wants to test their hand at B.
I think I did meet him at some point.
Really? I'm sorry, man.
But didn't.
Sorry about that.
Looking back, King's push-up has no effect this round as Cortesia comes up big, and that's the activation button for the side of B as well. Armageddon across 3 members of Leviathan back to site.
Crazy, Joe.
Oh, that somehow gets in front of that one and shuts Aspas down.
And one little thing is just that smoke that didn't allow MIBR to go in. Armageddon kind of split them across, but they still found safe haven, safe passage to even trade out their opponent, or their teammates rather. Making sure they avenge King that died towards the A side and now just resets the round. But the more that we reset here is the second wave of util, the second hit from MIBR, and it looks like they want to re-hit towards this B site, just waiting on, once again, Verno and Artazine, because they don't have flashes.
Dude, this kind of stuff's kind of nice. I was wondering if when teams were going to do, like I see it every so often, and like when you've taken the space but then you drone from like far back. I'm not sure it works, to be honest, that well with the Teo drone. Like you drone far back, like you make it look like you haven't taken the space and then you just swing early. Like I think they did the wrong swings with what they were doing, but I think that is just like a little microplay can work.
Could still get the spike down.
Yeah, it's good.
10 seconds left. Not a chance. And everything is held.
He's been in scenarios before in challengers.
Dude, the B players are locking it down though. Every time they go for this B split,
retake plays pulse plant,
get fully ranked.
but now trying to move inside the site.
But what happened in the beginning when Aspas was out for so long?
Hole in the previous round.
I remember when like Theo hit,
yeah,
but no one else was out.
No,
and there was
a little bit
on.
So I guess they called a cancel when the Viper Molly came in. But
and a paranoia that fully hit Aspas that allowed the huge assist to come out here from Demon 1.
Great teamwork. Like we said, the in-play protocols right now.
There's a couple of rounds where if I'm Aspas, I'm a little bit.
Fast.
I'm not saying
Hard to
tilted,
see
but
everything because it's just
I'd be a little bit
happening
annoyed.
over the shoulder of players and in the moment. But yeah, right there you get to see how much effect the utility's having here to make the plays. So 5-5 as LEV bring it back up to a tie. King goes ahead with the Outlaw, knowing they'll be low
I think
buys
people
on the
could
side
run
of
through the
MIBR,
Viper Molly
so
way
get a
more than they
little
do.
reprieve
Okay.
in their
It's just
economy
a
to make
Viper
sure
Molly.
these purchases can go through till the end of the half.
Everyone's just super scared of the vulnerable, right?
The first contact now will be Tex.
Yeah, but as long as there is usually they were all B hopping around, trying to dodge tail ult, you know.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
actually catches Aspas.
Dude, man, the stun, holy.
Tex with another 3K, 6 just
Stun
in the
changes
recent amount of
rarely
time
come
between
into
two
play with the
rounds.
dashes, but
And Shannon finally answers back, but not long
man,
for
I'm
this
telling you,
world.
if
But it's such a good change,
Continues to
honestly.
pile
if
in,
I'm
and
Aspas, I'm
MIBR
kind of
nowhere
tilted with
to
some of these
hide.
rounds. They've been
Seems like Leviathan wanted to do
doesn't
the
look
surprise
fun to play.
once again into that one. A call out of Rossi makes sense. If you're looking at the extremities, you have the or should I say the Outlaw from King.
I mean, Leviathan
No
looks
changes really went
like
through. He didn't see
with a
anybody
big
cross.
playbook.
Demon's playing close work.
Yeah, in this map.
So they
Every
should
single
know
round's
here for
been something
Leviathan that
different.
there's a
They
slow
love it.
scale
They
up
love it like a
towards
3
middle,
or
so
4
they go for the
person
trap
duel
play.
over
It
towards
works
middle.
out. Tex just farms players out
Dude,
towards
Tex
middle.
is
And now
popping
Leviathan
him.
take the lead.
Rossi's holding his hand. I was like,
Like,
Tex,
who's the
all
coach
right,
in the
calm
Leviathan now?
down.
Tapata?
You're check your PC soon.
It's a Patzer and
But
Desmo.
follow,
Yeah.
I think what LEV identified, Vance, is there any time that they got
Fair
early
play,
info
man.
from King peeking
Fair
and
play.
the gate crash,
This
they
was
pushed
lovely
back.
from him.
Let me see you twirl.
Wait, is that your bestie?
I ice both of y'all like Gretzky.
Never mind, I was wrong. That wasn't the combo. They were singing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, being able to identify early aggression, just get in the face
That's how
of
I was singing.
MIBR.
And that's the thing.
Has crushed them.
Trying to
That
find
was
him
so
before
American.
the refresh of the util, but not this time around. Cortesia's watching that push.
A calm fight here with Verno in mid. They're going to get Artsine to come over and help him with King, though, as Calm tries to get one back for the squad. They've traded out so many members of LEV here at the beginning of the round. We're not even on to a minute yet.
Spike down.
Verno got a peek.
Ooh,
Got concussed
man.
up hard, still gets the kill, though. Nice retaliation on that Tejo.
It's a shame. Combs
And it's going to
kind of
be
made. I mean,
Tex
they
walking
kind of
around.
made the right play.
MIBR fire back just as hard. Both teams are honestly just on a fuse right now.
Let me see you dance and twirl this time around, Tex, on a 1v4.
Won the pistol?
Twirled on right there. 3 for
MIB,
Cortesia,
wait.
and a lot of 3Ks around the map. People are getting asked
Yeah, it was
to
MIB, yeah.
put up some numbers, and
Yeah,
they
should
are
always-
on these
should always
site
go
takes.
with it.
Awesome star power
Hesitate.
coming in. Great stuff to see from both of these teams that have made changes coming in.
I would say Leviathan
Still
played
performing.
way
And I
better,
would still respect
but
this
it's a
for Leviathan
6-6.
in the last round. They've been fairly
Yeah,
slow,
but honestly, if he
reactive
gets 6
in the
when
past few
he
rounds.
lost
Wanna be more
pistol, it's
active
kind of
this time
good.
around, but just got
Yeah,
caught.
yeah.
We're going to be taking a quick break. Second
No, they
half.
had,
of
they had a
Split.
lot of
After we come
strats.
back,
They had a lot of
don't go
strats, and
anywhere.
I feel like once they'd lost, looked very comfy losing B Heaven on the rounds where they lost B Heaven. And then every time they lost middle, they would instantly fight middle with like 3 or 4 people next round. Melchin Cookie with a tier 1. Thank you for the 33 mums. Appreciate it.
Huh. Nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
Do I like Demon 1 on smokes? As long as I take out that aggro rounds that they did on, was it 4th round, 3rd round, 4th round? Then yeah. I think it suits his style of play a bit better. Echoes, hello mate. Thanks so much for the prime, appreciate the 17 mums. Good to see you, dude. How's things,
Isn't this
Echoes?
his like first Omen games? Because he was playing Brim even in EG, right?
Yeah, he's played,
And
played Brim
Astra
on like
too?
Fracture. Astra on
something he had.
Lotus? I can't remember.
But like he has 2 games on Omen only.
Astra on Lotus and Split, yeah. I mean, he definitely always popped on Fracture Brim, though, to be fair. But I feel like everyone popped on EG on that map.
We're back
Didn't
on
he also play
split.
Brim on
We're
Bind?
tied at half, and Leviathan will take the attack side to continue on in the map for our first one in this best of 3. Rossi, we've seen hyping up the team on one side. Verno's had the mid-round calls. We're all equal here as we head in.
What they remember here for MIBR is they have been really...
Dude, I felt like all the years blend into one at one point.
Yeah,
when they're playing a defense, especially when you see Arzine with judges.
Okay, let's see their attacks.
He's playing the mid side and
Chamber
doesn't really
Bind,
get a
but they
chance to
palm
attack
band
to
it a
get
lot, apparently.
control. That's why looking at this round, Leviathan all grouped up towards B main and just looking to pop at the very beginning, trying to see what util is being answered back here on the side of MIBR. At least they pull out the drone.
Drone back. Drone for drone. Gate crash destroyed. Looks like it's going to be a re-hit, though. Little reset, re-hit. Make sure they clear the backside. Oh, Shenneman.
That feels so bad.
Yeah, that feels rough. Honestly, the Viper wall with the Yoru is lovely, man. That creates a lot of pressure. Whoa! Damn, bro, that's a devastating round to lose. 3v5.
Wait, it's not a lose.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
fair play, man. Free pass and
think
fun.
about it, like, it's Astra's fault going in that position without a star ready to smoke, right?
Yeah.
Salvos just to keep Shinam in the back of the site, and they actually catch him off guard and pick him off.
Damn, that's really rough.
Look at these picks coming through. We didn't really see where Vernon was coming from. He was coming in from the spawn area, while
He don't show Werner shots? Hello.
And while he's pushing through, he still has to
Hello, dude. Blame Prius, man, I'm telling you.
Staying aggressive as they are on the defense.
He probably had it ready to go and he said no.
In terms of composition.
Schmom with the prime, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you.
He keeps that a few more rounds to see how much work he does with this.
The Viper wall with the Omen TP, yeah, it's so strong.
The heaven clear and just sight hit. A ramp is now controlled by the side of Leviathan.
Like you could Palmer just fake. Even as your default, I'd be sending a TP out here and just doing that as part of my default.
To try to get more value than that will be definitely
just the fact that
when the camera from
you want to create the A pressure as well.
And with this push, you talked about the Marshall from Aspas towards B main. He's already moved up now towards middle. They know this hit's coming towards the A site.
Yeah, he said, hey guys, everybody cover A.
I also love that
this guy loves a judge on this map.
What does he have, slugs in that thing?
He loves a judge on this map.
With the medium to long range stinger headshot. Yeah, pick up that judge. Holy moly, what is happening? Just a double on the first one as they start cleaning house. And you're right, the push from Aspas just calming in so much so they could make those early moves to A.
And why he doesn't overextend is just in this moment. If there were too many players coming through and there was actually a trade onto Artazine, then if they escaped through... I'm so good at this game, bro! Judge against Classic, I'd feel like a god as well.
That's incredible.
But yeah, just what they're able to do in case it was a fallback towards top vent. We'll hold that thought. There's an attempt to take control towards B main. A push forward as well.
Oh, cover it. They're trying to help out Demon 1. It's a scatter. It's chaos here in B main.
This is what I love about the, I said this earlier before the game, right? The breach tail, this punish on B main feels incredible.
And Aspas again with this Marshall still trying to hold up and finish off with some sheriff shots if it does get a tag. The main goal is still B though.
But how do you nerf tail?
Right in the chest, so Tex has to fall back, so
dude, someone in my chat had a sick idea. You separate the salvos, and so it recharges like one by one. Oh my god, this guy's farming so much with the Judge, bro.
He's so good at this game.
So like when you do your salvos, say it's like
so you start with 2 anyway.
You start with 2 and say, for an example, I think 30 is probably too much. Let's say 20. Let's say 25. Right, so after 25 seconds you'll get 1 salvo back. And then 50 seconds you'll get both salvo back. So you're kind of getting 5 salvos throughout a game, like max. But you have to choose early on, like if you want to use 1 or 2 for your default. That's cool,
Would you
right?
say, but then do you make it, like, you know, like breach flash, like 2 charges, in terms of like, then you maybe could use 1 if you want You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
No, so like you don't have to use 2 in the beginning.
Yeah.
You could use only 1,
Yeah.
and it recharges. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
That would be cool. Honestly, I
That's
think.
cool, right?
Like if you insta commit, it's like instantly using 2 omen smokes, you know?
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's nice, right? And it actually like adds depth to the character that has like no depth or fall.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's sick idea.
Yeah, it's a really cool idea.
Was that Prius as well, like kicking the penguin?
Yeah, probably. Snorper with the prime, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you, thank you.
There's so much to work with, and we're seeing the crew that's been there for a while still doing great.
And right now, if you're looking even at the results of this map, 9-6 for MIBR, and it's actually even the rookies that are stepping up, mainly Cortezia on his lurks.
Problem is it would be super OP in post plant.
Leviathan's has been doing a
Yeah,
good job,
that is true.
shutting him down, not giving you too much
Oh,
value.
you could use one. You could use
You
another.
could use
No,
one,
no,
then you could
that's
use another. Yeah, that's the giant issue of it. That's true.
If you're going to run into this A site, look at that setup.
That is a
Double trip towards
giant
middle. They
issue.
don't really
Not wrong.
need to care for middle because they trust Artezine with what he could bring with his util and also his judge/rifling.
They could make them smaller though.
Yeah.
Push towards mid. A lot of util use here, so expect this one to get quiet unless the sight hit proceeds right after this engage towards mid. The shotguns are getting a lot of love this game. King comes up.
Because that allows for you to pick up a rifle left behind by Verno. They're faking the drop as well.
And make
and I love
old
this.
9
You're
orbs.
jumping inside the vents, you're picking up the weapons, but unfortunately I was going to say,
Yeah.
I think they'll do that.
They'll do that.
It's almost
That's
99% they'll do that.
That's the classic that they always do.
The indication that he might re-hit back into the B site into a split. So Artezine will be ready for
I
this.
think we're gonna go to 10 orbs, I'm not gonna lie, at some point.
I feel like Artsin had 4 kills coming into a defense. We're like 4 rounds in, and he's got 13 kills. He already had 9 kills on defense in 3 rounds, basically.
Almost felt
All
like
the judge kills.
sort of a double pump.
Yeah, man.
The fake towards the B site, the pressure and lurk from A.
Ooh, that's a really important kill. 20 seconds. Pivot over towards A. Rotate comes in because he died over towards Heaven. Zenom's... sorry, Shenum, right? Here's him. Hasn't heard him yet. They've all gone silent. Guys, 10 seconds. I'm so nervous. Let's bomb.
A third one. The shotgun's not going to happen as he tries to hopscotch around
Oh
the wall.
boy. It's devastating for LEV on this. Wow, man. Nice. Really solid.
I mean, it's so well played by him. He hides the decent timing, like, what can you do? You're not gonna go clear ramp on 20 seconds.
No, exactly. Also, like, when you're solo on A, like, this pause is so underrated. Like, anywhere over towards there. Because no matter what, you can always make a play, right? If they go Heaven, you can kill them in the side on Heaven, but if they go heavy sight, you can go behind them fast on ramp. Like, I feel like no matter what, it's like the best place to be when you're kind of like solo on A instead of just sitting back of A Heaven. I think it's so strong.
That came out of Leviathan from the previous round.
Nasvas's Marshall has now turned into an operator. It's grown up. Enough kills came in. Just has the big one now.
The evolution.
So now that's back B. They can really focus on the rest of the map. This fight is something perfect now, but King slaps down Verno right away.
I'm quite sure King was stunned.
They continue to take that vent area just ruthlessly.
Yeah. Surely.
Artezine, with how he's playing so far, quite okay for him to peek to try to get an info and potentially isolate a 1v1.
I mean, now he got your ult. They should win this round for sure.
With the ult, it will definitely help them get great
Yeah,
information.
gamble stack from MIBR.
I mean, they have Briston back, so just your ult.
Spotted the op and they still want to go into it.
And then the ult should be fine.
I mean, Aspas is just gonna get
Yeah, I was
overwhelmed
gonna say the
here.
conventional drift right up there. Aspas might be forced to play a little bit more of an anchor position, get them to safety. The team should follow this in. Demon 1 smoking from the back. He'll be somewhat of the lurk on this towards mid as they start
can't
to
do
play
anything.
B-side.
Do you even try and invest the Astro ult here?
No.
Full kit for Artezine as well.
Not before he gets kills.
Because he was never pressured. There's a late lurk coming out from Demon 1 though. This might be the key piece that allows for them to win the round.
Ooh, that timing from Demon 1, so patient. It's almost the same problem.
I mean, nobody picked feet into Aspas. They didn't find the lurker. I think it's a safe one guy.
Ooh, just on the right.
He's got the timing.
Ooh, savior.
Cortezia saves Aspas.
Keep an eye on Demon 1, Heaven.
Common team are trying to grab position, see if they can figure out where MIBR is going to be coming out of the woodwork here.
Rossi's
Rossi
looking
and the squad
real
just
clean though.
drop MIBR left and right. The operator now left in the scope, left looking. And they have found it, but Aspas still hits the shot. They should go down with the spike here. Yeah.
He messed up the movement. He might have got out of there.
He was just a distraction, just that anchor on the play.
Sure, I feel like the money's low for everyone here.
This whole time I was counting on the flank
No.
and you needed to
Who's defending? Leviathan, right? They have like 4 or 5 games.
Oh, okay.
They got before lane.
Isolates every single player and
I mean, it was still good to go for it because MIBR has no money.
People were dying from util. Aftershock onto Tex. And then Rossi. Beautiful. Head on a swivel.
Second teams often lose their map picks. You got to remember that no one's really seen anyone play for like a little bit, so you don't really know how good other people are at certain maps. So you're kind of just going off of how good you feel on the map. And you might literally pick the map that the other team is like the best at.
Fast here as they're trying off the Armageddon to split towards his B site.
God, I was gonna say, how are they still alive? They tanked like 30 bullets.
A beautiful picture of someone on the wall. 10-7. We're seeing this round be very.
Oh no.
Teams are trying to equal it out. Leviathan now brings it to 3.
The smoke faded.
In the middle of the round. The operator still alive over towards A, and this leaves MIBR in a tough spot.
Yeah, I like that little double swing there.
Make the odds a little bit better.
Cameron's watching towards orange, but the cage comes up that may allow Kong to pick this through. And again, it's up to him and Demon 1. But even if they try to reset, move back towards the B side, they know to set up at least.
What do you like more on this map, Cypher or Viper?
So if they avoid it,
I know you like Viper.
Yeah, I like Viper.
Very difficult scenario for the last 2 players of Leviathan. I mean, they got all their bases covered. Even if they walk towards that spawn, MIBR is just counting on this camera to get the info, and there it is. If they push towards that spawn, there's already 2 players back there for MIBR.
A little ring around the rosy.
Spike planted.
Stun, double flash.
Split.
Oh.
I was gonna say that tripwire could really mess him up, but
dude, Art's in on defense. Art's in on defense. He's got 14 kills on defense right now. He's fragging so heavy.
Really an attempt to try to surprise players as they're going.
I mean, he did say after he got the 4 kills, he said, "I'm the best player."
Yeah, it's true. He got the judge 4K. It's actually the best time ever to bring that out.
That spike quite early towards the garage when Rossi peeks solo, trying to go for that hero play, duel it up against a player on pillar. And that forces the last timeout of Leviathan. This is also Leviathan's map pick.
He was 4-13. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He had 4 kills. He got 14 kills in 6 rounds. That's nuts.
After, because I would have thought going into this series that a lot of the changes with Vernal coming in this roster, there'll be more compositional changes coming out from MIBR.
Yeah.
But for Leviathan, if they're already pulling this right now on the first map, what can he pull out on Icebox after? That said, though, looking at this time out in the discussion coming out from Mitopata with the rest of the team of Leviathan, they really need to find ways to stop Artazine on the top middle. I feel like there hasn't been enough pressure coming up on that side to push him through or try to capitalize on it, especially when he's not playing that judge anymore.
We're just seeing outright
Dude,
plays,
I never get a Burger King.
We're not seeing second
but
hits.
that does sound pretty good.
Early salvo, early fault line, wait for
Maybe
it,
I'll
use
try
it
that.
again, play within the window, not even watch.
But hopefully I don't leave the house for a while, to be honest, Bacon. So hopefully I don't have to do that for a bit.
Right? Give him something else to look at least at this point. You're far enough in that I think they've.
Like when they're coming to international, I went to watch from there.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like whenever they invite me, basically. But I'm not gonna go like out of my way and say that I want to go, because I love being at home, dude. So I'm not like I'll go if they invite me, but at the same time, I'm not asking anyone.
A lot of ults too. If they just a few kills.
The hero rifle from King is big.
What if it's some cool location? Like last year, we had.
I mean, it'd be cool. Again, it'd be cool if they asked me. But I'm not gonna. Dude, I don't think you understand how much I love being at home. Like, I would look at him and be like, yeah, that'd be cool to go, but
or the A ramp control.
just love staying in, man.
1-2. Gate crash isn't there, so can't follow it as much as they want, but still, they're going to get a fault line back at least. Artsin predicting that there would have been a push on ramp with that drone. You can see him helping out.
Squeegee Bob, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 10 months.
Gonna just slow this one down since nobody sees anything, and you see the kind of leaning rotations coming in now from both teams.
Yeah. We're almost to that minute mark, and the only thing we've isolated or identified was a Tejo playing towards the A side. We still don't know where the Cypher is set up for MIBR.
Okay, I mean, there's still a lot of pressure at the moment. Pressure. I'm a big fan of this, like, aggro trip on A Heaven, though. Means they can, oh my goodness, the bunnies are going crazy. Means they can heavy stack over towards B.
No way, he got that kill.
Bro, I'm telling you, this guy is the raid boss of defense.
Aspas.
I feel like he's going to get another on 5 HP.
Alert from text does not have an effect on the map, so this means
Playing
MIBR can now
headshot
focus on the
tango,
rest of the
it
team
was
coming
good.
into B. Hell is exactly where Demon 1 goes down as Rossi falls quickly after eyes on Com. A flick. And
Yeah, very, very nice.
well, but he cleans
Dude,
it up. The rookie's good for another, and to bring
I don't know why I've
MIBR
never
to
seen this
match
trip on
point,
Heaven
that's
before.
play.
You ever seen this trip? It's nice, though, right? Because you can do it before the barrier goes down.
I think it's like,
Yes, it's nice.
it's so basic that, you know, people use it in the beginning and then they never use it again because obviously it's gonna get broken. But yeah, it's kind of good, especially against Viper. Like, you know, did he lurk or not?
Yeah, exactly. And then you never have to really worry about the pressure. Can you jump it from the box pre-barrier? You must be able to jump it. Maybe, honestly, if you do it further back, maybe not.
No, I think it's just like a normal trip.
Here again, just on
Like
the
if you
other
do
side of the wall
it too close to the box, sure, but you can do it closer to
fight, it seems, in the beginning.
the entrance.
On a hard angle
Gonna
with
get
this
wet.
It's
a huge miss, bro.
Between the second two.
That's a rare miss.
Yeah, very rare miss.
5 chances.
Quick text peek gives him a little bit of shake up there. And that's a big first blood going in the side of Leviathan. Now they have the chance. Can they convert the 5v4?
Oh, with the
after
damage
so many
below.
rounds of not being able to get him?
Dude, imagine they,
But, like,
oh, they had just a little
Takes down
spam.
Tex in the
I was gonna say,
chaos.
imagine they actually had the salvos to go on top of that.
Trade one back there, but really no movement.
Damage,
gained off of that
damage,
too
and then
much.
just
MIBR
extra
happy
bit
with
of
how this
damage
one played
there,
out.
and then you would
Lurk into
spam.
B
Oh,
is
that's
going
kind
to
of
be
nice.
huge. What's the call coming in for this
You know what would have been cool? If they do the ult from where Teo is right now, towards ramp,
Okay.
and then they breach ult.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
from right to
Yeah,
left,
love that.
and they
Similar
are
to the
going
G2
forward
vibe.
and can breach
Tried
ult.
to TP
Yeah,
across, but
let's
Verno was
go.
already close enough to hear that Demon 1 crossed over that trip. Is already ready for that pick, but now King is trying to turn it back.
The problem is,
Give some sort of
Artsin's on A, and I know he's getting one.
Yeah.
Rolling Thunder to stop him, and it's up to Com now to open up the A site.
A very nice smoke as well that Shenham gave him.
Just the indecision there. They wanted to peek together. They
Ah,
wanted to
nah,
try to
man,
make it
that is
2-1.
a
Artisan's gonna get the
masterclass of a defense performance. Yeah, someone give me his defense
And
stats.
from game point, they take split.
Because is that not
13-7.
You're gonna have to start understanding
wild
here
what
that
he's just done
MIBR
here?
on split is definitely a strong team. Artisan finishing on
I think
the
we
top
can
of
do
the
it.
scoreboard, and very,
I mean, on real Artisan
very
will be in a
difficult to
few
deal
minutes.
against him. Anywhere he plays,
Long
such a
until
good anchor,
updates.
such great utility coming out from MIBR to answer back onto anything that Leviathan was
That's
trying to pull out here
so
on their attack
crazy.
side.
I think we're seeing from this MIBR team too. Well, it's one game. It didn't need to be an Aspas show. That was a team show from MIBR. And when Aspas needed the hits, he got hits. But the rest of the team aren't.
Oh no, I tell you what, Aspas wasn't really
beautiful 3Ks, 4Ks throughout the
that
map. King,
impactful in this game. It just felt like he got, honestly, he got sent in a couple of times on attack and just got wrecked. But there was a good amount of times where they traded him out as well. But this was
Aspas was just like a normal duel.
Yeah, exactly that.
Into a duelist role that he hasn't played since 2023, comes out with the Yoru, but it definitely didn't
Okay,
shake up MIBR.
so on defense, he had 574 ACS.
574?
Yes.
What? Oh my god. That's insane.
318 ADR, so he killed more than 2 people every round, like damage-wise.
Dude, that's wild. That's one of the best. That's one of the best halves I've ever seen in Valorant. Look at, dude, look at everyone else's score on his team. It's 18. Sure, Shenum gets 10. And then you got 3, 4, and 4. Like, that's crazy how heavy he carried that half. It's probably it might be the best ever performance I've seen in a half.
I mean, the only thing I would say, it was only 8 rounds.
Sure.
So.
But still.
Of course. Like, if you want to put it in stats or something.
Yeah. Okay, Charlie, let me spam some notes while I upload.
8 kills. That's it. Yeah. I mean, they also played well as a team on the defense.
I feel like both teams had nice defense.
Yeah.
They had some nice stuff. Over 300 ADR. Stage 1, map 1, split. Okay, and they picked Icebox, so see how Icebox look. I'll be back in a little bit once this starts uploading.
Wait, wasn't MIBR the team that was like just shit all the time?
No.
Before Aspas game, or not?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like,
okay, I thought you were talking about like early on in this year. Oh yeah, for sure.
No,
like one of the bottom teams.
And everyone was like, what is Aspas doing, right? Like,
Yeah. No, they let him. It's just like they just decided to just spend money this year, to be honest. They even got Sassy as streamer as well. Like they're actually spending money.
And Fraud, we got the chance to talk about the roster changes and things that Verno.
Yeah, let's see what Fraud says, chat, and then I'll be right back.
More specifically about the meta. We just saw the Tejo Breach that you brought on Split for the first time. There's also a Dragon was saying that Aspas is going to be playing the Waylay at some point. So how do you make of this meta and how it is fitting in MIBR?
We think it's great. We just didn't really get much practice against that kind of style, those kinds of comps when we were training in Brazil once we made the team. Once we came to NA, we realized early on that we were a little bit behind on the meta, so we just started to focus on our game, our plans, and trying to make some of these drastic changes. We obviously made drastic changes as far as changing our IGL mid-tournament and stuff, but at the end of the day, at least when it comes to compositions and certain things inside the game, it's always good to rely on comfort. Not saying that you should always do that way, but I felt like that was the best way to give us a chance at kickoff, and we're just going in head first, especially after kickoff. We've been practicing really hard at understanding the meta, and you never know what we'll pull out.
I'm excited to see it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, they so midway through kickoff, they changed from Nolswa IGL to Artsin.
What the potential of this MIBR is, especially
calling right
after
now.
that 13-7
Artsin's calling, yeah. Artsin's calling and dropping 315 ADR.
Close it out on Icebox 2-0.
Defense, yeah.
Fair play.
Guys, I mean,
The beast, man.
Is
that what? I don't want to say that's the level I'm expecting from you at Split 1, but kind of, man. The bar's been set.
So many resources on that team. They're just so
Okay.
natural gunpower.
Yeah, and he's talking about that.
Honestly, I think you got this. I'll be back in a little bit.
They were playing almost all older comps. They weren't really playing any of the Teo. They were one of the few teams who was behind in that way. But here they've kind of shown their own twist, where they're playing the Breach, the Teo, some new stuff, but still leaning into comfort, what works for Aspas, and letting him lock the Jet in a pretty unconventional way here on Split.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting that we've now actually seen on back-to-back days Star Duelists running the Jet with the Tejo Breach on Split, and in both cases, it working really well.
Yeah.
That's not something that we've seen outside of this little moment in time, but it's pretty cool. This was back in the second half, some really impactful rounds that allowed MIBR to really wrangle control of the game later on.
Yeah, it was super back and forth. It was kind of a muddy first half, and let's be honest, this round with the judge is not giving the best case for it to not have been muddy in the second half, but...
I gotta say, after that round, Artson being silly on the comms, from there on out, it really felt like MIBR were just vibing. The game was just coming to them. They were chilling. They were being a little silly. They made it look very effortless in that second half.
I think we also got like a tiny look behind the curtain too in his reaction to that judge round. He's like saying in perfect English, I'm the best player in the game, or something to that effect. So it's clear they're doing some kind of combination, talking in some English, because 3 of the players who are Brazilians speak the language very well. Shenom's learning it. So thus far, I mean, it just looked on point. It was a very clean second half. They only dropped 1 round on the defensive side to close out split.
Yeah, honestly, couldn't have asked for a better showing if you are an MIBR fan. But I do want to check in on the new additions to both teams and how they performed here, right? You got Vossi, combine them together. Rossi and Verno joining up. First thing, we'll start off with Rossi here. Coming into this one, didn't really get, to see much, but there were some moments for Rossi, for sure, Wyatt.
Yeah, he had a couple high-impact rounds here and there. It was the catalyst of some straight-up round wins at times, but no, definitely tough for him to really get in a position where he could try to take over the game, but that's going to happen when you're playing the breach on the map. It's just a lot more setup, of course.
Verno wasn't absolutely lights out either, but I thought he did his job well, especially on their defensive side. He was in the places he needed to be, had very good util usage on that Teo, and seemed like he was gelling, having fun on the stage, which I think is one of the biggest things you're asking for when you're introducing a new, pretty young, pretty new player into a very different team culture than what he's experienced in the past.
And I think for both guys, it's a very clear, good fit, right? They're going to get slotted into the thing that they need to do. They're not here to be superstar, do the most amazing things ever. Just get the job done. It seems like so far so good.
I mean, they have Osbosses and Demon Ones, but still, like, the expectation for those guys, if you watch the offseason, is greatness, right?
They don't have to worry because you got Osbos and Demon One, and you got some great players on your team. But let's shift over to the Leviathan side. We have Itopata standing by to get us ready for map number 2.
Thank you guys. I'm here with Itopata, head of map 2. And Ito, I'm a little confused when it comes to the IGL because I saw King talk about it. I saw Ross saying that he's the IGL. So can you clarify how these roles are working out, not only for the IGLing, but also is Demon 1 going to be in controller? What is going on right now?
I mean, I think Cat's out of the bag right now. Rossi is going to be the IGL for us, and Max is Demon 1 is moving to the smokes role.
So King Duelist.
King Duelist.
Okay, that's good. I mean, we saw a little bit of it, so I'm excited to see it on Icebox. Best of luck.
Okay, so the official word. We saw it there. Rossi is IGLing. King in the Duelist. Mimi, what do you make of this?
Rossi was doing the same thing on Cloud9 during the offseason, had a lot of success in that role there. It is weird because of the history King has. Almost 4 years IGLing for this team, now having to kind of step back and go back to a Duelist he hasn't played in quite a while.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Duelist he's actually going to be playing on Icebox, because I've definitely seen him play a whole lot of Rays in the past, and he was really excellent on that role. Shifting into the Jet would be really strange.
Yeah.
Do we get the Waylay? Perhaps. I think there's a chance. But yeah, I'd be interested to see if he brings the Jet out.
Yeah, we'll find out, folks, because map 2 is coming up next, and we'll see whether or not Leviathan can force that map 3. Take us over to Ascent. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side.
All right, chat. Let's see if Icebox is a little bit closer.
Thanks for sticking with us. We are back, and we are about to get into map 2. It is Icebox. Will we see some waylay from any of these teams? It's a consideration. We did just get info, though, figuring out Rossi's got that shot calling in for the squad. They're looking great coming into this first matchup, and we'll see if they can bring that momentum into map 2.
Is the no duelist comp good on Icebox? I mean, I'm open to see what teams run. I'm not going to say it's not good.
Most of the best Jets are currently
I think if you got some good stuff, then you probably got some good stuff to make it work.
I feel like this would have been perfect
It definitely has some weaknesses. Like I think if you perma play yellow on E on defense, then you're probably going to farm a no duelist comp. But maybe you have so much util that it doesn't matter and you can't play that.
So now it's just a learning curve
Dude,
for
Harbor?
it feels like from going into this first map of Split 1.
They're running
also,
Harbor?
King Unleashed, right? No more, doesn't have to shot call, can focus on the shots, can focus on the Yoru again actually coming in. So
Harbor
it
is
is King
from
on Yoru. We wondered what it would be. They just didn't feel like it would be Jack.
Killjoy, Sova, Teo, Viper, Yoru. Okay.
So seeing King on this
pretty,
is quite nice. We'll have
pretty
to
common.
See how he's going to develop this Yoru
A
on the map. And
Viper,
now for MIBR,
Harbor, Killjoy, Sova, Jet.
with the exception of one, I think.
A Harbor in 2025.
I think they had a Gecko that
It's kind of old school at this point.
Oh, it is old school.
Familiar composition, coming out of MIBR on this map of Icebox. I thought they'd be cooking a little bit
I mean, they
more
picked
on
it.
their side with some waylay, but at least it's going to be Icebox in the, of course, Jet.
Every time I see
I remember you played this comp, but they dropped like
reflects that it's going to take more
3
teamwork.
kills
You play that layering
on
to
Harbor.
get into sight. You use the walls, you use the cascades. Verno can double
Back in
clear,
2023.
double, check with a bolt and
Yeah,
with
I'm not the
drone.
biggest Harbor
So it's
fan.
gonna-
Oh
it's
my
gonna be a
goodness,
lot
look
of
at this
teamwork
pistol,
there,
by the
them
way. We
moving
got
up.
4
We'll see how
sheriffs.
LEV layers their tactics as they are going to be on the
4
attack side
sheriffs.
first, trying to come out strong here and make a
Bro,
mark
I had the
on
original
map. They
pie.
just
I was
lost on
free
split.
14.
Can they heat it
on
up on
Harbor.
Xbox?
It's going to get heated right away. 5 players up towards the belt, and here's the action.
Dude, Artin did really good to get one there. He's kind of out in the open with 4 people swinging him. Surprised he got one.
Trade a few shots in with that 55 damage. Not going to tick in just yet.
The action will calm down for a bit. Yeah, they've lost Artazine in the very beginning.
Kind of
for
looking like they
MIBR,
have
but
no
at
idea that
least
Tex actually managed to
Shannon
get
is
to the
still
left.
So if there's a next wave from Leviathan,
Yeah.
the Viper Wall could come through. They could delay even more and potentially even cancel out this recon dart.
Oh, they for sure. Oh, you can see his.
Rossi will try to do.
Almost ahead.
I got there's some damage done though.
3v3, but Calm is limping into the site with the spike here. High ground.
I mean, they got enough. They got enough time to cut sound and make it look like they might have gone over towards B.
The call from Rossi is, do you want to peek off the wall?
What a shot!
And it is.
One enemy remaining.
Great trades, great coverage.
I feel like
to put old
And in the end,
Icebox.
getting a plant will be pretty decent here
Yeah.
for
Dude,
Leviathan.
I haven't missed
A
this
silver
map
lining if
much.
They could come through and get that plant towards
I'll
that
say
B
that
site,
much.
but Shadow's already hearing it all.
Dude,
By the
MIBR
time he comes across,
individual
coming
like
through
firepower
the
looks
orb,
crazy strong.
He'll be down to 1 HP.
They're actually all
Easy tap.
beasts.
Boop.
Yeah.
So to look back at the composition for both MIBR and Leviathan, it's nice to see that even Verno goes into the strong suit, into a Sova for this team.
Yeah.
Calm also is allowed to play a Sova for his team as
wait,
well. I think he's
chat, it's
mentioned
3-0
also
in
conversation
pistols,
with
right?
Pedro Romero, where he kind of likes the Tejo because you kind of have to follow up with it with the meta, but he finds the agent not really his strong suit because it's too easy
It's
to
rough,
play. So now
rough
you're
start for
able
Lev.
to have a Sova and cook up some stuff like he's able to do here on a Sova in
Bro,
the past.
245 days ago, it feels unreal.
Moving forward later on this map of Icebox.
Like,
Always love to see
Icebox
what
was in
kind
champs.
of darts Calm comes up with. The fracture ones are always a pleasure to see here on Icebox.
Like in before
We'll see
champs.
if we find anything different or new. A little bit of a
Yeah,
check
is that
down
right?
long from MIBR, but it is the whole squad of Leviathan.
I mean, I guess
keeping
it's
these
right.
classics together to
This
see if
Prius
they can
did the
move forward
stats,
to get a
but-
plant down. All
It-
this
it
delay
doesn't-
And I
Yeah.
guess
Okay.
champs
Harbor makes
champs
so
date is
much
closer going forward
I
and
mean, look at
backwards
how
at this point,
Artazine
right?
is just
Yeah,
cycling
yeah.
through this. As
Because
soon
it's
as the
already
cascade
March.
comes down, you have the high tide that comes through. He'll have an orb or a second
Time
cascade,
flies.
And if they cross this line and want to use util, then you have the Viper
It said
Wall. So
VCT
right now for
Americas.
Leviathan,
Oh, okay.
At least they're just full classics. They're
So I guess
sticking
they
back
don't
towards
include all the
the
champs
back
as well
of
then.
the tower here.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're trying to sell a fake from the B side and maybe walk up contact after. Seems to be the case. Okay. Already got popped
we got everyone buying a gun. Aspas gets the Eco Farmer and LEV, all classics here.
And there's a cascade.
It's from like a minute and 20 seconds you've seen Harbor Utility here at Maze.
Who gets to farm it up? Because it's looking like Burno or
for King and Squad as we see one fall. Demon 1 can trade back a classic shot, but it is just the rest of MIBR peering down here on the heads of the side of Leviathan. A nice cove plant, so they do get that money through at the last second. But how long can they spend in sight is the question.
I don't think too long, and that's why I chuckled a bit. It's
damn, dude, look at that last bullet hitting out here as well. Killjoy is going to be 2 away from the ult. Damn, what a nice ult to get, especially as they're going to get the ult way earlier before they get Sova ult. They're up against the Teo, so it's going to be hard to ult.
And getting a nice little 4K towards the end. 10 HP to remain.
1 HP. I double teamed him. Where did the bullets go?
Only into the helmet.
I feel like I say the same things in my game. That's crazy. All right, 2-0 here. Can they carry the bonus over? I'm just going to go with the sheriff. Seems like that may be a weapon over to somebody else.
So funny, man.
Actually, just 1,400, so yeah.
The ult is started. Oh, the ult changes. Yeah, the Killjoy ult's actually legit. Yeah, you're right.
You just had the shock that it's not that hard, I think.
That's true. But it still requires a little bit of chemistry instead of a point and click.
Look at Aspa's position.
Yeah.
Pretty good for MIBR. 2 Bulldogs, rifle for Cortesia, good positioning coming out from Shenom. He'll get he may get
That's a good point.
Here,
can this comp
with the high tide,
deal with someone playing yellow? Not really. The Yoru has to send it with a flash. I guess salvos to clear this. When do they clear over towards B? When do they get the info?
Right? But he is in a one and done position. The drone may have actually
no
seen
drone, no reveal.
No,
I guess
out
never.
So can set up an anchor spot.
I mean, surely you go in drone spot now.
Yeah, at one point, especially once they just droned over towards A. You would imagine so. But that's a big kill.
Especially when you're 2 there, 1 drone spots, even if they're there, you can bait.
Yeah, double yellow. I agree. Kind of cost them the round though.
Doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to get on that rafter.
So.
I mean, I guess they just gambled because it's bonus.
All right. Cascade in, dropping together, just trying to create chaos and break crosshairs, but all the shots are clicking here for the side of Leviathan on the retake. Just
I was going to say, 1 extra kill here would have been really nice damage-wise. Okay, let's see how MIBR want to handle this. Look at that. Big buy rounds, and they're 1 away from the... Ooh, 1 away from both ults here. Might be a lot of talk about orbs at the moment.
To move in as is pack mentality, and imagine if
Matteo with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 2 years, bro. Appreciate all the support.
They flooded. I see Aspas is here.
Yeah, I think they have to consider that.
Damn, bro.
Aspas is going to be doing
getting called out.
Things in this, pushing up.
Oh, the timing of that looked good.
Different positions since he's trying to get those first bloods and take LEV off guard.
They mollied the turret, so
no
mid control for
focus up towards
the
side. Because the op is
but they don't
from
care.
Aspas. It's at the right spot, or at the wrong spot rather, looking from top yellow. So King will have to try to follow through behind the owl drone.
Oh no! Oh, he threw in his shorts. They're not going to get that flash working.
That didn't look great.
Frags there as they do get out of that kerfuffle. It'll be fine for the situation. The rotation now coming over from Aspas. It's going to be hard to get the operator back in.
I don't think those are the fights you want to take when you have op.
Yeah, I agree.
Like op is on B, sure, but then you spotted it on A, you just wall up, relax until Aspas comes, let him peek.
This is definitely the call to try to fight back into the site. So Leviathan have to be pristine here. Thankfully, still salvos and recon dart available for that re-hit. Salvos should be going back towards that spawn and screen, and there they are. That should allow safe passage for a plan into the A site.
A nice little combo, as you called it. Just one after the other. Pushing players out, trying to find out where MIBR's defensive positions could be.
That might be it.
Yeah, they have one snake bite for this and not a whole lot
Yeah,
of utility.
Lev are going to get a lot of money from this.
Especially when the op shot just
a lot of
whiffed
money.
and missed King towards that backup dice. That gives a chance here
Should
for
be able to
Leviathan.
Not
push
sure
it
how I
to
feel
the
about Harbor because they have no plan denial basically.
You'll see them now just well
And
positioned in
they're
the pulse
playing
plan.
for retake then, kinda, right?
So
With the
Leviathan
Harbor
will be able to
things.
tie up this game 2-2.
But
And
it's
also,
not
I've already
the
realized now that the op
old
came out
meta
early
anymore.
for
There is
MIBR.
missiles. There is, I don't know,
coming
like,
out from Leviathan
Yoro
is
can
actually
go
quite nice
aggressive
as
on
well,
after
'cause you're looking
plant
at
and
maybe
stuff.
some teams trying to force up a
Yeah,
lot
I
of the
agree.
meta into the Tejo breach.
I'm never going to
And
be able to feel
sometimes
like the
Tejo
Harbor's
breach
good.
on this map is
I also
very
think,
difficult to isolate the op or
I don't
find
know,
the op
man.
where it could be.
I
So
feel
you
like
need
the
potentially a
like
KO
the Harbor
or the Sova.
makes sense when your jet is rifling and you can like aggro over towards B maybe or something early. I don't know what you get too much when you're opping the Harbor.
I can get the... Okay, you're playing A, they're taking space, you Harbor wall, then you Viper wall. Sorry, you Viper wall, then you Harbor wall, and then you Viper wall again, right? So you keep the wall up for like, yeah, like 30 seconds or something, I don't know.
And see if they can start
But that's
off
not what they are
right
doing
away.
so
They'll
far.
give him time to get online with the Harbor wall coming out here.
Maybe they
towards
will.
A.
King's already disrespected it though. Ran through because
Because if you can hold that wall up for 30 seconds, all you need to do is aim.
Yeah,
It's so hard to go through.
especially as it's like a Yoro, like they can't really TP anywhere safely. They just have to flash send it.
They're thinking of everything to shut down Aspas right now. Oh. Ping, ping. How?
Ooh, nice dodge at the end
The
here.
second one, a lot of damage. Just look at the side of MIBR chipped away there from Verno and Artisan.
I think it was a flash dart. That's why they couldn't break it. So the double ping almost allowed here to get a couple of kills out. But at least you have some weakened players on the A side for MIBR. Leviathan though, keeping them at bay towards A.
They still have this bug, but they don't show sometimes the Viper.
Oh, this is gonna get
So hard
weird.
to see.
One of our first B hits here, coming in from the side of Lev.
Shannon can. Feels like Shannon's either getting like the turret. Okay.
One more piece of util. They don't from.
Shannon's even getting like 0 or 2. The bait's incredible.
Oh my gosh. Just touch and go. Touch
Oh,
and
it's
go.
0.
King finally gets Shenum. They're just asking for fights out in the middle of the site at this point as Rossi's Armageddon drops Cortesia.
Nicely done for Leviathan.
Jeez.
Yeah, Artisan so far just trying to stay alive, protect the op into the next round. Tex lurking through.
He sees a whole slew of
It's a bit of 2025 Icebox against 2023 Icebox.
Yeah, it does feel like that.
MIBR still limping around here.
But
Aspas
it's
looking for
only
one
few
more
rounds.
shot, but he may actually lose the operator real quick to none other than a Comlurk.
Classic combat timing's good towards the end. It won both. If anything, yes, they lost Verno, but
Teo
Aspas
just
may now
does
be able
so
to save his
much.
operator, knowing that.
Like I feel like when I watch Teo's, man, it feels like it does what 2 initiators normally do together, just in one. It's so crazy.
Hunting.
Looks like he should be okay.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you're looking back to MIBR.
I'm surprised Rossi didn't go full send it. They have like a lot of money.
I know they go crazy amounts of money, yeah.
And due to that, everybody just got punished by the Tejo utility on the attack side coming out from Rossi to allow Leviathan to get this plant, and now the lead in the second map. Off again to silver
Is
lining.
it 2 rounds where Op didn't even touch anyone?
Yeah, they're dodging it.
As you see now, Aspas getting ready to just run through the barrier.
Oh no.
They try to
Ooh.
put an aggressive spot too. Spike down, default across
Oh,
the
Philly
map.
dodged the drone.
Can feel it out themselves and see what they want to do. Oh
With
my
the
gosh,
out drone
It's
missing
gonna
in
get
his
weird.
position from
This
Shenum,
could be so good.
he'll get so much info, a free kill. Oh.
Oh
Doesn't even
man.
have Demon One able to clean that up. They hear the close drone as well coming in
That's
from
so
MIBR
rough,
over at
dude.
because they're still lurking on that spot. A fast hit towards B
Flipping
now.
Jamsy with the
And
Prime.
MIBR is
Thank
gonna be out
you
of
so much,
position.
man.
That could have
Appreciate
been
the
the
3
biggest
months.
kill to start things off here for MIBR to get a round with the much lower buy that they
And honestly,
had, but that whiff
2
again
times he was
Shenum.
in the same
Oh my
position,
gosh.
just missed.
There's so much farther
Yeah.
ahead. Cortesia not even expecting anyone to be that close. Calm is in the
Dude,
same
I felt like we
spot,
needed a
too,
timeout just to like.
kills quick.
I don't even think it needs to be anything tactical.
Now
Wise.
the recoup.
Just like reset, man.
Again, it always seems too little, too late here. They have so much work to do once they get to the site every time. And just delay.
Yo, Aspas dropped the op. For what?
And then Demon 1 still has potentially a lineup with a snake fight later on, but you see this come through.
I think he's gonna save it.
Salvos now, maybe there's nothing left here though. Oh, it's actually a bad plant. You get behind the wall and defuse it here. Only gets it at half.
And there's the lurk.
Ended up kind of being close a little bit. Pixel, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the gifted as well, dude. I appreciate that.
They did have lockdown. They had a few things, and lockdown is
Surely a
the way I
timeout,
see it, the way I see it, you just chill on the map, you see where they're defaulting, deny them with your smokes, and bring Aspas there.
Yeah, just use everything to delay.
Like if you see they're doing B default, you can wipe or orb up, and Aspas rotates, or on A you can wall up or harbor.
Definitely an Aspas cosplay. He also definitely is
I agree
the
with
goat for many.
Yeah.
Feels like everyone but Aspas is
You
getting
know,
to
you still have this vibe merchant
like
coming
play.
out here from Common at the same time in his conversations with interviewers has been mentioning that Rossi joining this roster has.
I mean, I'm not sure he has up money
with
now.
great vibes, joking around, keeping like the chemistry good and the camaraderie.
I'm
really
not sure.
nice
I don't think so,
between the
to
camp
be
of
honest.
Leviathan. So despite them getting like what, no results on the map of Split, they're still staying quite calm, and you're seeing now forcing out the timeout on
LEV if they had one
MIBR
pistol,
side
I
with
mean,
how
yeah.
good they've been working around this map of Icebox.
We'll definitely consider no matter
What's
what's
your opinion on the
happening here,
Kamek
they'll
serial move?
probably vibe
I mean,
it over
I'm
there
hearing
on
the
that
serial's
side
like a
with
bit
the
of a
mentalities
beast.
we've seen so far.
I think it's.
MIBR coming off that
I don't think it's like a
win on
downgrade. I
Split,
don't think it's like a
looking
massive
for a
upgrade.
solution here.
It
The
feels like
operator, again, seemingly slowing
internally
down,
something
but it
wasn't
also could
great.
turn the game around if
Feels
Aspas
similar
is
to
the
the
first person to see somebody.
Vitality
Just
stuff.
looks like LEV is really not allowing that and avoiding it at all costs.
And just before we get in, or we got back into the game, you just noticed that Verno was actually very vocal talking to his team. So there's probably something throughout this timeout that he's been reading through. To allow here might be
Okay, man, just get the op out still. You're old.
Did they wall off mid when I was supposed to go mid?
Yep.
Get ready for the extremities.
They did wall off
You can see
mid
the
as he
harbor
wanted
wall
to
here
go
for
middle.
Aspas towards mid, giving them a little bit more safety. Because now they back off, they don't fully like the
Interesting.
situation, and King is already in the face of everyone at A. LEV is moving so quick on these rounds.
The thing is, though, they've gotten map control, but that's it. There's a lockdown. And you also have a
Oh
reckoning
my God, it's
coming out on the
chaos.
defense. That's going to have to push them all back.
Shenum gets one. Demon 1 can do a lot of damage here if he's got the right timing as he comes
We got anything to break this kill, Joe? Oh, guys, this is tanking everyone. 3 players detained. 3 players detained. The trade-off. Demon 1's absolutely sending it.
For a few more seconds, and we're back to defusing. It's going to be Artisan on the defuse.
Didn't even get half.
Down, and it is pandemonium in sight. Demon 1's gone down on that flank, and MIBR start to source out the members needed to get this defuse down. It is at half. The fight continues, and it's going to be Aspas to get that
Wait.
last one. Not enough time.
Oh, he really hesitated before going for the defuse there. He thought there was another one alive. Would he have had time?
I didn't see the
I feel there was
hesitation, but
maybe a little bit of a misplay going through because
I
he
don't know
kind
what I
of
was
used the
looking.
lockdown and the reckoning
Maybe
at the same
if he
spot.
insta
So
goes.
already, both ults are going to push all
Probably
the players
not.
back
It's close.
towards the
No time
towards
anyway
the
for
extremity
sure.
where the spike has already been planted. Look at the
And there's no way they show it nice on the replay, right?
And with that, you're already going to be in an area on the attack side to protect your own lockdown. All that gave once again.
Nah, I don't think.
Nah, I don't think so.
All that gave so much time for Demon 1 once again to wrap around into screens.
And they're expecting it.
I don't think MIBR so far in these scenarios have seen the lurks out of Demon 1 and the pulse plants. So Leviathan might still be able to use this as a trump card later on this in this half.
Oh, the jockeying for position here at the front of A. So neat to watch. We see the mollies and the shock darts going in to try and hit him at maze before MIBR pushes through, but they're still making it.
Instant
The
drone
harbor
clears
wall for
over
safety,
towards
so
B.
much is being
Stack
invested here in the beginning.
towards
And
A.
it's just a game of inches to see who actually peaks first, and this might be a dry peak here. Whew. Aspas so ready. Oh, and he gets taken out right away. Tex flicks down and up. What the hell, Tex? The shots are incredible.
Yeah,
from
it's
him
kind
today.
of nice from
Verno trying to go for
Tex
the
there,
hero
but
play, but is just going to get pinged out. No players will be dropping down for Leviathan, so that will calm down this high-low stack that was
It doesn't feel like MIBR are in position to win any round. Like they just don't have advantages.
Yeah.
The advantages is seeing Aspas was the Bladestorm versus Aspas with parting the rivers pretty much.
Yeah.
Parting the seas on the retakes. If you had the Waylay to work with on the ult, I think this brings, it fits his playstyle a little bit more in these lower scenarios for MIBR.
And we saw the stat on Aspas. What was it? Last time he played crew, he had a 4 KDA on this. I think he was like he had blades every round. He was flying through. We saw him in the spawn side when he was on attack, or the defender spawn when he was
Double
on attack.
headshot.
It's much different here.
The thing is, the Vital's comp should be so good on defense as well. Because we have plant denial and we have fast rotation.
Throughout the game. Gonna be
Yeah.
enough to take 2 more down.
You got double drone info.
Not much time on
Yeah,
this
you have
fight.
double drone. You can refight anywhere with flashes. Like we have kinda everything.
Slowly creeping. You can see Shannon wants to save.
Yeah, and they're
If
just
Artie had
fragging out
one
heavy.
escape to get, he was going to attempt it.
Dude, I feel like every game I
It's gonna
watch,
be down for a round
whoever
coming
picks
up
a
here,
map
at least.
loses that
MIBR
map.
may be able to turn the hand of LEV and which way they want to go, but really nice push and pull, re-hits. They're winning these stalemate fights that
I mean,
eventually break open.
Probably because all of the opinions team have is from scrims.
Yeah, for sure.
Because of the cascades. We were praising that before on the side of MIBR.
I mean, there's some lovely shots from tanks.
But that doesn't really affect Leviathan too much when you have Recon Art salvos for the re-hits.
Okay.
At least for now.
But again, we have a harbor trying to set up the
But overall, they've done a very good job
jet.
avoiding and understanding where Aspas
It just doesn't make sense.
early in these rounds.
Yeah, and they still fall for the classic.
That's a nice kill on Taverno. So
The
a lot of the
Sova all
retakes,
insta
the
drone.
capability of MIBR
We've been
gone.
seeing it for the past 2 years.
The thing is, the pit was being thrown down from the barrels on the side of the generator, so you can't really play top 410 or.
I mean, specifically comp, right?
Right. Reposition
I mean, he
yourself
was
here on the
always
defense.
doing
So
this.
Yeah, I mean, he was the first that kind of like made it popular. But I would say every Sova all I saw, like at least 90% of them, would at least go for the drone.
2 lurk towards mid. Very
Dude, they're
powerful
wrecking
group
them,
here
man.
moving through. They're gonna have a back watch and somebody moving into the site. So good.
Because we could see another ascent though with the new
They can get to
comms.
the pit,
Be
too.
fun.
They just walk right in behind. Oh, the spam is
Damn, he
perfect.
tanked
Somebody's
him
gonna
down,
drop
bro.
in. That's Shannon still picking up a kill, but Demon 1
Looking kinda
follows
easy
through
to
with
Lev.
the trade, and they
I
have
don't
a
even know who to
free
flame,
site
Aspas or
to figure out
somebody,
what they
like,
wanna
but
do.
he's just like,
Good manipulation of the map there for Leviathan.
It doesn't make sense, man.
he's like a killjoy turret at this point.
No, he is a killjoy turret.
From the drone
He's
to
a
the
killjoy
decoys,
turret that is blocked off by a harbor wall
allowing
every
them-
single
the
time.
other 2 players to just lurk around, both Tex and Demon 1. And because they've lost Vernal so early in that round for MIBR, that was key coming out from Calm in the very beginning to kill him with
And
the
you know, like the
because the responsibility
fucking
for Vernal was to
opping
try to
101,
not only dart for
you move.
information at aiming,
Yeah.
but
Like
the drone and find
you
information at the
start
1
the round,
minute mark.
whatever. I mean, usually you get the kill you move, but okay, at this
losing that
point,
key piece
you lock
on
it.
the defense
Okay,
for
there is
MIBR
nothing.
allowed them
Leave a
to have
rifle,
such
move.
a beautiful split.
To be fair though, his team is always dead where he gets a chance to. I know this round isn't a good example because he's an anchor over towards B, but when he has been like freed up to be able to, like the rest of his team's just dead.
They're not going against them.
Exactly.
Yeah, it looks rough at the moment.
They are avoiding him so much, he only gets to play at the end of the round when it doesn't matter. That's insane, Vansili.
Yeah.
That's crazy. 7-2.
He has up again. Okay, let's see what happens now.
Yeah, he just keeps pairing with the harbor though. He can get walled off from all the angles, not go aggro.
It's the solution
Like,
for
bro,
once it
if
gets
they're
used.
gonna wall B
But Lev, it
and
just
leave
seems
him
like
on
they
the
have
yellow
X-ray
again,
vision to where Aspas is every time and says no
and
thank you.
Leviathan does
Forcing you
like
out with
8
you
default
kill,
pressure
just
with
going the other
missiles
way.
and he stays B,
Lots of ults available
That's
for
crazy.
Leviathan here. They might try to move a little bit more quickly.
just leave harbor, no?
Logged out, maybe the first one is starting
Right,
to
just
play
leave the
armor, getting
killjoy
responsive
turret.
until towards the end for the
Like
full
honestly, if they
side.
go
This
in B this
composition for
little,
Leviathan
I'm
that
just
we're seeing so
putting
far.
my killjoy
I mean, yeah,
turret
you
in.
Play
you
of what
could,
he
yeah,
bring the
exactly.
pulse plants on that B site earlier on in the half.
They have some reticles? No, they are
No. The only thing they got to stop the plant is a Killjoy, sorry, is a
No, he's gonna let it
Sova.
go. He was backing up
Overall.
forward, but looks like they want to let that go and use it for the retake.
Oh my gosh.
Well, this gets a little bit weird, so they should fast flood and stop this plant now because they know the Viper ult's down. Wait, that's a lovely ult to stop him from fast flooding. Fair play. That was sick from LEV.
And post plant. Oh my word.
And the round is done? Is it? Okay, maybe not.
Looking good so far. 5v4. Can they keep it going? MIBR.
If Arsen dies with the cove.
Yeah, but look at what he's doing, bro. He's a monster.
There's one, Demon One, finding Artesian in the site. They're all so close, but somehow it's taking so long to get the final kill onto Demon One. He is dancing, he is dodging, and MIBR are able to get it.
Okay, they're,
Yeah, that's going to be
they're on the board. Fast buy round.
Ping just yet, up to half. They are going to give that over to Verno to try and stack the ultimate, and MIBR get the calls, get the comms, and get the site take.
Yeah, great job by
This is the first time where LEV haven't managed to get like a kill early, right? And we had a 5v5 retake.
But to actually not allow Leviathan to get the plant in. That gives a chance now for MIBR to start flooding through because you're forcing out so many early
Killjoy
ults
ult, Viper ult.
and not be able to use it for the post plant. Don't tell me that was going to be the winning thing that does allow Calm to lurk. But yeah, just being able to do that and then having MIBR using the elevation, knowing that the pit was staying quite low towards that jail. And Artesian just drops in with the rest of the team to try to close up onto Demon One.
See Frog cleaning the sweat off. He's like, all right, we're doing it. We're coming back now. They're sweating this one out for sure with the power that Lev's been hitting with. If they can find a way through A site again, they make it difficult. And now they've been keeping Tex and Demon One together more so in mid as they get this first initial encroach.
Cool. And Tex is winning so many on this map.
On the flicks today.
Yeah, he's winning all the duels.
Survives
Like
at
his
30 HP.
first kill as well.
Drone to find info. It actually does see comms, so that might allow here MIBR to just stay put towards the A site. All of them playing and leaving Aspas solo towards
Now
B
Aspas has to watch
because of this
B,
hop.
Tube, and Orange.
With how Leviathan's been
With
playing
that.
so far,
Because your
I wouldn't be
Killjoy's going
surprised if we
fast
hit
contact
finish
over towards
the
middle
A
instead
site
of instead of
You're not wrong. It's such a good
It
insert
feels
there
so
with,
weird, man.
Rossi.
Do you know what feels really
And you
weird
see
as well?
Tex
Is like
moving in,
they pick
keeping that
this.
turret alive towards mid, so the flank is double watched. I think they drone and they throw a.
Like, I'm a little bit in shock because
so he'll probably grab Orb first or something. Just
I
try
mean,
to try to make sure that Aspas is
like
going to hear
it has
And
to
there
be
you go,
better, like
TP's out.
surely, like
No.
Aspas played so much Icebox, right? Like
No, I agree. When it fundamentally doesn't make any sense, you just gotta be questioning it.
wait, 12 seconds?
Yeah, 10
Wasn't that-
seconds, by the way.
I didn't notice.
Vulnerable position here after being vulnerable himself, but they're not going to expect it. Oh, he gets the 3K come out on Commons, even one in the
No
end.
time for this plant. There you go, Aspas wins the 1v1.
The rotation now to come over 1v1.
Yeah, it's a clutch and
but it's
stats.
not going to be enough.
He's got a good
Beautifully
clutch
done
stats.
here. MIBR able
Ah,
to
man.
string it out.
To be fair though, Lev's been playing pretty good, but this was a shocker.
Happened first, so a little bit of a misstep coming out from Leviathan by not clearing behind that wall in front of Jenny. So after getting this 3K though,
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just forgot about the time or something, because if they just do the same hit, just without the rush of the time, oh my god, we will go so fast,
yeah,
they just clean it up for sure.
Oh, wait, Aspas is gonna get some.
And thankfully that salvages the round here
He's
for
gonna
MIBR.
get some action here.
Just like it's
Pace here,
Yoro.
Leviathan going with the dimensional drift flash now to take control of this B site.
Boy, he's holding. Oh, he's gonna stay. Oh, okay, he doesn't stay. I'll say that's a real
he creates a
risky
good amount of
play.
pressure.
That's such a
All the
good
way
move.
through, and I think last
Yeah,
round
it's an awesome ult.
what we've been waiting to see is for MIBR's rifles, the things in A to actually stop left.
How does Shannon play this
Not
one?
need that B rotation over.
Has no molly here.
With Lev
Kind of just
choosing
gotta
the lower numbers
accept
again, the
this.
softer site, they may just get it.
Or you can go forward.
Oh, they're actually using the reckoning for the delay for sure.
Oh. Trade back slows things down. Coming in from screens, the double play here. Verno just with shocked arts. They've already used the find for the site. But Artson does have the walls to kind of get them a little bit of an entry in if they can layer
Okay, I mean,
themselves
Aspas has the
forward.
line, like, they have no util to push him off.
For Leviathan, they don't have their own wall to walk through. So Aspas is
At
in a
least
good
a kill.
spot to watch the cross.
30 seconds left.
A lot of yellow cards for this one. Yeah, a good amount. There's loads of stuff that just doesn't really make sense from MIBR.
Rossi just got salvos back. That's going to initiate the window.
Never mind.
In.
It was back.
Bruno, eyes high, hits the 410 shot immediately, but Aspas is pushed back as he did not have an angle on anybody during the action.
Like, this has been the most useless op half I've ever seen.
Alert bot to give up his spot here.
Considering he had op like 7 rounds or something.
Yeah, it's a crazy investment to get not many kills.
And what a half from LEV.
Like, he was just info
That's
most
the
of the
beauty again
time.
of Leviathan with how good this Tejo is going into the meta.
It's too late, Boo's losing it. The thing is, he's not wrong, bro. But everything's just like so off. Like, oh man, even the Viper wall on A is like, they use the Viper wall on A that you do a little bit deeper to flash through, but they have no flashes. Then you want to do the other one that's like a little bit tighter. And then every time I'm watching Aspas, he's walled off. and then he's trying to op all the time when he plays when his comp is a harbor comp and he's playing against a double drone comp. Like I'm just not sure you can heavy. I don't think you should be heavy opping anyway when you have a harbor, but then when you're against a double drone comp, I just don't think you're gonna get much. I don't know.
And he didn't rotate a single time towards the action. Like, he just...
Yeah, but he was just
held the angle.
told to anchor there. Like, he just gets set up and gets anchored there. Or when he was playing rotate, everyone on his team just died. So everyone on his team was fighting. When they play a comp that is meant to flood, either retake or defuse, because you have perma wall, you have perma vision block and cove. It just doesn't. Man, sometimes I watch teams that play Icebox and I question a lot.
I think everything would be fine if they just didn't pick it right.
Yeah.
They just like, okay,
that is
guys.
what it is as well. But that's what annoyed me about Vitality at Bangkok as well, when they played the Jet on Haven. It's like, you don't look that well prepped, so why are you picking them up?
And it has been a stark difference for both teams, from Split and how MIBR played to now LEV.
I mean, I think it's a little bit different because in Masters you don't have much time.
Will continue to look fairly good for Leviathan.
And sometimes you just, I don't know, you just think this is the right move. But you don't have time to confirm it.
Yeah, no, I give you that. And they've had 5 weeks for this. But maybe it's all about attack.
Thankfully, though, for Leviathan, or at least for MIBR,
yeah, sure.
playing soft side.
No, but their attack could be legit.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Texas all the way towards the back under the rafter, and they are trying to tempo up out of this. So there should be a
I think I've seen this round like 1,000 times.
Triple flank is what's going to be the key component for Leviathan in this round of the pistol.
What was this?
I mean, he was up on rafter the whole time in the corner.
Insight as they jump up, I believe, onto that top part.
3 pass and push behind.
Spikes down. A quick check back before everybody comes through, but that whole lure.
I mean, something that I would love from this round was like when they started 3B.
They've kept 2 players
Leviathan,
yeah.
Theo instantly rotates and they double push, and Theo denies the plant with missiles. And then the flank actually makes sense.
That's true.
All right.
It's still fine.
Goes through, they gotta wait for this
I mean, it's good plan. It just comes down to actually just shooting.
Healthy and ready. They have a flash now from King. They need to get a little
Demon
bit more.
1 gets his. Oh, it might not even matter here. I say Demon 1 gets his wall up in a sec.
Wait.
No way, just actually a 1v3, just one of the easiest ones for him.
At the very beginning, when it was peeking out towards that,
I told you, man.
What happens when Atlas can see enemies?
Yeah. It's all about the attack.
But as soon as he gets
4-0, yeah, 4-0 for pistols, man.
Blanks. And he gets the Red Bull clutch here to save the pistol for MIBR.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. that'll start to spark some things here for MIBR.
4-0 on pistols.
Especially for Aspas.
They're allowed a death. Demon
right
one techs both buying a sheriff into this one, so if there is an outlaw, might farm them a little bit. Might have to take the hit. Euro TP once they clear towards A. Honestly, everyone's here from LEV. They got numbers here. Demon one's in trouble.
They can do some cool things with missiles.
Toying with that, taking a little bit of time to take him
Man,
out,
Tex is looking unbelievable.
Sheriff had one last round as well. Not messing around on that defensive side.
Just nice to see Tex back on the stage here for the stage 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pick up one of these guns.
Incredible stuff. Com should be able to find an upgrade here on the way in too.
So funny, the whole time they've realized that it's Com, and I've never seen teams check behind them this much. Okay, no matter what though, Tex did great damage, took away 2 guns.
Close out the round.
Yeah, and the play wasn't really around Tex getting that 3K with the Sheriff. The first thing was trying to help Demon 1 at yellow. There was a flash from the back of the Viper wall on the attack side from King to allow here Demon 1 to get this position and hopefully push up forward to get a pick. But after that, unfortunately, all the players are falling down towards that right side. But what nice anchoring coming out from Tex. Still turns out to be around for MIBR, though.
I hate to fucking break it to you.
It happens like that sometimes. It happens. All right.
Okay, we got
towards A here, so they start showing themselves early at both sites on this half.
With 3 guns, the bonus is looking decent. We got delay over towards A. Alarm bomb Molly. Big dude. Goes for the alpha. Just send it through middle. Fast big buy rounds or like bonus rounds. Oh, okay. Wait, what?
It is all about the attack.
Yeah, I told you, man. The defense was so bad that their attack had to be incredible.
Most extreme exits.
Definitely have to save. Look at the money that's left behind by Com. And
There has to be a reason why they picked
even
it.
Tex is bought all the way down to 0. You have to save this right now. So Aspas is definitely going on the hunt.
Look, it doesn't excuse the defense.
Beautiful lurk in the beginning of this
Yeah, no, I agree. But there has to be a reason. Like, because there's no way that they got more than 6 rounds on defense.
I'm sure this was some kind of anomaly, like a tier 5 team wouldn't play like that. Like, this was something of...
And the rest of the squad,
like, I'm sure they play way better, like, usually.
But I reckon teams normally just run into Aspas, no?
And that's a bonus round that you definitely want. It was supposed to be
I don't
weaker
know,
because
maybe.
of those weapons they lost.
Again, depends what happens with them.
Or do you reckon they play against like loads of comps that weren't using a Sova, so we never got pushed off over towards B or something with drawing? I don't really know.
No, I think everyone... I mean, majority of teams still play Sova for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to work it out. I don't really have much.
And now for this round, at least they have the right read to have 4 players stacked up towards this right side.
Okay, Molly shock. 2 people out in the open. That's a gun down. Hopefully they can get it. A little bit of damage. It's a nice start though.
Forward a little bit on that defensive side to say you don't get free space right away every round. That's just not the game.
Yeah, it might be worth just getting rid of this gun, to be honest.
At least that util being used really allows Kane to get these nice little forward position and break the timing of MIBR.
Feels like they're gonna use the harbor ult.
So maybe in the later rounds when they do have rifles,
Yeah,
they might be able to see that
it's getting
again.
scary.
Seem to have caught MIBR off guard a bit.
I mean, I would always use the ult on rounds like this.
Yeah, just early in the half as well to get money up.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Wow. Reckoning invested?
Yeah, Reckoning invested, and they're quite inside the site.
Real nice. Keep it clean. Keep it clean. Get the money good.
Not understanding which position to play in.
Very
It was
nice.
only in front of Shenham's crosshair that they found where they could hide.
Might be worth.
Push through, taking more space, encroaching
Actually,
into
Viper ult on
areas.
attack, you can
MIBR
just
is
have it as the
suffocating
plant.
Leviathan
Enemies
right
be
now.
searching too much.
Maybe Shenam or Cortezia. Yeah,
Sure, that's one way to do it.
You can do that.
Yeah, lovely little
That's
bait.
a selfless play coming out from Verno, not to allow Shenam to get the 4K, but mostly activate to get the Viper spin in
Yeah,
this
so
round.
now they get the Viper as well. They might go for the punish over towards A, to be honest. With the orb still. Gojo one away.
Triple kill on the entry right over here. Now you have double ults to work with for MIBR in the next round.
Oh, Ito's got to be, you see him smacking the desk a bit, but watching three of your players almost swing on each other to try and retake that site.
I can't believe it's 8-8.
Not what you practice. It's a little bit of chaos here. Now MIBR has quickly brought this
that's what you get with a double pistol as well.
Yeah. Silly Aspas getting towards that top of the list, but Shenam up there too.
Definitely, and I do respect Ito Pada being angry in this moment, but this you have to also understand this was an eco coming out from Leviathan the round before. So
Anyone else hate the slow-mo?
You can't really play
Yeah, like normal replay observers will show it in real time and then show it in slow-mo if it's like really good. So you can see the skill level and then you can see it in slow-mo after. It's like what it should be, and it's like the rule, but
I think having slow motion on like spray downs is not.
Yeah,
you know, on some flicks,
yeah,
I think it's cool.
On one tap, so you can like a slow mo is good. On the spray, it's all about how fast they did it in the spray.
Make your strategy sweat. We're kind of seeing King play reactive.
So off this timeout, at least Texas all set up here towards this.
Yeah, no, replays is like an art, man, for sure. It helps when you like have someone that has good understanding.
The Viper outside of our position. We saw this early TP coming through already from King to support towards this B site, so it ends up not being the bestest of plays for now, but at least a second TP allows for.
Yeah, Rossi has to rotate. They can't let them plant the bomb with this Viper ult.
Dude, Tex kind of always gets a kill from it. I think that's his sixth fast kill. I think that's right. Oh, okay. Bro, Artsin's incredible, man. I'm going to be the one to say it again. This guy's kind of unreal.
Players are feeling hot for MIBR. You've talked about so many flakes happening through in the past. Yes, a couple in from Tex, but mainly coming out from MIBR in the second half. And Tex already dying in the very beginning. It's just unfortunate. Yes, he gets a nice pick to take down Aspas, but we talked about the delay that he could have had with a Nanostorm and Alarm Bot. And it just didn't give a chance here for Leviathan to answer back.
It's a weird round, though.
Now in the pulse plan, it comes down
yeah,
to
that helps so much.
Wow.
I thought he was going to ult on the bomb.
Just to ensure it.
Still good.
Just come down to Demon 1, and
I'm not even sure they know that the bomb is there.
Didn't wait long enough.
As in Lev?
To push out from the
yeah, they satchoed, sorry, they salvoed like real deep. Definitely didn't expect. To be honest, it's the first time I've ever seen a plant on this corner. Like for sure.
MIBR on the attack side will take the lead in this game, and even in the series. Remember, this was a 13-7 first half, or first map rather, on split.
Why Viper ult here? Dude, I think the Viper ult saved them. You guys really question that Viper ult? It's a big round that is kind of worth 2 because they can't buy next. It's a 3v2 and they have no space. They know where 1 is, they don't know where the second is. I can't believe you guys question that Viper ult.
I'm kind of looking on the map too.
I mean, it's just like
are we not seeing
stopping the risk.
If they're on Raptors and lower, how many people are behind them on elevation and then on the ground from MIBR, right? They also have a lot of shots to hit. And for MIBR, it's right
okay,
in front,
this might be a mistake. They're doing misplay. When A is working so much, they're doing something in misplay.
Yeah, you want to just keep spamming it.
And Lev shots. Who they shoot, which high low. There's just so many options because MIBR is moving so damn quick.
One suppressed. Drone actually spotted the Viper, and they know that there was a
you know, mid is like always chaos.
Trying to find a timing.
Bro.
And you're giving opportunities.
That's what we're seeing all together. The protection here, the cooperation being played. As I say that though,
yeah, I know they get 2 deaths, but they get a lot of space and a lot of info from it. Artsin gets his ult with the plan as well. Might be another one where they use their ult to secure this. Every single person from Lev has an ult. They might be tempted to rip it in the 3v3. They don't really have the guns to an extent.
Move in. He is coming in through mid right now. And they start using the Hunter's Fury on one. Just a quick tag onto Artazine.
What a kill.
Another one is Verno fires through the
Yeah, and they ended up using 2 ults. So costly.
Still on the chase of Cortezia.
Sex is so switched on, it's crazy.
Bro, his aim's insane, right?
What happened? They're doing such a great job to hold that clock down.
I mean, it's still good. It's still good.
Yeah, I mean,
He's still got the kill. He's still got the kill. Dude, it's so crazy, dude.
Towards main, then trying to get the Hunter's
so
Fury
dumb.
ready to try to get a pick off the dimensional drift.
It's not allowed to speak.
So I feel again just a second round of miscommunication coming out from Leviathan. Dropping down Cortezia inside that B site would have given that space to allow here King to get that forward position back into sight outside of dimensional drift. Then start moving as a group.
Man, art's in, dude. I'm telling you.
Towards yellow.
The impact, the back-to-back impact rounds.
And MIBR was just able to dance through all of that. Verno winning a key fight. And now you're gambling for a push.
This is what I like, something like more with Yoru.
This is going to be a pivotal round here.
They're playing up here. Yeah, and TP out. Don't know if you need to do this with the Killjoy, but... Ooh. Great trades. Big duel coming up from Rossi.
3 kills to take the advantage.
And now there's a big lurk coming out here. They already spot one. Yeah, the headshot. Ross is low on HP. But if Demon 1 is coming through and cuts across and gets a pick, I mean, the timing is still out for Shenop.
Yeah.
We're talking about
The other two just kind of need to make sounds, really.
Split. This time is a second rookie flexing in here into this Viper.
He's looking so
Like
confident.
they understand that he's lurking, but they don't know when and where.
Yeah, yeah. Kind of nice info to find the Killjoy. Alarm bot that deep as well.
Trigger or discipline is here.
You got recon dart about to be thrown out here by Verno. That will definitely help Shenop. He's already got the first one. And picks the second.
Very, 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 very nice. Well, we said it was about their attack, but
done. The team in sight
looking convincing.
We can see it clearly.
What I meant by Yoru, like, I mean, Yoru can do what nobody else can, right? Like, go somewhere stupidly deep and then TP away if needed.
Yeah.
I mean, the second half
So I think they should
so, yeah, that is 100%.
do it more, but
Yeah.
they overcommitted there for sure.
No, I mean, look at Texan.
Seriously,
Yeah.
how do you stop this? How do you get back?
Like, you can do this without the tails and 4 people, you know? Like, you can do it with the regular, normal, you know, round.
Protocols that are being called.
Good MIBR must be feeling good because every time I watch LEV, they're just wasting their ults as well. Like, they're out of ults pretty much. They got the Killjoy ult. There was one point where they had all 4. And then I'm looking at MIBR and they haven't had to use this. And then they go to the big buy round that's going to force them down to an eco, and they use everything. Their eco is just going to be a low buy. Good plan. We still got the Viper watching over towards spawn.
Game point on the other end of this round. 5 members still to come in. It's going to be a little late here from Demon 1.
See, man, salvos into Flash and Recon.
Once again.
And Leviathan forced into this round.
Look at these beasts, man.
Still find the kills. The backup just
Ooh,
is there with Demon 1.
speaking of beasts.
Does get there in time. Viper v Viper now.
Gonna be a big Viper molly.
Versus the world champion. Bites down. He's trying to pull this out and just get the fake shots. Try to find where the Vandal is outside the smoke. Shannon is in hell.
Damn, bro. This team is stacked, I'm telling you.
Put MIBR on game point.
And that's going to give you even more confidence into this game.
4 chances. And look at that, man. Every single round on attack.
Players in the world of Demon 1 changing roles into this one. Even staying cool under the pit to be able to win this. And put MIBR at series point.
What a confidence builder here for the rookie throughout this Icebox match. Playing a lot of the flanks, getting confidence from his team to make these plays. And then taking down that 1v1 clutch. It is going to be a LEV timeout here as they get some final words in. If MIBR can push
honestly,
over
they technically got 3 rookies. Shenum, Cortezia, and Verno.
Point I wanted to bring up earlier on, talking about this miscomms and mis-synergy coming out from Leviathan. This was also something that was addressed by Leviathan, but they got eliminated from kickoff at just outside of 4th place, missing that extra point. Dropping a tank, bringing in Rossi allows for them to have a better chemistry and synergy, but I do understand how it looks chaotic in these comms for now because they have changed so many roles. So at least for now, from what I understand or from what I'm seeing here from this series, it's a A marathon, not a sprint for Leviathan, at least for now.
Yeah.
They still are.
Okay, 4 chances, and Lev need to at least just get one defense round.
Remember, this is a roster that's
A is an absolute struggle.
Won split 2 of America's last year and had not the best starts, even getting grouped towards kickoff of last year. So
But can't they just send the Yoru to fight in this square with the other two fighting
in
here?
this present moment off this timeout is how the hell do you stop
A
MIBR
late jump on
these
box,
aggressive
late
pushes
swing
on the
back
A
here
side?
for when you get contact.
And they're stacking all their players on the side. But MIBR has done such good conditioning
Why is
here.
King
They're
AFK
now
on Gen
choosing
when you
towards
have
the weak
Sol
side to
and
hit towards B.
Killjoy fighting pipes?
Wild stuff.
Oh yeah,
Really
dude.
great calls by
Tex
Verno
is
here
in
to bring it
like
back
you'll look at the
from
fast kills,
down
fast F from Tex in this game, and you'll be like, how is that happening for a
And like you
Killjoy?
said, working off that A conditioning as they now
So
go B
many.
here.
He is winning a good amount of them, but
now for sure.
It's a
yeah.
little detected by Demon One just on the timing. He's trying to play delay, and they have moved accordingly. Lev is here to defend.
Okay, they can
this is
cook
their
some
best chance here at keeping the game going.
like combo
This
here.
could be huge here. They'll get a few pings,
Okay.
but man,
My
MIBR
goodness, well, they go 3 of them.
Insane. Somebody pulls a trigger and 3 people die on the side of Lev as the action begins. That's how quick MIBR is trading each other, swinging together, and just playing off
Dude,
one
what an
another
attack
here.
off.
That's going to be Tex and
Definitely
King
both
trying
teams
to
need
get
to work
back
on their
to
defense, no doubt
Guardians to
about
save
it,
the
but
day.
doing all of this without
was
flashes
nice.
as well.
Man,
So
I'm
the
so impressed
protocols
with
that come
Arts
through
then.
from MIBR to try to get the best value out of trades, and the chances are looking very thin for the last 2 players of Leviathan and for the roster as a whole.
Pinged on that too. Nothing working in their favor here. Nice shock dart though. Tex takes a little bit of damage on that one.
Very, very nice. Every single attack rounds. MIBR 2-0. My pick'ems are still doing okay, man. Doing alright.
To close out the day.
And it's nice to see Ospas
see.
closing this out for MIBR with 2 nice outlaw kills. A little bit quiet on that first half, but when he took the attack,
4 pistols
he took
too.
the matter into his own hands.
Yeah, the
And
4
MIBR
pistols is
once
rough.
again have a great start going into the split 1 against a very strong team of
I
Leviathan.
mean, it would have been 10-2 on defense without the pistol. Would have been interesting, man, if they'd split pistols here, if they would have still done it.
If they didn't come prepared to come up against the compositions that Leviathan could come with,
The perfect pick. Wait, Imi, don't. Imi, have you seen the video? Have you seen the video where I pick you guys and then I go back and change it? It's so devastating. But I do. You'll be happy though. I do say my brain's telling me that I should go for C9. Like as much as I didn't pick you, I knew that I should have. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. I spend like 5 minutes flip-flopping, and then I lock you guys in, and then last 5 seconds of the video, I lock in NRG. Change it.
Because Verno was available on the bench here from Energy, and even Front mentioned in interviews with the Spike.gg saying that even if they did make it to Bangkok in that first play or after kickoff, that change probably still would have happened because Verno is that good in the eyes of Front. So he wants to take the risk. He wants to make sure that he has
Your game was the
a
only
roster
game
right
that I
now,
like
taking
couldn't
all
really
these
work
risks,
out.
building around Ospas, putting
Who I
all
should.
the money to
Well,
bring Ospas in,
honestly, I knew I
bringing
should be
2
picking you
big
guys,
rookies
but I
that
just
are
didn't.
unproven into the stage, but has enough trust
I did say my pick'ems was gonna lose. I did say no matter who I pick it, yeah, we'll lose that one.
So now it's up to Front's responsibility.
That's the only game we got wrong so
to make sure that all
far,
of
so
this gels
including
well,
Pacific,
and it has
until tomorrow at
for a lot
least.
of these moments in this
Get a good
series
night's
against
sleep.
Leviathan.
Dude, it's not even 1:30. That's crazy. Wait, we get 6. We get over 6 hours sleep. Is that right? Wait, what's happened here? Well, this is a perfect time for a stream today.
We did see more of just the basic defensive rotation.
Oh my goodness, my internet's actually just done. Okay, chat. I'm gonna take the hint. We'll raid someone.
To help and flash for retake.
Okay, yeah, chat. My stream's done. Chat. My internet's had enough. Give me someone to raid. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you, chat. Everyone say thank you to Boo for being here. Raid extra, sure.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you for coming on, bro. Best of luck in Prague. Best of luck in stage 1.
Right now, we are going to send it down to dry
Thank
out
you.
on stage for the Verizon.
We'll see you watching your what.
Of course, man. I expect 300 plus ADR.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Don't forget about it. Best of luck, man. Please, thank you for coming on.
Last couple of matches of kickoff that you took the IGLing role, but I want to know a little bit what happened since you got eliminated from kickoff to prepare yourself to be a better IGL now for stage 1 and to get this first win.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a person that likes to communicate and everything. I have the leader stuff on me, so it wasn't that hard to become an IGL because it was what the team needed, but also I have the profile for it. So I mean, I'm really happy that we are going through this and we're winning. So.
Yeah, I think this guy's a beast.
Something that is really interesting about you as well is that you're playing a lot of different roles, a lot of different agents. I mean, just last kickoff we saw you on the duel list as well. We didn't see it this time around on Split. Is there an ideal role for you when you're IGLing? Is that why you're seeing with these different metas right now, these different compositions that the team is playing?
I mean, I think it depends which team do you have. If you have some good persons that communicate, that is be proactive, the role don't even matter that much. But on this team, I'm the flex, and my lack of agents help a lot the team to do which comp you want and everything. So yeah, the flexibility helps us a lot.
It's something that is really showing, and especially showed
He's my
on
guy,
this map.
dude. Yeah, he's a judge abuser.
On this match, but knowing a little bit about it as well. When it came to playing these different teams that are all running different compositions, all have different, more aggressive, more passive styles, is there something that you recognize from them?
Silver
as
with the Prime, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the 3 months.
Where you feel the most comfortable, or for example, IGLing against a team like Leviathan?
I think
what's
my team
Extra's
knows to play
stream?
against different teams and different styles. So it's not a big deal for us to adapt which team we're playing against. So that's a good thing that we have on us that help us a lot to adapt whichever team we're playing against.
So kickoff, you got 3rd place, but the next match is actually going to be against the kickoff champs of G2. How do you feel about facing them?
I'm really happy to face G2 again. They're a pretty good team, so we're going to do our best.
Okay, I'm excited to see the match. Thank you so much, Arsene, for the
very,
interview.
very nice.
This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. Can we hear once again for Arsene?
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all. If you are up in 6 hours and 30 minutes, we will have Pacific games on, and if that's not your time zone, then obviously we'll be on for Americas, or just any time that there's a game on, to be honest, we'll be on. So thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate you all being here. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much as always.
You gonna crush that? Yeah.
Have a good have a good
What's your trick? Do you
couple of hours or rest of your day.
I'm just guessing.
All right, peace, everyone. Peace.
That's crazy.
Feeling, bro.
Osboss, what you think he's gonna be good?
Yeah, I'm gonna guess as well. I have no tricks, so.
No tricks?
No tricks.
All right, YouTube chat. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I'll see you soon.
Until it's
Bye.
like the fastest beeping before figuring out. I don't